right, welcome back to the party, everybody. You know that is Morty, the Overlord, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Oh man. Do we have a party tonight? I need to get my MAGA hat in the frame. Okay, I'm gonna have to put that somewhere else. Maybe we'll put that on the table. What is going on? If you did not read the title, yes, I am about to go debate Jimbob on is being an atheist a rational position? So let's see. Here's it. There we go. All right. So we just gotta get my my opening statement here. Let's see, a little bit more. Okay. Email. Oy. I'm tired. I just woke up. Let's copy and paste this into the notepad. I'm just gonna skip all. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna skip all that other shit. No, what happened? Paste. What the fuck? Copy. Paste. There we go. We'll zoom that in a bit. Make sure we can read that nice and good. Okay. All right. Who do we got in the building? Shout out to the Rage page. We got Boxy Boy. Welcome. We got Ron in the building. Can't wait for the debate. No need to wait. Let's head into it. We got Angry Amputee. And shout out to Tijuana Border Jumper. Very good to see you guys. All right. I'm going to set up the goal. You guys know what's good. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to keep track of all that stuff. But, you know, the more you guys support these streams and we're doing debates and stuff other than the normal show, the more likely I am willing to do it. All right, let's get that and that. Come on. Where's my shit? Where's the goal? No, where is it? Oh, there we go. Boom. All right. So, opening statement. So, what time is it? We have 8:48. So, I have just enough time to read this and then hop in there. So, here we go. Check me out. First, and most importantly, we must properly define atheist as well as rational position. Again, the prompt is being an atheist is a rational position. Gordon Stein writes, if theism is a belief in God and atheism is a lack of belief in God, there's no third position or middle ground is possible. But this speaks to this means that there are different levels to this. The Richard Dawkins scale is split into 7 degrees of belief. 1 being a strong theist. They don't question the existence of God, but claim to not just have faith, but knowledge of God. 2, de facto theist. You don't know for sure, but you strongly believe, as I'd imagine most of you are. 3 would be weak theist, and you're uncertain, but you're inclined more to believe. 4 is that pure agnostic. That is the way that most people hear it, that 50-50, but not the only way it can be used, and we'll get into that. 5 is weak atheist, where you're like, I don't know if there is a God, but probably not. Number 6 would be de facto atheist. I can't know for certain, but God is very improbable. It is only level 7, the strong atheist, that where the person claims to have knowledge or even the positive belief that God does not exist. Oh, I forgot to give you your one for just sitting there. You're right. Give him one just to sit there. Fuck, I'm losing my position here. Is only level 7. The strong atheist, where the person claims to have knowledge or even the positive belief that God does not exist. This means that only a very small minority of people actually embody this level of disbelief, and they usually have blue hair, and you can find them screaming on libs of TikTok. I don't have numbers on this, but I'd be willing to bet that most of the people who fall on a 3 or higher on the Dawkins scale, for better or worse, simply do not have religion or God in their heads unless it is directly brought up. This is an important distinction to make, as I am an agnostic atheist. I would probably fall between 5 and 6 on that scale, which means I am not making any claims. I am merely unconvinced that the existence of any god, or gods. Gnostic here means knowledge. Theist means God, and the A is a prefix that means without. Agnostic, atheist simply means without knowledge, without belief. Just means I don't know, but I am unconvinced. Since this is so is this a rational position? I was going to do a deep dive on some of the philosophy that I was balls deep in when I last studied it 15 years ago, but Jimbob is clearly, hold on. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to jump into the back of the other one, and we will continue that. Box said, where'd it go? Where am I? Oh my goodness. Line of the argument, nice and short, and then let him talk. The more he talks, the more you can refute and win. Yeah. Shout out to everybody. Thank you. So very, very much. So I'm going to make sure we're backstage, and then we're gonna have time to do the thing. Okay. So I'll mute myself there. All right. So then we're going back to that. So is this a rational position? I was going to do a deep dive on the philosophy that I was balls deep in when I last studied it 15 years ago. But Jimbob is clearly better at this, better at that than I am, and is more familiar with the specifics about different schools of thought. So given he asked for this debate after I was last here talking about my religious positions, I would hope he's here for an interesting exploration of our ideas instead of getting some technical metaphysical point to hang his hat on. By rational position, I am simply claiming that it's not crazy or insane to be unconvinced of the existence of a God. I'm not making any grand metaphysical claims about the basis of reality. I'm simply saying it is not irrational for one to be unconvinced. Atheism is not a belief. It is not an ideology. It does not have a perspective or a worldview. It is merely the answer to one question. Do you believe in God? If the answer is anything other than... Okay, yeah, sorry. Just wanted to make sure I'm in the right spot. Atheism is a belief, an ideology. It doesn't have a perspective or a worldview. It is merely the answer to one question. Do you believe in God? If the answer is anything other than yes, one is an atheist. Perhaps by the end of this debate, Jimbob will have converted me to Christianity. That would not make my current position irrational. The debate is not whether atheism is correct or incorrect. So Jimbob must either show that millions of non-believers, both the raging libs as well as the people who just grew up without direct religious influence and don't think about this stuff, are all insane, or he can simply provide proof of God. I, however, do not need to show that I can prove God doesn't exist. Again, that's not what I believe, and I would not have accepted that debate. I don't even really want to debate religion, as I think politics is far more relevant to everyday people, and the right wing is pushing away people who uphold conservative values just as well, if not better, than the Christians, i.e., the Skittle churches. And yet, we all get lumped together into the militant atheist stereotype. I don't even blame anyone for having those associations with the word atheist, but the fact of the matter is, I am proof that it is not the atheism that rots one's brain. It is the lack of spirituality that leads to all the feminist, woke, liberal, hedonistic ideas that we all here hate. There are many positions that are irrational that happen to be held by many atheists. On that, I'm sure we'll agree. But the simple fact of being unconvinced is a correlate, not a causation. Being an atheist is not irrational. Perhaps it is incorrect. I remain open to this possibility. I just personally don't feel as if the breadth of evidence I've seen must conclude in a theistic God. Let's not forget that a deistic God is an entirely different category. So if we are defining God as something like the basis of truth or love or the universe or that which connects us all or the first cause, then we are having the wrong debate. I assumed we'd be talking about the God of the Bible, but any theistic God will do. Seems a bit obtuse or pedantic to claim that being unconvinced of that, which you can only know through faith, is the only rational position. I have much respect for Christians, Christianity, and Christian ethics, and I would actually like to help push these things further in society and to new people who don't already believe it. But this is a necessary discussion, as the people Jimbob and the Crucible crew can influence is far and wide, and yet are turning down fans, money, and most importantly, a weapon against everyone unconvinced of a God becoming a leftist and making the Christian nationalism of which they speak an impossibility. You need secular conservatives on your side. Otherwise, they won't care or will get swept up in the Democratic propaganda. We may have a disagreement on a truth claim here, but there's so much more on which we do agree, and that entire demographics of Americans see differently than us and have the voting power to implement their ideas. We have the same goals, whether or not we hold a God belief. We all want to push society in the same direction. When I say all, I mean all of us here. Boom! Boom! What do we think? What do we think? Prophesize you will hear Jimbob say, Grant, is this muted? Okay. I'm not hearing any sound from that. Maybe it's just a thing. Grant yourself logic, uniformity of nature, reliable sense of perception. Will you give me your tithes if that happens? Since I will, therefore. No, I won't do that. But good try. Good try. What else we got here? Yeah, we hate we don't want the liberals. We don't want the liberals. Speaking of which, Box said I used to be a militant atheist. I'm sorry for that. Now I just mirror the level of religiosity these days. I can give it if you give it first. Fair enough. Fair enough. John said rational, the quality of being guided by reasons. Just gotta have a few reasons. Bada bang, bada boom. Indeed. Indeed. Shout out to the Rage page. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. We got our boy Project VO Pod. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Not yet, but that was the first time I actually read it to see what is good. So I am not hearing them at all.
What up, what up?
Oh, I was like, why am I not hearing you at all? Well, it's good.
Well, I was muted. Not much. Just waiting on Jimbob, and then also setting up the couple things that we're gonna need.
I just woke up like 15, no, maybe like half hour ago.
What's that, sorry?
I said I just woke up like maybe half hour ago. Because I for some reason I thought it was at 8. And I woke up kind of early, so I was like, "You go 9? I could get in a nap before then."
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I was up pretty late, and then didn't sleep too much because I had a few things I had to get done.
Yeah, y'all go.
There he is.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Welcome.
Super loud. Hold on a second.
We are live on my side, just to let you guys know.
Okay, thanks.
Alrighty.
All right.
Like that.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Wait, you guys are hearing an echo?
Got that ready. Perfect. All right. So just you've both done it already, but just make sure everyone's good with the 10-minute intro or 10-minute opening. 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, hour open floor, 30-minute Q&A, and then the after panel's optional. If you don't want to stay for that, you don't have to.
I'll stay for a little bit.
All right, perfect. And then since TheIndianJesus, you're going to be on the affirmative, so you'll be first for the opening statements, and then at the end for the closing, you're going to go first again, so that gives MadeByJimBob the last word.
Fair enough.
All right, perfect. And then, so the intro is going to go. It's going to play my little warning and disclaimer that it plays. And then it'll play the 2 minutes.
You're telling me.
And then I'll introduce the show, introduce you guys, and then we'll get right into your opening statement.
All right.
Do it.
Awesome. Perfect. And again, thank you both for being here. And good luck to both of you. Let's get it rocking.
Let's do it.
Sorry, that was interesting.
Morning.
Hey.
Conversations and videos are intended for general
Thank you
knowledge
so
and
very much for the
should not be considered as legal
$5.
advice or professional
10 minutes to
guidance.
rebut religion. I think
Additionally,
Hitch
any
had
documentation or
something to
references
say
to specific
about
content are solely
that.
for the purpose of
Yeah,
discussion
yeah.
and understanding. It
Hey,
does not imply
hey,
endorsement,
thank you.
promotion, or
I
support
am
of said
nervous
content.
as shit.
The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the
I am
individuals
nervous
involved and do
as
not represent any
shit.
official stance or opinion.
All
The
right.
content you are about to experience may
How bad
contain
could it
strong
be,
language,
right? How
including
bad could it
explicit
be?
words and phrases. This
We're either
language
going to
is used
get
for artistic
destroyed
expression and may be integral to the storyline or character
or we're going to
development.
win, right?
It is important to
You can only
note
go two
that the
different
use of
ways.
such language does not
Please
endorse
do
or
remember,
promote offensive
hit the
behavior.
like button,
Viewer
guys.
discretion
And
is
yes, I
advised
would
and please
love
enjoy the show
to hit
responsibly.
5K subscribers by
Disclaimer.
Friday, my
Copyright
birthday.
disclaimer
That would
under
be
Section
a birthday
107 of the
present that
Copyright
you could
Act
give to me. Just hit that
1976
subscribe.
allowances made for fair use
Easy.
for purposes
It's
such
free.
as criticism, comment, news
And
reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we pledge. We pledge.
Right. Mute this because sometimes he fucking his thing gets caught up. Oh, not that one. Well, I mean, do that too. But where is it? Oh, share. And I should probably get the chat open too. Hey, Guami Guam, the Guamling Guamish Guam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Where's my chat? Where the fuck is the chat? Oh. I'm nervous. I'm scared. Let's go. Thank you again, sir. Like and shared. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, guys. I'm shaking in my boots over here. But hey, if you don't do stuff that's uncomfortable, you don't do stuff that's hard, then you like this boring.
With a feeling we clash our swords of reason.
That's my bit. So, like, for that, I was specifically reading it fast because I wanted to get through it before. But yeah, going slow. So I got about 8 minutes on the. I was reading that out, so plenty of time to slow down. That's Adam. Welcome. So I pray God guides you so you are successful. The debate prompt is being an atheist is a rational position.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakeaZy show Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. And this is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format's simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. Then we open the floor for a full hour of back and forth debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we're going to spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'm going to drop a live Q&A in my chat. You can put your questions in there, but super chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will be getting priority. And if I see super chats come in from the other channels that are streaming from here that are questions, they're going to get priority as well. So if that fills up the 30 minutes, your question won't get answered. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered, send it in a super chat. And then we'll make sure it gets read. And once the formal debate is done, we're going to open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel where anyone can hop in to challenge and question the debaters if they choose to stay, because that part is optional for the debaters. Today's debate prompt, being an atheist is a rational position. And today's debaters For the affirmative, we have TheIndianJesus, who has a channel right here on YouTube, known for covering politics, hot topics, and resurrecting the second coming of common sense.
Yep.
And and for the negative, we have MadeByJimBob, a professional noticer with a channel also here on YouTube, found in the description, known for his philosophical breakdowns, sharp satire, debates, and hand-drawn comments. All right, debaters, you know the rules. We're going to start with the affirmative. So, Lutch, whenever you're ready to start your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
All right. Well, thank you to SpeakeaZy and thank you to Jimbob for this debate. I'm not nervous at all, guys. First and most importantly, we must define atheist as well as a rational position. Gordon Stein writes, if theism is a belief in God and atheism is a lack of belief in God, then there's no third position or middle ground is possible, but there are different levels to this. We can look at the Richard Dawkins scale that is split into 7 degrees of belief. First being a strong atheist, where you don't question the existence of God, but claim to not just have faith, but knowledge of God. Then 2 is de facto, where you don't know for sure, but you strongly believe, as I would imagine most of you are. 3 would be a weak theist, where you're uncertain, but you're more inclined to believe. 4 is pure agnostic. And this is the 50-50 way that most people use the word, but as we will explore, it is not the only definition of agnostic. But when you are equally think that it's equally probable that God does exist and equally probable that God does not. 5 would be the pure would be the weak atheist, where you don't know, but you're not you're saying probably not. Number 6 would be the de facto atheist, where you'd say, I can't know for certain, but God is very improbable. It is only level 7, the strong atheist, where the person claims to have knowledge or even the positive belief that God does not exist. This means that only a very small minority of people that actually embody this level of disbelief, and they usually have blue hair, and you can find them screaming on libs at TikTok. I don't have any numbers on this, but I'd be willing to bet that most people who fall 3 or higher on that Dawkins scale, for better or worse, simply do not have religion or God in their head unless it's directly brought up. This is an important distinction to make, as I am an agnostic atheist. I would fall probably somewhere between the 5 and 6 on that scale, and that means I am not making any claims. I am merely unconvinced of the existence of any God or gods. Gnostic here means knowledge, theist means a theistic God, and a is a prefix that means without. Agnostic, atheist, without knowledge, without belief. It simply means I don't know, but I am unconvinced. So is that a rational position? I was going to do a deep dive on some of the philosophy that I was balls deep in when I last studied this stuff 15 years ago, but Jimbob is clearly better at that than I am and is way more familiar with the specifics of different schools of thought and all that stuff. So given he asked for this debate after I was last here talking about my religious positions, I would hope he is here for an interesting exploration of our ideas instead of getting some technical metaphysical point to hang his hat on. By rational position, I am simply claiming that it is not crazy or insane to be unconvinced of the existence of a God. I'm not making any grand metaphysical claims about the basis of reality. I'm simply saying it is not irrational for one to be unconvinced. Atheism is not a belief. It's not an ideology. It doesn't have a perspective or a worldview. It is merely the answer to one question. Do you believe in God? If the answer is anything other than yes, one is an atheist. Perhaps by the end of this debate, Jimbob will have converted me to Christianity. That would not make my current position irrational. The debate is not whether atheism is correct or incorrect. So Jimbob must either show that the millions of non-believers, both the raging libs as well as the people who just grew up without a direct religious influence and don't think about this stuff, are all insane, or he can simply provide proof of God. I, however, do not need to show that I can prove that God doesn't exist, Again, that's not what I believe. And 2, I would not have accepted that debate because I know I can't do that. I don't even really want to be debating religion, as I think politics is far more relevant to everyday people, and the right wing is pushing away people who uphold conservative values just as well, if not better, than some Christians, i.e., the Skittles churches. And yet, we all get lumped in together with the militant atheist stereotype. Now, I don't even blame anyone for having those associations with the word atheist. But the fact of the matter is, I am proof that it's not the atheism that rots one's brains. It is the lack of spirituality that leads to all the feminism, woke, liberal, hedonistic ideas that all of us here hate. There are many positions that are irrational that happen to be held by a lot of atheists. And I'm sure on many of those we'll agree. But the simple fact of being unconvinced is a correlate, not a causation, and is not irrational. Perhaps it is incorrect. I remain open to this possibility. I just don't feel that the breadth of evidence I've seen must conclude in a theistic God. Let's not forget that a deistic God is entirely different category. So if we're defining God as something like the basis of truth or love or that which connects us all or the first cause, then we are having the wrong debate. I assumed we would be discussing the God of the Christian Bible, but any theistic God will do. Seems a bit obtuse or pedantic to claim that being unconvinced of that which you can only know through faith is the only rational position. I have much respect for Christians, Christianity, and Christian ethics, and I would actually like to help push these things further in society and to new people who don't already believe it. But this here is a necessary discussion, as people like Jimbob and the Crucible Crew can influence far and wide, and yet are turning down fans, money, and most importantly, making the Christian nationalism of which they speak an impossibility. You need the secular conservatives on your side. Otherwise, they won't care or will get swept up in the Democratic propaganda and vote the other way. We may disagree on a truth claim here, but there is so much more on which we do agree, and that entire demographics of Americans see differently than us, and they have voting power to implement their ideas. We have the same goals, whether or not we hold a God belief. We all want to push society in the same direction. So again, the notion that being unconvinced is an irrational position does not stand. Unless you are going to twist the definitions, I am speaking as a layman person. I am unconvinced of the existence of God, and I don't think that is irrational. And I will concede my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Jimbob. And Jimbob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, thanks. The question of tonight is whether the position atheism is a rational position. My opponent opened up by making ambiguous the difference between atheism and agnosticism and trying to pair them together. To be clear, atheist is a person who disbelieves. This is an active position in the existence of God or gods. An agnostic is a person who believes that nothing is known or could be known about the existence of nature of God. So they're kind of just holding a naive approach. Maybe they'll investigate it. Maybe they'll be convinced. To hold both of them together is not the topic of the debate. But either way, if you take an atheist approach or you take an agnostic approach, you have some of the same problems here. He says he's not convinced, which is a non-position. However, it's actually not a non-position. When you dig deeper, it turns out even the statement "I'm not convinced" assumes a bunch of things. It assumes that there's a person there. This guy, there's me, another guy. Can you mute yourself? You're typing.
Oh, sorry.
Convinced assumes that their persuasion is possible, and we're not just mechanical devices made of biological structures. You're assuming truth exists. You're assuming some sort of epistemic system to determine which beliefs are rational and which aren't. You're assuming rationality and reason and logic. These are all things you have to assume to even question whether something's rational or not. I would say atheism cannot even justify the term rational, what it is to be rational. In fact, if you hold an atheist position and you hold the position that you're merely a nominal biological machine, then each person has their distinct set of patterns that you would call rational in the mind, or in the brain, I should say. And so there isn't any universal called rational or non-rational. So in my my opponent's opener, he didn't actually defend a position. He merely said, I'm not convinced. I could just as well say, well, based on your epistemic standard, I could say, I'm not convinced of your agnostic position, that not being convinced is a rational position. Convinced by what standard, right? What is it to convince you? Well, like I said, you're assuming a bunch of things have to be the case in order to be convinced, right? Are you holding a position that you're not just a cluster of atoms and molecules smashing together accidentally, uttering things from your mouth hole or from any other hole for that matter? Are we getting to something called truth? Is there something to get to? Is logic a thing in your worldview? I didn't hear anything. I heard a couple of non-positions, and then I heard a sort of affirmative political stance. Even if we got into the political avenue of this, an atheist position wouldn't be rational in making claims of what society should and shouldn't do. Atheism has no normative position on what we should or shouldn't do. In fact, it's all nominal again. It reduces to each person's individual wants and desires. And if someone wants to pursue the government and take a hold of its guns and, deploy some sort of a totalitarian regime, that would be completely consistent with atheism. So I'm not sure where he thinks he's going by appealing to traditional values. Which tradition? Traditional values. Which tradition is he referring to? Well, to be an atheist and to appeal to traditional values itself would be kind of contradictory. In order to reason, in believing in something that's worth believing in, and I'm wondering what my opponent is actually presenting as a system. Is he talking about evidence? Is he going to say I need evidence to believe in God, and then you'll move me over? Just like being convinced, evidence itself has a whole slew of metaphysical assumptions that atheism cannot justify. So if it's the case that holding an atheistic position, which again is not what he said in his opener, the atheist position, to be clear, is a person who affirms, who holds a positive position that God doesn't exist, as opposed to an agnostic position, a person who believes that they just don't have enough information, they're not convinced about it. That's agnosticism. Atheism is a hard position, which you're defending tonight. Now, he doesn't have to actually believe in atheism. In fact, he's based on interacting with him before, I don't think he actually does hold a strong atheist position. But for the sake of the argument tonight, I would probably recommend that he either abandons it and concedes to the debate and we can move on to a different topic, or he just takes on and puts on the hat of atheism, hard atheism. You can't mingle your own personal naive approach to atheism. You have to actually take the position and argue if it's rational or not. So how do we determine what's rational is probably a good question. Based on or in accordance with reason or logic. Well, if atheism can't even tell you what reason or logic is, what its ontology is, how could an atheist actually tell you what's in accordance with reason or logic? Their own worldview denies that there's a universal reality to reason and logic. In fact, each of our brains operating exactly how they're determined to is completely consistent with their worldview. We would all have our own system of what's in accordance with reason or logic, because the only arbiter for truth is our own experience, period. Whereas a theistic view or Christian view would actually make a bigger claim and say, well, the ontology of reason and logic, things like rationality, the fact that we have faculties and a will to pursue the truth and debate about it, the fact that we believe that we can be convinced of things, that further in politics, in our behaviors, that we ought to operate a certain way, or the fact that we think that human beings have some sort of value such that we could make laws derivative of that assumption that we have value. An atheist view has no justification for human value. In fact, from their worldview, they can't even really tell you what a human is independent of the other creatures. It's just a set of new molecules that are a bit more complex than the previous ones. Is that rational? No. Is it rational to say humans have rights? No, that's completely irrational from the atheist paradigm. So I'm not actually sure what my opponent's going to be defending tonight. I'm going to be attacking the position of atheism having lackluster, nearly absent grounding foundations and justifications for the preconditions to even argue this. Reason, logic, mind, information, meaning, universals, particulars, the fact that we can evaluate things. This is not consistent with an atheist view. An atheist view cannot tell you how it is the case we can actually evaluate things and come to true beliefs or false beliefs. In fact, atheism can't even tell you why we should pursue true beliefs versus false beliefs. You know why? Because if I held a false belief, but it actually was pragmatic and it produced results, the atheist would say, okay, you got me there. I mean, in that case, a false belief is pretty pragmatic, so I don't have any reason why you should abandon it. So even from the atheist position, if God even was not even real, you could argue from a Christian perspective or even a general theistic perspective that the heuristic as a tool is beneficial. In fact, the atheist might even say that we evolved to believe in God. Would it be rational to say we should move away from something we evolved to do quite well? No, that would be irrational. So I'm not sure where my opponent's going to go with this. There's really no defense of atheism in this particular arena.
That's not how evolution works, bro.
They have no justification for the truth. They have no reason to pursue the truth. They have no reason to avoid lies. They have no reason to order society in a particular way. And certainly if my opponent's holding an atheistic position, he has no justification other than his cultural preferences to then abide by or try to veer society toward a more Christian traditional standpoint. Even if he rejected the beliefs, he's actually appealing to something that he's arguing tonight is irrational, but it's rational to follow the traditions because they produce better outcomes. Well, which is it? Is it rational to believe in something that doesn't actually exist if it actually produces good outcomes? Is it rational if it produces good outcomes? He might have to say yes. I haven't met an atheist that doesn't say yes to that. So I'm interested in the topic. I'm totally fine getting into the political avenue of these topics because I think it's even more in my favor that an atheist arguing for certain lines of politics over the other lines of politics makes any sense at all. In fact, atheism doesn't have any coherent binding. You can't tell someone they're being a bad atheist, in other words. Well, Christianity and in other religions, even if it was false, it would be more rational to hold to a cohesive in-group set of standards and norms so you can hold each other accountable. Atheism can't hold each other accountable for anything. I don't find that's rational, especially if you're arguing for implementing law or arguing for some type of culture that we should be a certain way or should act a certain way. So I would love to start with, how does my opponent determine something's rational, a rational belief or not? And that's it.
All right. Thank you for that opening, Jimbob. And with that, we're going to get over into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So, Lutch, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so I mean, I would love to know where we're getting the definition that atheist means that you affirm that God doesn't exist. Anybody, you could look at any public atheist published otherwise. This is the common definition that, yeah, maybe colloquially people use it to say that I believe God does not exist, but that's not what the word means. So you can claim that it's something that it's not, but it's not that. It is a lack of belief, and to that point, you said, yeah, I didn't give a worldview, I didn't give a perspective, yeah, because that's not what atheism is or does. We could talk about the different philosophies that would give me a worldview and where I would base logic on those things, but that has nothing to do with atheism. This is the problem that I had with Andrew Wilson. That it was 5 atheists versus Andrew Wilson, and it came in with a bunch of political prompts. I don't know if you guys understand the difference between a leftist and an atheist. They're not the same thing. And so you correct. I did not offer anything because atheism does not have a perspective. It does not have a worldview. As I said, it is not an ideology. It doesn't have any tenets. There are other things that must be filled in to talk about that, whether spiritual, political, or otherwise. This is like saying that I don't know. I'll come up with a better analogy later. But you're exactly right. You're attributing, you're trying to smuggle in a lot of things that, as I said in my opening, that a lot of atheists do hold these bad beliefs. Atheists do, follow irrational lines of thinking and all of that stuff. But that's not what atheism is. That's what atheists are doing. And so the being unconvinced, that is the end and the beginning. That is all. That is the whole thing. There's nothing else to it. I am unconvinced. So if that must be an irrational statement in order for you to win this debate. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. Atheism has no worldview. All these things you just say, the atheist perspective, the secular worldview, those are things other than the secularity, other than the atheism. And you can, I can see my time.
All right, thank you for that rebuttal. And we're gonna hand the mic over back to Jimbob. And whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, Jimbob, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, well, it sounded like he's making no distinction between agnosticism and atheism, which is just false. He didn't give an actual definition. He just said atheism is the lack of belief in God. It's not necessarily being not convinced by it. It's just that you're holding a firm belief on what constitutes a strong belief and a weak belief. That itself assumes an epistemic system. Okay, even if I granted what you just said twice, which is atheism has no worldview, it has no tenets, it doesn't provide anything, I would argue that definition, if that was true, which I'll grant it, that's irrational. A view that has no worldview, no tenets, nothing, doesn't provide anything. How could it be rational? You basically concede the debate if I just grant you your own definition of atheism, that it does nothing. There's nothing that it offers. Now, for him to say there's no difference between agnosticism and atheism, a whole slew of other atheists and agnostics would completely disagree with you. Look up the definitions. If agnostic and atheist are interchangeable, why are there two different words for them, first of all? Second of all, to hold a non-belief in God is to hold a system of epistemology. There's a reason you came to the non-belief in God. So to say atheism is simply a vacuumed position about God and nothing more, that's a lie. What is the case is if you're an atheist, you come to a specific position about God's existence, even if it's a non-convinced position. But to come to that position means you have an epistemic system that you use to come to that position, right? So if you used an epistemic system, in this case, you're the atheist, if you want to particularize it and say each atheist is different, fine. We're talking about you, the atheist, tonight. If you come to the position that you're unconvinced, I'm going to ask you what the system that you're using to become unconvinced by God, and I'm going to question that system and see if that's rational.
All right. Ed, you didn't want to use the rest of the time there?
What else is there? I mean, just look up the definitions. Can you give me a definition between atheism and agnostic and it says the same exact thing? Because that's what you're arguing. I would just reject that. But even if I didn't, even if I allowed you to smash the two words together for the sake of the debate, what you just said is before that is atheism has no worldview. It has no tenets. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't provide anything. Okay, well, if I could demonstrate that a position that offers nothing, has no worldview on anything, is it rational to operate in a world that's completely inconsistent with not having a worldview? No, it's irrational to be an atheist. If what an atheist means is to have no worldview, if by my own opponent's standards, it means to not have a worldview, how is it rational to operate in the world and operate in politics and argue for things if by your own standard, you said atheism has no worldview, no tenets, doesn't believe in anything, it doesn't provide anything? Why would an atheist be rational to say, let's say, human rights exist? That would be irrational from an atheist position, right? Well, sorry, if you want to talk about politics and atheism, you have no standard as an atheist to argue we should do this, should do that, because that would then change your view into something more than what you're saying atheism is. Now, the problem with your view is you're going to have to assume these bigger metaphysical things without the belief in God. What I'm saying is you can't do that. You can't even tell me why we should value other humans in society before we get into your political remedies, right? You can't even tell me what's distinct about a human being from the other beasts. That's an atheist entailment. The entailment of atheism is, well, nihilism, not just epistemic, but teleological nihilism. Atheism has no teleology. Now, even by your own standard, that you would say a dysteleological view as a human being would be irrational as soon as you start participating with other humans, because you're arguing that there's no purpose for anything. And at the same time, you're saying we should get this stuff done. We should do this. We should organize society. We should protect these people. We should not stop war. All of those statements under an atheist view are irrational and inconsistent with the atheist view of nihilism.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to get over into the hour of open back and forth. Real quick reminder for the chat. You can find both debaters in the description of this live stream. So make sure you go show both the debaters love. They're both streaming right now, too. So go send them both money. Show them love for coming and giving you some entertainment tonight. And also the Q&A. There is a Q&A in the chat, but the super chats will get priority during the Q&A at the end. So if you want to make sure you have a question that you really want to get read, send it through super chat. And with that, we're going to get into the open floor. Whoever wants to start it off, I'll start the timer with your voice. And thank you for both being here.
I just want to clarify with the atheist agnostic thing. Are you holding that there's no distinction between atheist and agnostic, or no?
No, I'm glad that you asked, so that wasn't a purposeful straw man, but actually double straw man me. So no, I didn't say that they are interchangeable. That is why I am an agnostic atheist, because they are different words. I do not know means is the agnostic part, and I am not convinced is the atheist part. Then when I said there is no worldview,
right there.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No. 1 second.
Okay,
Definitions first. Definitions first. If there's a distinction between atheist and agnostic, but you're saying you're an agnostic atheist, I'm not sure what you're saying.
Because they're not mutually exclusive. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Which part of that do you not understand?
Agnostic.
Which God do I believe in? Then?
Why would you?
Which God do I believe in?
Look, why would you add?
Which God do I believe in?
I'm asking. Stop interrupting. Why would you?
You just did it to me.
Why would you add the atheist part if you could just say you're agnostic?
Because it's more accurate.
How does it add anything? Tell me what it adds.
Because you can be agnostic on a whole bunch of stuff, bro. Do you know how many rooms are in my condo? So you're agnostic on how many rooms are in my condo. That has nothing to do with God or anything. And I am not a strong atheist, so I'm being more specific in the sense that I'm an agnostic atheist.
If you said
so, that was the first straw man. That was the first straw man. The second straw man was that you said I have no worldview. That is not at all what I said.
I said
no. I said atheism has no worldview.
Are you defending atheism?
Yes, but the atheism
is not what we're talking about, dude.
Okay, but that it doesn't. So being
we're not talking about you, bro. We're talking about atheism.
Okay, so then being
does the title say agnostic atheism? What is the title of the debate?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, I'm saying even if you want to go with straight to
what is the title of the debate?
It's not irrational. Being
what
an atheist is a rational position.
Does it say agnostic atheism?
No.
Okay, you think I would have pushed back if you said agnostic atheism? Yes, I would have. You said you were talking about atheism. So
okay, great. There's different kinds of atheism.
Great. If atheism is a different word than agnostic, and you have to actually assume that, given that you're using both the words, what I'm asking is, well, the topic of the debate is atheism. Is atheism itself, right? Not agnosticism. I would have pushed back on that if you said agnostic atheism, but the title said atheism. Okay. Now I hold that atheism is a pretty firm position on the non-existence of God. It's basically, I don't believe in God. It's not, I'm unconvinced. It's, no, I actually firmly hold that's completely an insane position and there's no way around it. Agnostic is, oh, there could be a way around it. Maybe I just haven't heard it. I wasn't convinced yet. That's agnostic. So this the is audience and myself are not. How could it be a straw man?
Because I will tell you. I will tell you. Because that's like saying, well, if you're conservative, then you must be a MAGA loving, Trump dick sucking.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. There's different types of conservatives. You're saying that because you are conservative, that some conservatives are like that. That being conservative means that you must be that. Just because some atheists are militant and believe that no God exists doesn't mean that that's the entirety of the definition. You're going to try to push it into this corner.
Bring up your definition of atheism.
So that's exactly why.
Bring up your definition of atheism. Any definition. Bring it up. Google it right now.
I gave you that definition.
No. I don't want a proprietary. I want a researched position, a definition of atheism right now from you.
All right, okay.
Look up any definition of atheism, and then look up the word agnosticism and the difference between atheism. Is there a difference between atheism and being agnostic? You tell me.
Richard Dawkins defined atheism is the belief that there are no God, which is more than just the lack of belief in God. Okay, so he is further on his own scale, but again, he gave the scale of the 7 different parts, and you can be a de facto atheist, you could be a weak atheist, you could be a strong atheist. So again, but if you want me to
difference now bring up agnosticism, and if it's different than atheism.
It is. I was the one who said it. You were the one who conflated that they were the same thing.
What are you defending tonight?
Atheism.
Are you defending
is agnostic atheism not atheism?
Are you defending agnostic?
We can just ask.
Not.
Agnostic atheism is not atheism.
No, agnosticism is just agnostic, right? That's its own word. You don't need the word atheism.
All right, you know what? Fine. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
You're defending a firm belief that God doesn't exist.
But since you're
then you don't know what you're debating tonight.
I definitely know what I'm debating. You don't know what you're debating, but since you don't know, we'll go to where you can understand things.
Cool. So fine, is the disbelief? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, because it's not you, right? I'm not actually pinning this on you as a belief. I'm asking you to step in to the atheist paradigm.
Sure.
For the sake of argument. Can you hold for a second? Let's start with the hardest then. If you're going to sell me a scale gradient, then it's fair that we start with the most strictest form.
So you admit that there's a scale?
No, I'm granting you. I don't think there's a scale. I'm granting you
Richard Dawkins
that
just has
I'm not. I don't care about Richard Dawkins, dude. So I don't care. So if it's the case that someone holds a very strict position of atheism, that is to say they affirm the position, God does not exist. Not I'm unconvinced. God does not exist, right?
Okay,
is that an atheist?
Fine. Yes, that is an atheist.
Okay,
fine. I will grant you that because
is that a rational position?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how it's a rational position for someone, why you think it's a rational position for someone to say God does not exist. Certainly they'd be coming to that conclusion using some system, right?
Sure.
Okay, and like I said in my opener, rational means based on or in accordance with reason or logic, right? Mm-hmm. So you tell me how the hardest, firmest atheist comes to the position that no God exists and how it's in accordance with reason and logic.
So, even just the basic notion of, like day one atheism. Well, how come God lets if God existed, bad things wouldn't happen? That is that's
rational.
Yeah, that's a rational position.
Okay, let's start with that. So if God exists, bad things wouldn't happen. Is there an absolute standard for what constitutes a bad thing, or is that an opinion?
It depends on your worldview, but are you asking under my worldview or are you asking under your worldview?
Is it a bad thing that I have to eat to live?
No.
Oh, really? I think it is.
Okay.
So I'm reasonable to believe God doesn't exist merely because I have to eat and breathe oxygen to live. Is that
if you think that's bad? Then yeah, you'd be wrong.
So that's no. Is that rational?
Yes.
To come to the conclusion, God doesn't exist because I have to eat and breathe air.
Mm-hmm.
That's rational.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you conclude that God doesn't exist from the fact that I have to eat? If it's rational, how do you conclude?
I didn't say that is. You're trying to make a jump. Is that a logical point? Fine, that's a logical point. I didn't say not wanting to eat is enough to justify a belief in or non-belief in God.
Listen, rational means based in accordance with reason and logic. You said not the best, but you started with this. Bad thing happened. I asked you what constitutes a bad thing.
Things
anything. Hold on.
Specific.
You said bad thing happened. Okay, the meme. And so I said, oh, interesting. I define it as a bad thing that I have to breathe air and eat, and I can't swim underwater forever. I think that is a good enough reason to say God doesn't exist. Why? Because if God existed, I would be able to do everything I wanted, right? And to you, that's a rational conclusion, right?
Sure. What's the
okay? If it's a rational conclusion, give me the premises that make that conclusion.
I don't know. I don't hold that belief, but you
just said it's rational. I didn't ask if you held the belief. I said, is it rational in accordance with logic and reasoning? If it's in accordance with logic and reasoning, then it would need to be the case that you could present an argument where that conclusion followed.
If God existed, bad things wouldn't happen. Bad thing happened, therefore God doesn't exist.
and that follows.
Yeah.
Right. That's affirming the consequent. You know that's a logical fallacy, right?
Don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, if it's affirming the consequent and it's a logical fallacy, are logical fallacies in accordance with reason and logic?
No.
Okay. Well, then it's not rational. Do you concede that part?
No. I mean, could you explain
You
what that
don't
is?
concede that.
I just said I don't know what it is. If you explain it,
If it
and I
rains-
say, oh,
if it
okay,
rains-
then you're right.
If it rains out, it's wet outside. It's wet outside. It rained. Is that logical to you?
Sure.
That's logical to you?
Oh, you mean no? Meaning if it's wet outside, it must have
Does it
rained.
follow? Yeah.
Is that the question? Okay, misunderstood. No, obviously it's not.
So that's irrational, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's called affirming the consequent. If you agree affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy, then the bad thing happen is irrational, right? Because you don't know. Yeah. What do you mean? How so? You said
it's wrong.
If
but
God
I don't know it's irrational.
What do you mean? Anything could be a bad thing. Do you understand that? Anything that someone doesn't like. For instance, the guy accidentally put pineapple on my pizza. Therefore, God doesn't exist. That's rational to you, right?
Say that again. What?
If I order pizza and I didn't order pineapple, but it shows up with pineapple, I could say, from your worldview that you're defending, I could say that's enough to say God doesn't exist because I don't like pineapple. Why did that happen? Right?
So pedantic. Okay, so I was trying to just go with this. I thought we would, but okay. Let's say children have leukemia. Again, I thought you weren't going to go, but whatever. So kids have leukemia, therefore God doesn't exist because God wouldn't let that happen.
Okay, and how did you determine God wouldn't let that happen?
Because I was taught that God was through the church that God was all good.
Well, no. If God's nature is all good, why would it follow he has to stop things that you don't like?
Because what do you? I don't.
It sounds like you're God. It sounds like if God was real, I'd be God, right? It'd be like if God was real, everything that happened in reality would be in accordance with my preferences. That's what you're really arguing.
No.
Yeah, you are. I just gave you the same category of a problem, which is with pizza, just to trivialize it. If anything, I don't like.
You brought up the.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
You've been rambling, bro. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm not rambling. You're not.
Yeah, just let him finish. Just let him finish. Yeah.
So, if I don't like leukemia in kids, by the way, who cares? Kids or adults? Why is it worse because it's kids? Why? I mean, that's just like you're like special pleading for kids. What if there was leukemia for crabs? Would it be bad? God doesn't exist? Leukemia for crabs is God doesn't exist from that too? Or
sure.
Yeah. So leukemia for cockroaches, God doesn't exist?
No, I'm obviously being
what?
facetious.
What do you mean no? What do you mean? Be consistent. Leukemia, cockroach leukemia. Why doesn't that follow that God doesn't exist? Cockroach leukemia. Why?
Because we don't care about humans in the same way, or cockroaches in the same way we do as humans. So again, we're coming back to the notion of being wrong versus being irrational. You are bringing up these very obvious examples that are wrong, and trying to say that my belief is irrational based on the wrongness of your belief.
Okay, so if you just stated, which I put in my opener, if there's a distinction from an atheistic view between a crab and a human, can you tell me the symmetry breaker between any other animal and humans from an atheistic view?
What do you mean by the atheistic view? I don't know what that means.
Are you defending an atheistic view, a godless view tonight?
No, I'm defending a philosophical position that God does not exist. So
that's the same thing, dude. So if you're defending a philosophical position that God doesn't exist, from your godless philosophical position, can you tell me why humans have value but other creatures don't have the same value as humans?
Because I feel like it. What are you getting at? What are you getting at?
That's rational to you, right?
What are you getting at?
I'm getting at you don't have a justification for your value judgment. You just said I feel like it. Is that rational?
No, I'm coming from. This is my point. Rational. This is my point. You're trying to pin down all of the things that an atheist believes to atheism. All of these things are outside of atheism.
What are you talking about? I just asked you if you hold an atheist view and you draw values.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got to stay in the corner of only where Jimbob gets to win.
Well, no. I don't get to
Now
win.
we're ignoring all the other definitions of atheism.
Okay.
My bad.
Look, I started with the strongest one, right? Would you argue that an atheist might say they don't believe in God because there's no evidence?
I don't believe in God because there's no evidence. Yeah.
Would you hold that position or?
Yeah.
Okay. And you think that's rational, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe in human rights?
Sure.
And is there any physical, empirical evidence for human rights?
Physical evidence for human rights? No, they're concepts. They're not tangible things.
Oh, they're concepts. So it's totally rational to believe in imaginary concepts called rights, even though they're intangible and you can't see them or measure them. Hold on. But it's irrational to believe in a immaterial mind that ground all things. Can you tell me why belief in rights based on... I
didn't say that.
Dude, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but you're asking me a question about something that I didn't say.
Can you tell me why it's rational to believe in something non-existent like human rights, but it's irrational?
They are existent. They're just not tangible.
Where are they? How do they exist?
Do you know what tangible means?
Yes. Where do they exist?
They are ideas. They are concepts. They don't.
So is God.
You can't touch something. Okay, great. There's not all things that are not tangible. Like you are making these weirdest conflations here.
So it's rational.
Oh, well, you can't touch this thing, and you can't touch God. Therefore, they both exist, or they neither exist. What are you talking about?
I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. The audience can follow this. You're the only one not following this. What I'm drawing out is. I'm asking you your criterion for determining whether something's rational to believe in or not. And I asked, would you say it's rational?
What does it have to do with the prompt?
Let me talk, dude. Is it rational, I asked, to say God doesn't exist because you don't see any evidence? You said, yes, that's rational. I said, do you believe in human rights? You said, yes. I said, oh, you do believe in something without evidence, physical evidence. Okay. So you believe in the concept of rights and you think it's rational to believe in the concept of rights, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me why do you think it's rational to believe in the concept of rights, but it's irrational to believe in God because of the lacking of evidence?
Because of the evidence.
Both lack evidence.
It doesn't lack evidence. We can see that people get arrested for this, that, and the other.
No, that's force.
Okay, force is the manifestation of those rights.
No.
Then why is there force there then?
You can use.
Why is there force there then?
I'm telling you the distinction. You could use force without rights, right?
Sure.
Okay, so force is force. You're saying, well, no, there's proof of rights because there's force. I can point to places where they use force and there's no rights. So you can't point to
that
force.
That has nothing to do with what I said.
I just asked you
the specific. Oh my God! You're asking about how do we know that rights exist, and I am saying
I asked for evidence.
The evidence that the rights exist is the force that is used to back them up. Just because force exists outside of rights doesn't mean rights aren't a thing.
Tell me, okay. There's two places.
You disagree with that?
No, yeah, I disagree.
Okay.
There's two places that use force. One doesn't believe in rights and one does. They both just use force for the same exact things.
Okay.
Tell me how you determine one place has rights and the other doesn't.
The government, the society, the culture.
That doesn't tell me anything. How do you
yes,
verify?
It does. What do you mean?
Exist?
You don't know the different. You don't know that in the UK that there's no right to free speech or right to the Second Amendment.
That's just force.
Why?
Okay,
that's not what I asked you.
Well, look, I'm asking. Dude, I didn't ask for evidence that force exists. I agree force exists.
I know that. I am telling you
dude,
that
stop interrupting me.
Oh my God. You just go ahead. It's
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hold on. This is gonna. So I'm hearing what Jimbob's asking you. He's asking you, right? Is if the concept of rights is a rational belief, why is the concept of God not a rational belief?
It's an interesting conversation.
Does that make it easier for you to understand what he's saying?
So, is that what you're asking? Why is one belief rational and the other is not?
You said it's rational to deny God's existence because of the lack of evidence, and I asked you, why do you affirm rights if there's no physical evidence for rights?
And again, I disagree with the notion that I think that the force we see and the processes that we see are the evidence that those rights exist. When those rights are infringed upon, then we see the force being implemented to address that. That doesn't mean that all force must be connected to rights.
Okay. So again, you're pointing to men with guns doing things. Okay. Right. You're saying, well, men with guns doing stuff is proof that rights, the concept exists. And I go, where? They're just men with guns doing stuff. So if there's two groups of societies, and they're both doing the same exact thing, men with guns doing stuff, you haven't told me how one.
Okay, can I ask you a question that maybe it will help me answer?
You just interrupt right before I ask you a question.
I'm honestly trying to get this on the rails. If I ask you a question, you can answer and then show me how that applies to what I'm saying. Is that fair?
Is it fair for you to not answer my question and ask me?
I'm trying to answer your question based on my understanding. I get it. You're a smart guy. You know this stuff better.
What do you think my question is?
I don't know yet. That's why I'm trying to ask a simple
question. Maybe I can help build this. I have a different way. Maybe I can help build this. TheIndianJesus, do the Crusades give you physical evidence that God exists?
No.
What? Okay.
So this is what he's comparing it. Like the force of the Crusades doesn't mean that God exists, just like the force of the law doesn't mean that rights exist. That's what he's trying to build here for you.
Yeah. Would you say
that doesn't follow that? This
it does. It follows the same.
How is we're seeing a direct effect? We're seeing a direct effect.
Yeah, the Crusades are a direct effect
of what?
Of the belief in God.
Oh my God.
Are the Crusades a direct effect of the belief in God?
Yeah, but it's not the only. I'm talking about a one-to-one, a direct causal factor. There was other cultural factors. Okay. There were other things, just like I said with the rights. But in this case, we have a metaphysical, supernatural, whatever you want to call it, claim that is built in.
Are rights metaphysical?
Yeah.
So they're not material, right?
No.
Okay. On what basis should an atheist believe rights exist?
Depends on what their political philosophy is.
Are you an atheist tonight?
Yep.
On what basis should you hold that rights exist by your own epistemic system?
Libertarian utilitarianism.
No. Rights themselves, like, do they have an actual ontology or are they illusory?
I'd probably say they're illusory. I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but...
Okay, illusory meaning they don't actually exist, just the concept that's acted on exists.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So if you just believe that rights don't actually exist and they're illusory, but the actions on the illusory concept, those actions do exist, I agree with you, but you're still holding to an atheistic position, right? Is atheism rational? What I'm trying to draw out is you're saying it's rational to deny God's existence because of its immateriality and an illusory nature. I'm saying your belief in rights should be just as irrational by the same token.
Okay, so then if you're going to make the comparison to rights, can you then prove? Are you saying that rights don't exist, or you're saying rights do exist?
I'm saying rights don't exist. And the only concept we have of rights would be tied to a Christian paradigm anyway, which would be more aligned with like an entitled position based on your duties. Like even biblically, the term rights really points to the status of man in the world. For instance, we are stewards of the land and animals, right? From that position, I would colloquially grant the term rights, but I wouldn't use it in the Enlightenment way. I wouldn't say you just have an entitlement, which is another problem with atheism, which is most atheists actually appeal to rights. They're always whining about rights.
Yeah, but that's leftism. That's not atheism.
I understand, but they're mostly atheists, though. So
okay, but it's that again.
I'm saying there's
okay, fine, but we're getting away from the rationality part of that.
Okay.
Again, you're saying it's wrong.
How does atheism, let's go to that. Rationality. How does atheism account for rationality itself?
It doesn't. It's not that it doesn't claim to.
Yeah, I know. So atheism doesn't
It's like saying how does being a dog owner account for the basis of reality? Listen, I've been listening, bro. Jesus Christ.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Okay.
If atheism, by your own admission, doesn't account for rationality, How is it you can hold a position about God's existence being rational or not if you don't even know what it means to be? You can't even account for rationality. What is rationality under an atheist view? What is it?
Again, I don't know what you mean by an atheist view. I'm taking on your definition of this must be a affirmative belief, but I don't buy into that. I don't believe that is. I don't know what that is.
Let me help you. If rationality,
leftist or whatever.
If rational means in accordance with reason and logic, do you agree with that definition?
I'm sorry, I was reading the super chat. Could you say that again, please?
Rational meaning based on or in accordance with reason and logic. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if an atheist says, I agree with reason and logic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, under a non-God view, isn't it fair for someone to ask, how does atheism account for reason and logic?
I guess it would be a fair question, but I mean, again, depending on the other aspects of your belief system, it would be a different answer. So I can give you my answer for me, but I can't tell you what another random strong atheist is going to think.
Okay,
you're trying again. I'm giving you all this grace by moving this into the tiny little corner so that you can have your debate because you're unwilling to have a real conversation. But really? I can't answer what every other atheist thinks. This comes back to the same thing of you not understanding that all these things you're talking about leftism, you're talking about wokeism, you're talking about feminism, you're talking about hedonism, you're talking about all these things.
About wokeism.
But that's what I know you didn't say anything about them because you're calling it atheism. You're calling it atheism. All these bad things. All you're saying.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about bad things. I'm not
saying that you said those words. I'm saying what you are talking about. Not really, because I remember that doesn't have to do with the prompt.
It does. If the prompt is atheism rational, you said it's fair to ask, well, under the view that you're holding, in this case, you are the atheist, you, Indian, I want to know from you how your particular atheistic view, which is to say, I'm not sure about God's existence, how do you account for reason and logic? What is it under your paradigm? What is it?
So I mean, it depends on, we start with Cartesian logic and build from there.
No. I didn't ask what you start with. What is the ontology of reason and logic? Like, what do you think it's mechanical? Do you think it's like,
I don't know.
You think
I'm agnostic.
Oh, you're agnostic. So do you think that you're a biological machine strictly, or do you hold a spiritual belief?
Yeah.
You do hold a spiritual belief.
Yeah. I don't know how to define it, but yeah, sure. I believe there's something.
Okay. Do you think it's irrational to deny a spiritual aspect of your existence?
Do I think it's irrational to deny? Yeah. That's probably, I would say so.
Okay. Would you agree that there's a hardline atheist position that even if you're not holding tonight, there's a hardline atheist position that would deny anything like spiritual, because that would be supernatural, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's specifically why my whole opening was about not that tiny piece of atheism, because I agree that is not my belief, and that also is not rational.
Okay, then what separates you from the hardline atheists on the threshold then? How do you know you're at a 6 or a 7 or a 4 or a 10 or whatever? How do you know that?
Because I am, as you saw from the last time I was here, I am open to the existence of God, the ethics of God. I don't have, I went through a militant atheist phase when, I was young and stuff, but, you grow up and you learn that, secular humanism doesn't work. And unfortunately, Christianity is the best we have. And so
okay, that's fair enough. So if you yourself, instead of tearing apart the hardline atheists, which that sounds like that's easy enough for both of us to do, and you hold a spiritual position, you're going to separate yourself from all the atheists who think you're crazy for holding an experiential conclusion of spirituality.
Now you're getting it. I'm not like them. I'm the
Yeah, I understand, but you did agree to the atheist, but I'm fine moving off of that because it doesn't sound like you don't even defend that.
Right. That's what no, I don't. That's what I said in my opening. Okay. And then you decided for the last 30 minutes that we need to stay on this specific type of hardline atheism because that's the only type of atheist that you want to talk about, even though other types of atheists exist, but you want to address that.
Okay, that's fine. No, I'm fine moving away as long as we knocked out that. What did we knock out the 10 out of 10 and the 9 out of 10 atheists, or did we go to 8? Are you at 7? Are you at 6? Where are you?
Out of the 7, I'm probably a 5.
Okay, 5. So you're not even like you're like moving away.
Yeah.
Do you think it's rational to move away from atheism?
Yeah, I mean, depending on the type of atheism and depending on the reality of. Depending on reality, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we agree. It's
like I said, you might convert me by the end of this debate. I am totally open to it.
I did.
No, you just knocked down the atheist that I'm not.
I don't put too much weight on these, but I did 2 weeks ago have an image of you visiting Divine Liturgy. I'm just saying, I just thought of it. And I was like, whoa, that guy. Because I was really aggressive with you on a panel, but I actually was like, I like that guy. I think he's actually seeking for something, and he's laughing at these other materialists, so he understands.
Yes.
So I'm glad you're moving away from atheism. Okay. So if you're moving away from atheism, and I agree that's rational, at least we could agree there's some threshold, even if it's ambiguous, where atheism is irrational. But you're also saying a movement away from atheism seems to be rational.
Yeah.
So if a movement away
maybe
from
the truth is somewhere, between I believe in God and I believe there's no God, like an agnostic atheist would think.
I wonder, though, if that's a true dichotomy, because what could you call in the middle? Because I hold a different view. If you believe
in the middle of what?
Like truth being in the middle, what I mean by that is if you hold a hard atheist view, you actually believe that truth is like in flux and that it's kind of built up from humans from the bottom up.
Well, again, that's a different philosophy that a lot of atheists may hold.
I understand, but generally speaking, I've doing this for years, and they hold to. I actually believe a true dichotomy. I believe that there's only two options: either epistemology, knowledge itself, is theonomous, which is to say it has always existed, and you and I, through processes, through experience and logic and reasoning, are discovering it, versus autonomous, which is that we're fabricating it. We're just making up a story about truth, and we're filling in the gap of time called our life, trying to pretend we're arguing for something, but really we're under the impression that it's not actually real. I hold that it's actually real. And so if you agree with me that we're discovering truth, this is one step forward to God existing. Because if you're discovering truth, is it fair to say if you discover something, it means it existed in a way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So
this is why, if I may, this is why I am not, I put in the thing with my opening about a deistic God, about the first cause, or the truth that connects us all, or that is a different thing than Yahweh of the Bible, and that may very well exist. I don't think that we as humanity, or me personally, have access to that right now, but I don't think that it's impossible that we could one day discover, there is something.
Okay, cool. But if there was a God, and it was a being God, a personal God, it would make sense that God would reveal truth to us. Because in the same sense, an atheist would say, well, if God exists, this bad thing wouldn't happen. You would say, well, if God exists, certainly it wouldn't be unreasonable, let's say, for him to not make it known. Wouldn't that be fair? Like, make himself known if God existed.
Yeah,
we could certainly expect him.
Yeah, that's a very core part of my atheism. Is I believe in divine hiddenness, and I think that if there is a God, that he would show himself to people. So the fact that someone like myself, who was born in the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church, was a full believer until I actually sat down and read the Bible and learned about other types of philosophy, then after my militant atheist phase, I genuinely, and still to this day, tried to come back to what is the truth, regardless of what I believe right now, or yesterday, or any other thing. So
did you pursue orthodoxy at all, or you just went with Catholicism and that other thing?
Yeah, just Catholicism, and then
is there any reason you're obviously around and you're drawn to Orthodox spaces, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm attracted to the political message that you guys are putting out, and that's why I think that even though there's no way that anybody's going to see that I win this debate, but I think it's an important discussion because I think that you guys are shooting yourselves in the foot, and instead of just lumping in the leftist with the and all that with atheists, that there can be a better way forward where the cool atheist, the good atheist, the based atheist, whatever the fuck you want to call it, can be part of the club, and we are going to have a much better time speaking to people who are center left than you guys are.
I'm saying ultimately that goal from your position, I'm going to go ahead and challenge you. If you think that's a good thing, I'm going to say you don't have a fully exhaustive worldview to say why that's a good thing, right?
To say what's a good thing that
we should sort of like compromise and pull even center people who are a little more reasonable than the blue hairs into our umbrella and say we're moving toward this, right? From my position, you have to be pretty strong with the position. You have to say it's orthodoxy or nothing. And so what I'd like to hold people to is like, if you have this concept of conservatism, but you have a very weak, let's say, foundation for like lower C Christianity, the reason that I would say that you didn't adopt into the other forms of Christianity that you pursued is because they end up being too weak for you. Weak stances.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. So if you agree with that,
so then let's take that then. So let's say, especially the Methodist Church, because number one, I was younger when I was in the Catholic Church, and I was in like 8th grade, and then we moved over to a Methodist church, and that was ironically, even though there was a weaker church, I got way more into things because it wasn't about, it was just about come and hang out and stuff. And so let's say that I grew up in that Methodist church. And the whole time I had all of these doubts about God, and they're just like keep coming back. And at that point, I just was going involved, and I just was not convinced. How then would that be?
Why? Because you're like me. Well, no, it's not. No, that was rational.
That wouldn't be. That would be rational.
It was rational.
There we go. Thank you.
No, but that's actually, we are the first to say all of those heterodox places, we call them atheist factories. We would grant that to you.
Okay, but again, so then those people would be atheists and they would have a rational position. So it can't be the case that being an atheist is an irrational position.
No. It's rational for particular instances for people who look at, let's say, heterodox Protestantism and all the rest.
I think that's the debate, homie. I think that's the debate, homie.
No, it's not. To say that some atheist on a particular position instance can
rational doesn't mean that it's
no. I didn't say atheists can't be rational. I said the position itself. For instance, there's a problem here. If an atheist pursues Christianity, for instance, the atheist godless position doesn't actually have a reason to pursue what they're investigating. That's not rational.
Okay, agreed.
So if an atheist comes along and they go, well, I have a spiritual reality to myself, and I want to figure out what the proper paradigm for this spiritual experience is, because I reject materialism. I reject that I'm just a cog in a machine. I reject that there's no purpose to this. That's not consistent with my experience. They want to find something, right? I'm saying holding an atheistic position doesn't give you any reason why you should pursue that inclination at all. It doesn't give you a reason for it.
Right,
it's
but there's
teleological.
Right, but from that point, I agree with you that atheism doesn't give that to you. But the point that I think you're missing is that you can be an atheist, and even though the atheism doesn't give that to you, you can buy into other philosophies that would.
Not atheism. Like I said,
how are those? Not all philosophies are based on God.
I understand, but a movement away from atheism would be the start. So we both are.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I. No. That's not what I said.
No. This is what you're saying. You're saying this is what I'm saying. If someone's an atheist, they have no reason to pursue the truth.
You cannot make that statement. You don't know what other
Tell
beliefs
me
those people.
any.
I don't.
Yeah, no, tell me any
This
reason.
is what I'm telling you, brother. The atheism doesn't. This is like saying the dog owner's perspective on tax evasion. What's the dog owner's perspective on tax evasion?
No. That's an opinion. We're not talking about opinions. We're talking about a standard for truth, right? So look, I'll make it simple for you.
The analogy I'm making is that you're making the same mistake there. The reason why it doesn't make sense, that question doesn't make sense, is the same reason why your question here doesn't make sense.
Is the truth of the matter opinion based or is it objective?
It's objective.
Okay. If the atheist, I don't care who you are, you or any other atheist, what I'm saying is that the worldview without a God cannot justify truth itself. They have no absolute standard for truth. Is it rational for someone who has no absolute standard for truth to pursue truth?
Probably not. But again, I disagree with the notion that because you are an atheist, you can't have a basis for truth.
Good. Give me a counterexample of how you would determine that, because you can't.
I mean, again, off the top of my head, I don't know. But are you claiming there's wait? Are you claiming there's no schools of thought that do not include a God?
No, you cannot ground absolute truth because of the nature.
I know you believe that. The question is, are there any philosophies that exist? Just because I can't name it off the top of my head.
I'm trying to answer you. It's a disjunctive syllogism. You can't, there's no other non-God views, right? There's no non-God view that can ground absolute truth because of what the nature of truth actually is. You and I agree, right, that truth would be at least conceptual in this conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not found in nature. It's not, you can't pick it up in the wilderness, right? There's no object called truth you can hold, right? Pick it up, weigh it, right?
No, it's just that which is in accordance with reality.
Right, but is it absolute and universal?
I don't know.
Well, to say no would be a contradiction. So do you agree that if it's a contradiction to say truth isn't universal would be to say a universal statement about truth?
Okay. When you put it, yeah, because just to clarify, there's different things that may be true now. That doesn't mean it was always true. But if we're saying the truth itself, then yes.
Even in that case, if we were wrong about something, when we're right about it and we come to higher resolution, we're actually discovering something in higher resolution, what we call the truth, right? So if truth is conceptual and absolute and universal, and I agree with you for the sake of this debate, isn't it the case that concepts are habitually tied to a mind?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not that big of a leap to say if truth is absolute and conceptual and concepts are tied to a mind, if humans discover truth and it has some type of existence for us to discover, then it has to exist in a type of mind for us to discover it. So a theistic view, even generally speaking, would say, well, like a divine conceptual view would be human beings have the capacity through their experience and their metaphysics and philosophy to discover something called truth. But to discover it necessitates that it existed before us. If you and me agree with that, any atheist, they might even bite the bullet on that premise. But once I skip to the conclusion that concepts are tied to a mind, they get really squirrely because they know that if truth is a concept from their view and it's universal and it precedes their own existence and all human minds, but it's mind dependent, they've necessitated a mind before them and they really don't like this.
Can you tell me more about that? I have not found an issue with people seeing that there can't be that you find atheists say that there can't be an independent mind?
Yeah, before humans.
I told you I ain't one of them. I told you I ain't like them.
I understand, but if you agree with me, I'm saying there's no way to agree with my syllogism and maintain a non-God position because the new definition, at least preliminary definition for God, would be this universal mind. So if there are things like logic, which we agree exist, information, knowledge, truth, propositions, universals, and the rest, and these exist not like trees. You and I are on the same page. They don't exist.
Yeah, but that's
like
not
trees.
A theistic God. That's a deistic.
Well, hold on. hold on. Yeah. Even if you started deistic, like really vague,
right,
it still necessitates a mind. And so even if I got you or anyone else to at least step away from a non-mind preceding us, then the question is, who is this mind? Who is it? Isn't that fair?
Yeah. Good question.
So that would mean if it was fair to pursue a who is this universal mind? Now we're into another level, which is truth is grounded in a person, of actual being, a being, not a tree, not a rock, not the universe, not floaty stuff, an actual being.
Why is that? Why does that necessitate that?
Because concepts are associated with a mind,
right?
And what we know of minds is that they're associated with being.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
So then, look, I'm not going to push you any further on this. I invite you, because you explored these other things, and I give you good reason. I agree with you. You probably have good reason to reject Methodist and Roman Catholicism and a lot of other things you could look at, especially in the West. My invitation to you is perhaps your pursuit of knowledge is drawing you to Orthodox people like me or Andrew or the rest, and you're interested. You're actually interested in this topic.
I've been interested long before you guys are around.
I understand, but you're more interested because we're pushing it. The rest of the people are talking about stuff you're not interested in.
If it was the case that I was like, oh, the orthodoxy of this, I would have no problems.
Will you go to liturgy?
What is that?
Go to Divine Liturgy, please. Go to Eastern Orthodox Church.
Experience is that a website or when? I don't know.
It's a church.
Okay.
Go to your nearest. I don't know where you are. I don't have to dox you. Go to your nearest Eastern Orthodox church. Rokar. It could be Greek Orthodox. Go experience a Divine Liturgy. Right from your point of inquiry, you're moving away from atheism, and you have every reason to do that. It's the hardest.
Moving away from atheism.
What's that?
I didn't say I was moving away from atheism.
Well, no, you said moving away from atheism. You said moving away from hard atheism is rational. I'm just asking you to keep going.
Again, fair, but it's just a matter of this. You're the million and first person to say, oh, well, you just got to do this, and
not just no. It's not going to be easy, dude. That's the other part.
I understand that. I understand.
I think men.
If you can give me the grace, if you can give me the grace of understanding the gravity of what you just told me.
Yes. Okay.
I understand. You are the million and
it is not a fix.
Tell me.
No, I promise you, it is not a fix. In fact, your life will get harder. But I hold the view that the thing that's so deteriorating the society that we're in, and maybe you can try to be charitable in my assessment of this. I think the missing element and the reason people are moving, especially men, toward traditionalism, isn't just because aesthetics or something that like is unmoved for thousands of years. Of course, that plays in, but what I'm pointing to is that men like you and me, we haven't been drawn into sacrifice and participation. We're not challenged. We're sitting pretty. And so we're all done with it. We're done with sitting pretty. And so we're doing all this philosophy and we're on panels. What I'm saying is the reason I'm pointing you in the direction of orthodoxy isn't just because I think it's true. I certainly don't believe it's going to be an easy fix, dude. It's not easy. It's not easy. I'm not going to ask just anybody at any point in time to do it.
I get that. What I am trying to say.
It's actually a compliment to invite you, actually, because it's
I appreciate that.
There are weak people who aren't actually trying to figure out the clusterfuck that is our reality right now, and you seem to be trying to do it. And so I'm going, cool. He's trying at least. He's not just going like, nihilism for the win. Like we need people with your mindset to keep pursuing, dude.
Yes, exactly. So, but so then I am in. If I were to do this in the best possible faith with all of everything that anyone could ask, and then I was still in the same position, how would that be irrational to say that I don't believe? Because again, a lot of people told me, the Catholic Church, this church, you go to that church, you read this, and so on and so on. And they all said, if you do this,
it would all depend on your reasoning. And I'm totally, whether it's on screen or off, you can hit me up. If you go to an Orthodox experience and go to a Divine Liturgy and you go, you know what, there's something there, I just don't know what it is. Like, I'd be happy with that. I wouldn't even lay anything else on you. I'd just say, yeah, dude, just keep going. I would ask you, when you hit a bump, I would take you as a case by case. I would say, what's the bump, bro? Like, it wouldn't even be a debate forum. It would be DMs or a phone call. I'd be like, what's the bump?
Okay, so it would be the basic truth claims, the basic truth claims. I think the ethics, all that stuff. But when it comes to things like the resurrection, things like the existence of a temporal God, all that kind of stuff, I can't buy into that. Which is why I have such a great respect for Christian ethics, but not specifically the truth claims of Christianity.
Let's go there. Let's see if that's rational. So I'm going to ask you, what's the standard, the criterion you're using to determine that, let's say, for instance, if God existed, he not only wouldn't or couldn't condescend as human, but couldn't resurrect. Is you just holding to a naturalism position? Is that what okay. And so naturalism is your new standard for what is possible and not possible, right?
In this context, yeah.
Okay. And would you say what you're determining is possible and not possible, being strictly naturalistic, you're relying on induction, right?
Sure. Like again, just to be clear, I'm not saying that that I couldn't believe in these things. I'm just saying that currently I don't accept them.
Okay, they would be constituted as miracles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're saying I don't believe in miracles because my go-to standard for what's true and false is naturalism, right?
More or less.
Okay. Would you say that a miracle under that view would be defined as something that the regular laws of logic, like anything that exists or occurs, that the regular laws of physics, not logic.
Yeah.
Anything that occurs in the world that the regular laws of physics can't explain, would you say that's miraculous?
It would depend. I would say the only reason I'm hesitating is because we don't have a full understanding.
I understand. You don't have all variables, right?
So, I mean, yeah, maybe I would use the word miraculous, but the first step when we see something that seems to break the laws of physics wouldn't be like, oh, wow, that's a miracle.
Yeah, but
the assumption would be, oh, there's a different law that applies.
I understand. That's fair. But what I'm asking you is a different question. If something definitionally, it actually couldn't be explained by the regularity of physics.
How would we determine that?
Well, hold on a second. Just stick with granting that there could be something that just couldn't be explained by the regularity of physics and nature.
Okay.
I can help you determine one thing that by your own view would be miraculous. So if we agree, I'm not saying something we don't understand yet. I'm saying that if there was something that existed that actually definitionally, logically couldn't be explained by the laws of physics and the regularity of nature, you would say that's a miracle, right?
So you're saying if it existed a possibility that we could know that something could happen, or rather that something couldn't
be
happen,
explained,
and
it know we know it couldn't be explained.
I guess, but you would need, in that hypothetical, you would need to be able to have a standard as to why it couldn't be explained.
Well, yeah, no, we could. We could reject rejecting an entailment would be a standard. Do you agree that we could come to truth not just by empirical analysis, but by negation or the impossibility of the contrary?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to give you one thing that exists, a phenomenon that exists in nature, because just keep in mind, what you determine is possible and isn't possible is given by the regularity of nature, that's unfolding in a regular way. And when something violates that, we go, there's got to be something fishy going on here, another law, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that the regularity itself, the way nature behaves, is something that can't be explained by that regularity. Do you agree? The regularity, like the way reality works, laws of physics, thermodynamics, gaseous law, and the rest, right?
Yeah.
There's a way in which the world operates, the universe operates.
What is it that you're saying can't be explained?
What I'm saying is that regularity can't be explained by the regularity.
Yeah, okay.
So now we have one thing that you could observe in reality that actually goes outside of the bounds of naturalistic explanations, because naturalistic explanations, you have to grant yourself regularity first. Then we can do also, I don't even deny naturalistic explanations, right? Very useful. But you can't do naturalistic explanations unless you grant yourself that the world is regular in a certain way.
Sure. Can I mean, we're running a little low on time. If I can ask you slightly kind of pivot a little bit. I think the atheism thing here, as you brought up rights before, I think love is another instance where I would prefer. So if you've never been in love, then why would it be irrational for somebody to think that love doesn't exist?
Well, that's a good question. I think if you don't have a reference for what love is, you need to be taught love, right? So, I mean, a Christian paradigm has an account for teaching love, but I think the atheist is in a worse position because a lot of times they're not like you. They're holding to a materialistic. They'd actually say, and you probably met them.
No, but the irrationality part of it.
Well, no, they would say that love is a chemical reaction. You've heard this before, right?
Yep.
You don't believe that, right?
I mean, it's not a chemical reaction. I think there's more to it, but oxytocin and touch are real.
Right. But let's say it was, though. Let's just try to get into the purely naturalistic view. Because keep in mind, you're rejecting supernatural claims on the basis of naturalism, but you accept things like love. So it's interesting that you, and I'm glad you do, accept things like love can't be reduced to materialism, but you also negate that someone could resurrect. But the thing is, you accept that love, I would say from a purely atheistic view, love itself would transcend nature. It couldn't be identical to items in the world. Couldn't be identical to matter itself. Like you just said, there might be a chemical aspect to it, but
why is that different than God then?
Well, because I'm saying that what you're now assuming, which I am glad you assume, because I think it's irrational to try to refute it, is that reality itself for you and I and everyone else is composed of material, and there's an immaterial reality to our existence.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So if there's an immaterial reality to our existence that's not identical to matter, according to a strict naturalist, at least, this is already above nature. This is not found in nature. Love, even information, something they could actually grasp, information, that, according to that paradigm, is actually supernatural. It doesn't exist in nature. It doesn't exist in any Cartesian location, information. So that's why I ask people like yourself who are on the fence, if you agree information exists and minds exist and concepts exist, but they don't exist like trees or apples or these things, I always ask the person in your position, in what way do they exist? What's the way? Because an apple exists material. We can hold an apple, bite an apple, right?
So even if we're going to say tangentially it exists in this whatever, I'm still not seeing how that answer is irrational. Because again, it's not about is it wrong, it's about is it rational.
Here's why it's irrational. It's irrational for an atheistic view because the thing you're pointing to, concepts, laws of logic, universals, particulars, words, meaning, math, minds, love, to their view, right? They assume these things exist, but they don't exist materially.
Who's they?
What I'm saying, just an atheistic view who denies God.
Some atheists sometimes somewhere. So it's not an entailment of atheism. It's not an entailment of atheism.
No, it is. It is. Because the denial of God, this is where it gets disjunctive, which is there's an either or. If you deny God...
Are we going back to your safe corner where we're only talking about strong atheism?
Listen, dude.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I'm trying to explain it. Any soft atheism, any view that denies or is not convinced by a God existing, I'm saying the things you're appealing to are not found in nature, and in their nature itself would be conceptual. So what I'm saying is it's irrational to be an atheist on any scale of the spectrum, because to be an atheist, you're still appealing to information, meaning, language, math, laws of logic, knowledge, information, minds. What I'm saying is to hold a non-God view is to hold a view that you just grant yourself what we call the transcendental category. And I'm saying it's not rational to ad hoc grant yourself a whole category that's not found in nature. It's not rational. You're just granting yourself that I'm saying it's ad hoc. Ad hoc is an actual fallacy. If we agree fallacies are not rational, ad hoc granting yourself axioms or these sort of a priori things without any justification, I'm saying that's irrational.
And I mean, fair. I think that when you talk about this specific definite I don't know, is ontological the right word? I don't fucking know. But you get into at that level, then there's definitely ways to define things in a certain way. So this means that, and that means that, and that means that. And I'm doing my best to follow what you're saying, but this obviously isn't a layman discussion. And so I'm what I'm arguing is that it's not crazy or insane for someone to be unconvinced of the claim. And
well,
I don't think
it is, and here's why. Do you agree being unconvinced of a claim would assume some sort of epistemic system to come to the position of unconvinced?
Yes. Do you agree that do you believe that? Do you agree that being atheist doesn't mean that you don't have that?
No, I'm saying you use it. The difference between using logic, I'm saying the real question is, can you justify the tool you're using? Because that's where it would be irrational. Because if an atheist came to a naturalistic claim or an empirical position that said God doesn't exist because I don't see evidence, or I don't think he would do these things, whatever the argument is, whatever their position they're going to come to is going to be downstream from a bunch of assumptions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying is the assumptions, once we check the assumptions, they don't have the same reason they're denying God's existence. They should deny all of the assumptions before them. Does that make sense?
Again, yes, that makes sense. But I think and maybe I'm splitting hairs, but I do think that you are still falling into incorrect and not illogical or irrational.
I would put them to, you have to say if something's correct, it would be logical, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's incorrect, we could say it's illogical because that's what we dictate as incorrect. What I'm saying is that the same.
So wait. Okay.
Listen,
so,
hold on. Let me.
Wait. That's a good point there. That's a good point there. So would you say that anyone who believes something that is not true is has an irrational belief?
Well, that's the thing in question. Not true assumes objective truth exists. That's what I'm calling.
Okay, so let's assume that objective truth exists. Is someone who believes or doesn't believe something that is true, or is they're irrational because they're wrong? So the only people who are rational agents are the people who have all the right answers all the time.
No, not like that. Let's look at the truth itself existing. If I asked an atheist, does truth exist? If they say yes, I'm telling you that by their own criterion, they're actually being irrational to say that. Truth exists. Why? I'll tell you why. Because if I ask an atheist, even yourself, does truth exist? And you say yes, I'm going to ask you, how does it exist? In what way does it exist? Because saying existence is an ontological statement and a metaphysical statement. So I'm going to question the atheist metaphysics and ontology and go, interesting. I also agree truth exists, but from your view, I'm having a hard time when you say truth exists. What's the way in which it exists? You have a guitar in the back, you have a couch that exists in a particular way. You and I as material beings, at least our bodies exist in a certain way. It's totally fair for me to ask the atheist if they believe truth exists. I'm going to ask them, cool. Now you're determining what's reasonable to believe in for its existence and what's unreasonable. I'm saying to deny God based on the empirical standard, I don't see evidence. I'm saying that's irrational from the atheist position because truth itself is immaterial and there's no evidence. You don't have physical evidence of truth. So they're assuming things they should deny. They should deny truth. When they do deny truth. They think they can breastfeed as a man. They think they can
breastfeed.
That's
leftism. That's not atheism.
It's an entailment.
We agree on that part. We hate the birthing people.
You're being reasonable because you're moving away from atheism. That's why you're being reasonable.
I'm not moving away from atheism.
You are.
I'm moving away from an affirmative belief that God doesn't exist.
Good. That's away from
and maybe you're right. But either way, I still don't see how anything that you said comes down to being wrong versus being irrational. I think you were conflating the two. You kept conflating the two.
Because
the strong atheist. I agree with you. The strong atheist I agree with you that the strong atheist.
Okay. All right. We're gonna wrap up the open portion there. Thank you to both of you. Killing it tonight. All right. We're gonna get into the 5-minute closing statements. Just a reminder for the chat. There's a lot of super chats, so we're probably not going to get to the Q&A. But if you guys want to make sure your questions or comments get read, send it in super chat. and we'll make sure we read it for you guys in the Q&A portion. That's right after the closing. So with the closings, Indian Jesus, you have the first word. So you're going to have the first word for this closing, and then that gives Jimbob the last word. That's usually the way I do it, kind of balances it out. You know what I mean? So again, thank you both for being here. And Indian Jesus, whenever you're ready, I will start up the timer with your voice.
Yeah, so most of this time I was being charitable because Jimbob wouldn't stick on the spectrum of atheism that the word actually means, and whenever we came to a point of rationality, then he jumped back to the strong atheist is, well, that's all of them. It wasn't until the last 10 minutes or so where we actually got into discussions of other types of atheism and where that rationality is. And, he said a lot of stuff, and I'm sure a lot of it is correct, but I don't think that at the end of the day, when we are discussing these things, there is a strong difference in that which is illogical and that which is incorrect. And I think he is conflating the two, hopefully not on purpose, but you never know. You never know. Again, I was here to defend the notion that I don't know, but I am unconvinced is a rational position. And I didn't really hear very many arguments, again, outside of the strong atheist. Again, a lot of that stuff with the atheist perspective and all that stuff, unless you're specifically talking about the strong atheist on the topic of God, there is no such thing as the atheist perspective, and so that's just another way to smuggle in other things. Irrational is not or incorrect does not mean irrational. Atheist is, well, we got past that. And I think with anytime you hear somebody say the atheist perspective on something that isn't a theistic God, just switch that with the dog owner's perspective on and see if it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then it's the same thing for atheism. Atheism is a position. It answers one question. Do you believe in God? Nothing else. It is not a worldview. It is not an ideology. All these other things come from other places. So it's not that if you are an atheist, you don't have a worldview. It is that your worldview comes from somewhere other than the claim of atheism. Thank you both, and I'll consume my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Jimbob. And Jimbob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. No, thank you so much. It was a fun conversation and debate. The question of whether atheism is rational, it doesn't matter if you're the hardline 10 out of 10 atheism or even the close to theism or Christianity too. The problem is an atheist, like my opponent, thinks that their belief or disbelief in God is somehow neutral. It's not, because you're assuming a bunch of things already to come to that conclusion. You have an epistemic system. You believe that you're that you're a thinker, that you have a mind, that reason exists, that logic exists, that the world operates a certain way. You believe in information and meaning and mathematics, and you think about all of these things. You think you're an agent in the world and there's an external world. These are all metaphysical claims. So when an atheist says, look, atheism is totally rational, it's just an isolated position on an isolated topic. It's not. I demonstrated tonight, you can't come to a position on atheism, soft or hard, without assuming a bunch of things beforehand. And so what I demonstrated, and this is always the case, the reasons people deny God, evidentialism, God shouldn't do these things, these are not rational positions. If you hold the position that God doesn't exist, or you don't have a belief in God exists, whether it's hard or soft of a claim, you're actually using most of the time an evidential position, which is to say, well, there's no evidence for it. This is the Matt Dillahunty approach, right? The problem is there's no evidence physically of truth. There's no evidence physically of the laws of logic. There's no evidence of knowledge. There's no evidence of information. There's no evidence physically of universals. There's no evidence of meaning and mathematics. There's a whole category of things there's no evidence for, and the atheist can't come to the position to deny God without assuming a bunch of things they should also deny. I demonstrated that that's an irrational position. You're denying this thing and you're accepting this whole slew of other things, but by the same standard, you should deny them because there's no evidence for those things. Rights was just a good example. He pointed to there's good evidence for rights because people use force. People use force in places that they don't care about rights, right? That would mean that there's evidence of God because I did something using force, right? That would follow. That's actually not rational either. What is rational is to go off of your experience, go off of what's in accordance with reason and logic, and going off of what's in accordance with reason and logic, it's included to ask a question.
He's so fucking slimy. He's so fucking slimy.
That's a fair question. My opponent, glory to God, admitted that's a fair question. So the atheist doesn't get away with getting to their conclusion without accounting for how they got there. That's what's in question. That's actually how we determine something's irrational. I showed tonight that you cannot hold an atheist position and come to conclusions without assuming beliefs exist. Is there any evidence for beliefs, right? If some atheist says, oh, no, I have a set of beliefs, I just don't have a belief in God. Well, you have a belief that beliefs exist, don't you? No, we can go super meta. My opponent, does he believe that beliefs exist? Well, I'm sorry, that's another conceptual category that's not found in nature. You can't find a belief. In fact, he should deny, an atheist who says, I don't have any evidence for God, therefore I don't believe in God, should deny beliefs. They don't exist in nature. You cannot hold them. You can't put them in a petri dish. These are universal, conceptual, not found in nature. And the argument, even the movement toward a God, even if it's a nebulous God, even if it's just a divine conceptual God, that's more reasonable than the denial of God or even a soft denial of God. So I don't care if you're on the spectrum. Honestly, this whole spectrum shit has really got out of hand. Every time someone doesn't want a strong position, they have no convictions, they develop a spectrum and they say, well, it's blurry. I don't have a position. There's a 10. There's a 10 out of 10 autism, and there's a 3 out of 10. There's a 10 out of 10 I'm a man, and there's a 3 out of 10 I'm a man. Everything gets relative, right? And I didn't even push on relativism. All atheism reduces to relativism. Here's why. I don't care if you're soft atheism like he is or a hard atheism. The reason it reduces to relativism is because atheism, whether you're a 10 out of 10, Dillahunty, or a 5, glory to God, maybe a 2 out of 10, TheIndianJesus will come around and find orthodoxy. The reason it leads to relativism is because they don't have an absolute standard for truth, which makes arguing for God's existence irrelevant because they don't have an absolute standard for truth. And yet here they are affirming that truth exists. And I go, where? Nowhere.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to get over into the Q&A, the 30-minute Q&A. Just a quick reminder for everybody in the chat one more time. I see a lot of super chats here, so it's gonna most likely run through the time. But if you want to make sure you get your question read, send in a super chat, and then
I'll read this in the break.
The Q&A, we're going to be doing open panel, chaos and chill. Are both of you staying for the open panel as well?
Yeah, I'll be for a while at least. Yeah,
I
just refilled, so we good.
Yeah, so after that, we're going to be doing the open panel. So prepare your questions for that too, if you want to come up and question it yourself. All right. So let me. I usually start with a question of my own for both sides. So my question for. So we're going to start with Lutch's side. If you're uncertain about God's existence, what would make the negative conclusion there is no God the more rational position than simply suspending your judgment?
That's it. Well, that's what agnostic atheism is. It's suspending judgment, saying I am unconvinced. I don't know. I'm not on this side or that side. So, on the question of what would convince me, It's a cliche. I don't know, but God does. So if he exists, he knows exactly how to find me, and I'm definitely searching. So,
well, so that's why I'm asking the question though, because like the debate was like for atheists. So like I'm asking you to defend why atheism is rational.
Because there's the evidence of the truth claims are we have evidence, but it's not anything that is beyond the realm of it must be convincing. There's a reason why many people are unconvinced, and I would say I didn't even get to bring this up, but so like Jimbob mentioned how I don't have the right to I don't remember what word you use, but the to believe in beliefs or argue beliefs or whatever. Even if I didn't, that wouldn't make it untrue, the arguments that I'm making. And so in the same way, I don't know how I don't know. That's unfortunately that's the answer. I don't know.
All right. Did you have something for that, Jimbob?
Yeah, I would say like if you have a belief, if you claim, right, I have a belief or I have a disbelief, you're arguing that there's a certain status for that thing you're referring to as a belief, right? You're also assuming there's a you, like a mind, that you're not a mechanical device, that you think about things. This has some active will in the matter. I'm saying from an atheistic view, whether a 10 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10 in softness or hardness, it's totally fair and you should pursue this. You should pursue the question, well, I'm not going to deny the existence that I have a belief, and you shouldn't. But you should at least press yourself and ask the question, okay, under my view currently, agnostic atheist, what is a belief? Like, actually, what is it? What's the status of it? Is it just molecules in motion? Is it just an event? Like, do I have any control? Like, these are good questions you should ask. And I think you, being someone who claims to be in the pursuit of truth, I believe you will pursue this and you will find the answer.
All right, awesome. And then my question for your side, Jimbob, is so if the atheist position requires this certainty to be rational, with your worldview, do you meet the same standard, or does it have a different threshold of evidence for yourself?
It's less to do with certitude, because I would also admit from my worldview, humans can be wrong. We can be clouded in our conclusions, and our in orthodoxy, our nous, which is our metaphysical, which I really think TheIndianJesus would adopt to well, this distinction, the nous, that could be clouded with sin and all sorts of things. So it's less about certitude. It's more about, do you have a justification that truth is even something you can pursue at all? So it's a holistic view, SpeakeaZy. It's a good question, but it's less about unique particular stances and conclusions about things, because I also hold that you can come to truth in higher resolution over time. So it's not about certainty about your own propositions. It's more about whether or not there's certainty about the thing you're assuming. And I'm saying that if you're uncertain that truth even exists, then the pursuit of even particular claims is irrational. Like, why would you pursue truth if your overall worldview holds that you don't even have a standard for absolute truth? What is the case and not? What can be possible or not possible? You don't have access. So it's like an atheist pursuing truth is like freaking Ray Charles trying to beat his wife. He's never going to find her.
Shit. Did you have something for that, Lunch?
Yeah, I think this is just a false dichotomy. This allusion to, well, the spectrum is like, that's kind of just like a gay little. We're getting more specific about these beliefs, and I'm not changing anything. I'm not using the spectrum as a thing. I'm clearly a 5. That is a descriptive thing. I don't know how the notion that maybe atheism itself doesn't contain these philosophical properties, therefore an atheist agree to that.
All right. So let's get into the super chats. I got to scroll all the way up here. So with the ones that aren't questions, if you guys have anything you want to say to them, just stop me and we'll get through these here. So first, we got a few new members here on both sides. So we got Inward, new member. Thank you. Great name. Abby, new member. Thank you very much. We got Andre Lopez, new member as well. Oh, there it is. We got Red Fox, new member as well. Thank you to all of you. Box comes in. 10 minutes to rebut religion. I think Hitch had something to say about that.
Shout out to Hitch, R.I.P.
Then we got Marcus.
Hitch, I wanted to say something on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Christopher Hitchens actually didn't have good arguments. If you look at Alex O'Connor, he did a pretty rigorous review of it. And Hitchens was really likable and really good at rhetoric. He was really good at that. He's very likable. He was really funny, well-spoken. But if you really type out his arguments in a transcription form, he had no arguments. It was great.
Projection!
But he was a shit debater.
Base, I like it. $5 comes in from Marcus Antonio Latch. I like it. Thank you. Mrs. D, member for 6 months. Jimbob is a poofta Jake Rattlesnake. And thank you, Mrs. D. $10 come in from Alter Void. Oh, shit. Jimbob has the shoulders out today. I seen a lot of love for the shoulders out today. $10 comes in from Draco. Holy cow, those some wide shoulders. See, there's more love for the shoulders. $5 from Christopher Scott comes in. Holy cow, I didn't know Vagine had a brother.
Thank you. Come again.
Alter Void for $10 comes in and says shoulders has him rattled. $5 from the Cheap Chimp says yes, sir. Thank you to Cheap Chimp. X-Type Gaming comes in for $5. Doesn't say anything. Just wants to support.
Thank you so very much, sir.
$2 comes in from Ericata. I need him to bring up Matt Dillamonkey as a source.
Nah, I'm good with that.
I've had talks with Lutch before, and I don't think he really likes Matt Dillahunty much. So,
is that when you moved away? When people started saying like dudes could be women and vice versa, and you're like, wait a second, this is an attack on the universality of certain categories, right?
Yep.
It was like this is it, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, maybe not him specifically, but definitely he was before that point, the atheist experiences show was a really good tool for me to, understand things. And I actually used it because like my parents are very religious. And so like, I was just trying to explain like, who I am, what I was going through, all that stuff when it was happening. And the conversations would just get out of control because, my parents are it's very close to them. And so I was able to use that show and be like, okay, so you see how that guy has really bad beliefs? I just think that about your beliefs too. It's a little bit easier. But then he married a tranny and, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Marcus Antonio for $5 says, why is he interrupting himself? I think that might have came in during, this was 9, so this was during one of the openings. Red Fox comes in for $10, says, since atheists don't like the concept of God, I'm curious how they respond to the postmodern subjective critique.
I don't have any problems with the concept of God. I just don't believe that it exists. So I'm curious how to respond to the postmodern subjective critique. What would specifically meaning like my preferences thing? Is that what this is?
Well, even more so that like, we're just kind of sort of inventing through language what reality is. Clearly you reject that, given that we just talked about Matt Dillahunty. He thinks he could just define. That's the irony, is he thinks he can define reality and make a man a woman just by thinking it. But he denies that, like, if we used his standard, a Christian could just invent God and invent the same world, and it just includes God, and it's just as rational. You're just like speaking it into existence. Be like, well, I declare that this exists, that something's that's otherwise not the case is the case. And that's where, honestly, that's where a lot of this stuff leads to. And I do think it's an entailment of atheism. You don't think so? Maybe this isn't the night where you're convinced, perhaps, but one day I think you will see that these things have entailments and they find their conclusion. And what I'm saying is the conclusion is, if you're an atheist at whatever spectrum, a 2 or a 10, because you don't have an absolute standard for truth, you can't actually ground universals like a man is a man and a woman is a woman. And so the movement for atheism necessarily moves to the denial of universals. And so it's to the Christians, we're actually not surprised that all of the atheistic progressives who started hardcore atheism and ran with it, we're not surprised that they come to really insane conclusions. You're surprised, but you still have some time to piece together how you can't really separate these things. Absolute truth, there's a man and a woman. That's part of absolute truth, right? Well, that needs to be grounded. You know, if you could change that based on evolving or nature and all these tweaking, then you think that you can violate the law of identity. And I don't think you hold that you can violate the law of identity. So you're on the right track.
Yeah, but I still believe that and again, maybe I'm wrong, but to a certain level, I still think that without proof of what God actually is, whether or not there is a God, even if you want to say that God is necessary, without knowing what that God is, then I think it's just whatever.
That's right. And I invited you to go see who God is. Are you going to accept my invitation?
Yeah.
I mean, you've looked at everything else. You might as well listen to old Jimbob here and go check out a divine liturgy, right?
Yeah. I didn't get an answer on what happens when I go and I keep my mind and heart open.
We'll pass that. We'll pass that bridge when it comes up. Okay.
A little bit of a cop out, but fair enough.
No, it's not. Why skip to the future? I don't want to put, look, I don't want to put other things into the space. If you can go experience it exactly where you are right now, mentally, spiritually, I'm not going to add in stuff, right? There's no point. That's the future. I just want you to go into the door, right? You know what I mean? I just want you to get in the door.
Fair enough.
Based.
Okay.
$5 comes in from Von Holowicki. I probably butchered that last part. He sounds like Stephen Hawking on 2-speed. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Another $5 comes in from Smalls and says, it's like Russell Brand if he was from New Delhi.
I get that all the time. I get Russell Brand. I get Indian Russell Brand, Indian Moist Critical, and Indian Jared Leto. I don't see it, but I'll take it.
That's good.
You're going to make a great Orthodox, dude. You're going to make a great Orthodox.
Project VOPod for $2 said, made by Jimbob. Let's fucking go. Oh, he wrote Jimbob. I read it wrong. Jake, asshole. Just kidding. Shout out Jake. John
That's all we can be, right?
Says this guy
wasn't winning anything.
Brains.
But like I said, this is a conversation we need to have.
The cheap chimp for $5 says, how does Jesus get his hair so shiny?
Conditioner, maybe.
Is there a technique for that?
Just regular ass suave conditioner.
Someone said pray for Indian Dave Grohl. That's pretty good. That's pretty accurate.
It's in the genes. It's in the I lost the joke, but I was gonna make a joke about the caste system and my genetics and that stuff.
All right.
We got if it all fails. There we go. Clutch those Google Play cards tight, Jimbob. He greasy.
Projection.
I get it now. At first I was not getting it, but now I get it. We got the $2 from Justin Henley. I think he was referring to me,
Sorry,
maybe,
it's a little
because
No,
I do
I-
say a lot.
I'm sure it was me. I say it a lot.
Oh,
When I
okay.
do the
You know what?
caption,
You probably say it more than me.
yeah.
so
When I do
good.
the captions on TikTok, it's like, God damn it. The you know, I mean,
The TikToks, yeah, just straight. Yeah,
Just cut it all out of
that's
all.
probably why I don't do that.
Yeah.
Who cares?
253 Monty became a new member. Shout out Monty. Justin Henley for another $5. Theism, belief in God or gods, adding a before words makes it not that a moral, not moral, asexual, no sexual.
There you
That
go.
was hard to read. Justin. All right, but I did it for you. Thanks. Thank you for the.
But he is
super
correct.
chat.
Amoral means without morals. Asexual means without sex. Just like a theist means without a belief in a god or gods. Good job.
All right. $5 from XB says Indian Jesus. Is it rational for an atheist to make moral claims with a worldview where all morals are subjective? Doesn't seem very logical.
I mean, it would depend on that specific person, because the morals aren't in atheism specifically. So it would be the other philosophies that you use. But let's say we're going with moral subjectivity. There's different realms. So I believe that we are in a realm where objective truth exists, but that truth doesn't necessarily need to exist outside of that realm. So it depends. I don't know. Again, it's not part of atheism. So you would have to ask each individual atheist.
Well, let me give an example. Would it be rational for someone to go out to dinner and they had a bad experience with the chicken, like it was a chicken, and instead of typing "this chicken wasn't so good, it was undercooked," they actually said this was an immoral chicken? Would that be rational?
No.
Okay. So what the question is a really good question, because if all things reduce to preferences, it's not actually rational for an atheist if they equate preferences to morality. It's not rational, because if you actually use the term, it would make sense to say the chicken was immoral tonight, but that doesn't make sense to us. It says, I don't like the chicken. I don't prefer the chicken. That makes sense in the review. But if an atheist is consistent, like the questioner says, the atheist actually shouldn't use the word moral, because they're actually just trying to sort of like obfuscate or make it like a jump between categories, what you prefer, and it's moral, like there's an evil or good component to it. Atheists are still drawn intuitively to making moral claims. Well, because I think Christianity is true, is that morality is actually written on a part of our existence that isn't just material. And you, glory to God, agree that there's a feature of humanity that's spiritual, that isn't just mechanical, where we do come to intuitions about morality that isn't strictly licorice doesn't taste good, therefore licorice is immoral.
Yeah.
Well, that's irrational, right? That's irrational.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying that if an atheist if atheist agrees that morals are subjective, then it would be equally accurate to say that the chicken was immoral. But
yes,
but then doesn't there's a way to break down the level of preference that one and maybe arbitrarily say my preferences within this level are amoral, but once I hate it this much, or once I love it this much, then that gets into morality.
Well, no, hold on. What if you really love Chuck E. Cheese more than anything? Would Chuck E. Cheese be morally good just because you loved it like the most out of everything?
No, but again, that just wouldn't reach the threshold.
Yeah,
so, I don't abide by that, so I'm just kind of trying to.
You're posing like a counter. But
I think that
let's take the system for a second. Like, let's look at it. You would agree, even though you're not holding this view. Let's just say that view is posited. You would have to ask the person, well, what's the symmetry breaker between all these things you kind of like licorice, coffee, ice cream? And then you're saying there's like this like increasing categorical distinction that suddenly at some point there's a threshold and you go, no, I don't like that and it's immoral, versus I don't like that because I just don't like peanut butter. But, to be fair, if someone said that, it would be fair for you or me to ask them, okay, how do you determine the threshold of where you like things, But when you really like things, then it's moral, or where you really don't like things, then it's immoral. I don't think they could give an answer.
I agree, but the thing is that I see I see religion kind of in the same way, that without the proof of God, then it's just I prefer this structure. So I agree with you.
Yeah, but dude, without the proof of like truth existing, you're gonna have to actually bite the bullet and say it's just what you prefer.
Yeah.
So you think truth is grounded in preferences then?
Yes.
That's rational?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's rational. Listen, it's rational to hold a view that truth is grounded in your preferences. So you don't actually have an argument against Matt Dillahunty because he prefers believing that a man is a woman. So it's actually rational what he's doing.
No, because again, we're talking about the different realms. We have a shared reality. In that shared reality, then whether a woman is a woman or a man is a man, that is a fact. That is not up for preferences.
Not if by your standard, if someone prefers otherwise, you just said preference can determine what's true.
No, I said according to them, they would say that. But I don't think inherently, because there is a level of subjectivity to morality, that means that everything is just up to whatever you think.
Right. Well, that means you agree with me that there would have to be an absolute standard for truth that needs to be grounded in something beyond human preference, right?
Right. And I don't think that exists.
So, well, no. Would God be that necessary thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, this is a key point. If you know, logically speaking, that the way to ground absolute truth necessitates a God, you just don't believe God exists, even though you just admitted that God logically would be necessary for all truth to be grounded in something.
No,
right?
I said if God exists and he was that come on, don't make the Sam Harris argument.
No.
Well, if I was right, then I would. If things were different, then I would be right.
No, do it in reverse. If absolute truth exists, would that necessitate God's existence?
No.
Okay. You have to tell me how it's no. I say it's not no. I say you can't ground absolute truth without God. Can you ground absolute truth without God?
Absolute no, but objective, yeah. And so again,
let's say objective. Let's just go with
okay,
objective.
but then we're on even ground then. So if I appeal to Aristotelian virtue ethics and you appeal to Christian ethics, then without
forget morality. Forget morality. Just truth itself.
Okay.
Truth being absolute, unchanging, and discoverable. You tell me how you can ground ontologically the existence of truth without God.
I don't know that truth I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Doesn't mean that I'm wrong. I just don't know the right answer.
Fair enough. Go to liturgy.
And I think I want to put just a tie bow on that. Like that is the whole idea here, is that it's a common thing where Christians will look at atheists and say, well, if it's not this, then what is it? And we haven't had 2,000 years of people talking about this and studying this and all that stuff. That's what I'm trying to start, is a something that we would agree is moral and just.
Wait, we haven't had 2,000 years of debate? Is that what you just said?
On a secular moral structure worldwide?
Well, no. You're saying that if we just give secularism some time to debate, then maybe we'll come out and with something fruitful or something, you're saying?
Yeah, if atheists start to accept that the reason that secular humanism doesn't work is because it doesn't have the driving factor that religion does, then we can. At least theoretically, it is possible that we can come up with something better.
Well, I'm saying that under secularism and atheism, there's no reason to say we should pursue that for 2,000 years.
What do you mean? There's
no
human flourishing, preferences. People like being alive. People like having society.
Preferences are all particulars. There's no reason why an atheist, to be an atheist or a secularist, there's no reason why they should get on board to pursue 2,000 years of uncovering philosophical.
They want to.
They want to.
They care about. They care. Yeah.
They want to. Yeah. So
all of it is your preferences. Your preferences versus my preferences versus third person's.
So then your standard for truth in the pursuit of truth is merely preference. That would say that whatever you came to a conclusion about in the regards of truth and philosophy over 2,000 years would just be a result of what you preferred to come to the conclusion to, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Right. That means subjectivism.
Same with you.
So is
Same with you.
subjectivism rational?
Yeah.
Really? If subjectivism is true, then there's no absolute standard for what's rational. So how could subjectivism be rational if it makes rationality itself completely subjective? How could you say that sentence? You can't.
Because again, we're talking about the different realms. We have a shared reality where there are things that are true and not true.
Is that subjective or objective? Is that objective or a subjective?
That's objective, but just like
so there is objective
yes,
truth.
so I'm saying, but that's not inherent to the universe. It's objective.
We're back to the problem of atheism and secularism. They want to assume objective truth exists. We ask them to define it. They say preferences. They just give us 2,000 years of debate led by our preferences. And I go, wait a second. If the truth of the matter is pursued based on preferences, and so are the conclusions. He says, yeah, there's no problem. I said, that's subjectivism. And then I go, so we're going to pursue rationality. If subjectivism is true, then rationality is all subjective too. There's no real thing called the truth or logical or anything, right? So
not inherent to
really
the universe,
good.
but based on our shared universe, there is. So like the game of chess.
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. The game of chess is a perfect example of this.
No. You just said there's nothing objectively true about the universe?
I don't know. I don't think so. But
really?
Again,
let's look. Hold on. No,
let me use the example, and then you just went on a whole fucking rant, bro. Can I talk? Am I part of this too, or is it the Jimbob show?
It's the Jimbob show mostly. So if it's the case that you just said you're not sure, and it's fine. It's a hard question, right, on the spot. But the thing is, I want you to get this. If you believe that the universe existed objectively in a very certain way and operated a very certain way before any of us
I'm just going to go back to chess when you're done.
That's fine. If you believe that there was a past where a universe objectively existed the way it does before we existed, then there is a true objective state of affairs of the universe. There is.
Okay. So again, we have the that may be true on one level, but that doesn't mean that it is inherent to the universe. And so again, as I was saying with chess, there are objective moves in chess that are better than other moves in chess. That doesn't mean that we didn't make up chess. That doesn't mean that the game of chess was a subjective concept that came out of a human mind and not inherent to the universe. So
wait a second.
I view morality in the same way.
I view morality in the same way. Does chess still follow absolute laws like logic?
Sure.
Okay. So is logic something you hold to be absolutely objective and not based on preferences?
As far as I know, but there again, okay. I don't know. Maybe there's situations where that doesn't hold true.
Well, to say it doesn't hold true is to appeal to that it is true, because logic itself would hold that you can't have one thing true and also false at the same time. So I would say because of the inability or the absurdity to the contrary, impossibility of the contrary, we would hold to the laws of logic, the classical laws. Truth itself is objective, invariant, and discoverable by human beings. And so if that's the case, what do you get? Honestly, let's just like change it to a more conversational for a second. What do you get out of holding to a subjective view?
I just believe that's what it is. It's not to gain. Just like with religion itself, being convinced of something is not a choice. I can't choose to believe in God any more than you could choose to be an atheist.
I understand, but can you choose to pursue deeper levels of truth?
Yeah.
Okay, so you reject that you're just a mechanical, biological device, right?
Yes, but in the tiniest way. Yes, I believe that consciousness.
Wait a second. Wait.
I believe that.
Why?
Because I believe that consciousness is something that is a significant part of that equation, but I don't know how much, and the rest of it.
Okay.
I'm pretty
Let me ask it in a different way.
I'm not a strict materialist or determinist, but more or less.
So maybe this will help you branch out where you draw the line out. A lot of materialists will just hold that you and I are basically mechanical biological devices unfolding deterministically. That is to say, everything I'm about to say and everything you're about to respond to is completely determined by strict materialism. We both reject that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you agree that we do have a mechanism and we're constrained by our mechanism, but we're not completely determined. We have a will in the matter.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a whole other conversation too. But again,
it's not actually off bounds.
For the purposes of the conversation, yes. I have issues with that, but for the purposes of the conversation, yes.
What scale of the autism atheist spectrum that you invoked, what scale can justify personhood and will?
None of them, because that's not part of what atheism does. It is the answer to one question. It is not a worldview. It is not an ideology. From the very beginning, you keep coming back to what atheism does. Yeah. We're gonna go back to the corner where it is a
that's right.
Well, then that's irrational. I agree that there is a part of atheists that are irrational, but being an atheist does not mean that you are
Here we got a lot of super chats still to get to here, and this is kind of talking on what you just said a minute ago there, Lutch.
John,
to be rational based on facts rather than emotions, and I remain unconvinced is a purely emotional response.
No, it's not
irrational for someone who likes to define worded. You really worded. I think they meant to say words. You really dropped the ball on that one.
No. How is it an emotional thing for my brain to be convinced? Again, if it's an emotional thing, then you should be able to very easily adjust that. And so I would then ask you if being convinced is just an emotion, then feel like you don't believe in God for real quick. Well, you can't, because that's not how that works. You are either convinced of something or you are not convinced of it. That is not an emotion at all.
Wait. So the thing he's kind of bringing into question, even if you didn't like the word emotion, let's swap emotion with chemical response, because it's the same thing under an atheist view. So being convinced of something, if that's just inputs and the output is, I believe this. If you believe that your beliefs are actually not have anything to do with your will, then they're strictly determined by mechanistic responses, input, output. I don't think you actually hold that, but you almost hold that. You're like kind of torn, it sounds like, between strict determinism.
I'm torn on a lot of things. I'm out here. I don't have no guidebook or anything. I'm just out here fucking doing my thing.
I told you, bro. I know you don't have a guidebook, but like everything you're doing and all, dude, but all the things you're asking and every way in which you're pursuing truth leads you to people like me who then go, please go over there, go to orthodoxy. And it's like, you
just
might
like
fight
the Christian said it, just like the Protestant said, just like everybody else said. And so we come back to everybody else is wrong, but I'm right. And so for me at this point to buy into that, I think that would be irrational.
Well, hold on. If something was true and it was narrowly true, wouldn't it follow that most things were not true?
Sure.
Okay. Well,
why would I have a reason to believe that you have the right version versus everybody else who's promised me that they have the right version?
You'd have to take a supernatural approach that your very willpower to pursue truth, your faith that even if there's an ambiguous God you don't know, if you have faith that your pursuit of truth is not a strictly empirical scientific one, but a spiritual one, do you believe that your pursuit of truth is a spiritual element, not just a empirical Gnostic sort of, I'm going to gain folder knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, you could just kind of grant yourself that, maybe you're being guided to truth. And part of being guided to truth is finding things you reject. That's not a contradiction, right?
I didn't say it was a contradiction. I said it was reasonable. It was not irrational for me to say that, everybody else has said this before.
Yeah, you're in a colander, dude. It's awesome. When you go through the eye of the needle, you have to find a lot of things you have to say no to. I think that's the beauty of it all, actually, is that you have to say no and reject more things than you accept.
Fair enough.
We got $2 coming in from Landon. Agnostic atheism is an oxymoron.
So that's not what oxymoron means. But again, as I explained, don't believe. It's right there.
You don't know if you don't believe.
No, I don't know if there is a God, and I believe in any particular gods.
Wait, if atheism is basically a knowledge claim that I hold that
no. It's not a truth claim.
Yes, it is. That's a truth claim. Like there are no gods. No, there are no gods.
That's what I'm saying. That's not my position.
I understand.
That's not the version of atheism that I'm using.
Hold on. If someone says there are no gods, are they an atheist or an agnostic?
If they make the affirmative claim that there are no gods, then they are not agnostic. They are saying that they know. They know, so they would be a Gnostic.
Okay, hold on. If you're an agnostic atheist, you're saying you're agnostic about the affirmative. There are no gods.
Yeah.
So that's just agnostic. There's no point in putting the extra word on it, dude.
So then which gods do I believe in?
Which gods do you not believe in or believe in?
No, which gods do I believe in?
If you're agnostic?
If I'm not an atheist, then it means I believe in a god. Which god do I believe in?
No.
Yes.
If you're not, if you're
yes.
No, you're agnostic. That's what I'm saying. You're
yes,
agnostic.
Correct. I am an agnostic atheist.
No,
I know you don't like these words, but that's what they mean.
No,
it's not complicated. Without knowledge of the claim, does God exist? I don't know. Do you believe that God exists? No, I don't. Agnostic atheist. It's not complicated.
It's redundant.
I'm gonna have to look up this.
Okay, maybe it is redundant, but I'm just being specific enough to give you the understanding, which I guess I shouldn't have done because you used that against me and tried to be like, well, that's not real. Let's talk about the only version of atheism that I want to talk about.
Dude, it's really simple. If someone says, I'm certain I have a strong disbelief in God, they're atheist, right?
I'm sorry. Say it one more time, please.
If someone says there are no gods, positive claim, they're atheist, right?
Yes.
So how do you determine they're agnostic atheist?
They're not. They're by making the claim.
No, I'm not them. At what point does someone become an agnostic atheist if it's atheistic to say there is no God?
When you're not saying there is no God, you're saying, I don't know if there is a God. I am unconvinced. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you.
All right, but there's so sick.
I might be getting confused here too. $10. If it all fails, rage quit right now. Here's
bye, bitch.
We got KLW for $10. The issue, the Indian Jesus didn't know his real name, is conflating having to defend his own beliefs versus defending the actual position. Do you have anything for that? No.
Well, I mean, I would agree. I think that again, as I've said, that Jimbob wants to argue the strong atheist when I very clearly laid out that that's not the only version. I made the comparison to conservative, that just because some conservatives suck off Donald Trump doesn't mean that that is an entailment of being conservative. And conservative has a lot more to it than atheist. So I agree with the last chat.
Okay, all right. $10 moderator needs to hold the Indian to the debate prompt. I think they did just fine.
Figured it out.
Jimbob definitely brought him back around. This guy believes. Brady Harvey for 20 says this guy believes rationality and knowledge comes from himself rather than revealed.
That's not true, but okay.
All right. $10 from KLW. Our desires are not necessarily the same thing as God's desires. That's the Christian standpoint, is that our desires need fixed. We don't know what is good. And thank you for that. $10. KLW. John Mondragon says, shit for drains. Shit for drains? All right.
That's an Indian joke.
We bathe in feces, don't you know?
Yeah, I've seen some weird shit on X over there. And that streamer who went there recently, that shit was weird. $2 from Box says rights are separate from God. Just ask Islam. Okay. True. $2 from Box as well says none of it means God exists.
Well, no, I would argue the opposite, Baux. If God is necessary, if he necessarily exists for truth, then God exists. That's the counter to atheism. Is like the challenge to you atheist retards is this: if you hold that truth exists, and from the assumption truth exists, you're determining God doesn't exist, you're holding to a view that truth absolutely exists in its absolute objective form. What we're saying is, you don't actually have a standard for objective truth without God. And you're going, yeah, but just prove that he exists. Well, proof would assume mathematical truths that need to be grounded. You can't ground them. Or evidential truths, which is mostly the standard atheists go by. You have to assume a bunch of things don't exist on the same standard like I went through. Knowledge shouldn't exist from your worldview. Bactard. Truth itself, laws of logic, reasoning, universals, language, mathematics. None of these things exist from your worldview because you hold an evidentialist view.
Inside your mind, and he knows what you think because of this magic word, atheist. Now he's inside your mind.
No, dude, it's a
You're just projecting all of this shit from other leftists that on someone.
That's not an argument, bro.
What?
The next one that comes in from Balks is atheists. I think they're saying the same thing you were just saying. It's crazy timing. Atheists are not leftists. It's not the same thing.
I agree. Nobody said leftist today at all. No, I never used the word leftist at all today.
It's almost like the subtext is there. We're
not
that much dumber than you, Jimbob. We're not that much dumber than you.
Wait, what? When did I use the term leftist?
Again, maybe it's not subtext. Maybe you genuinely don't understand this.
When did I use the word leftist?
You didn't, and that's the point. You were describing a lot of leftist behavior, and you kept just defining it or labeling it as atheist.
Leftist. No, I said leftist behavior and all of these denial of universals. I believe, and I could make the argument, is an entailment, a consequence of the denial of absolute truth. That is to say, Christianity holding to absolute truth will form a society that is reflective of this. When you move away from absolute truth, you start to believe you could bang a dude, and as long as he's wearing a wig, it's a woman. That's not peculiar to fucking Christianity.
Okay, it's peculiar to me, so that means that it's not peculiar to atheism in general. It may not be.
Why shouldn't atheists believe in nonsense?
Because because of the other ideologies like leftism that I'm fucking talking about. That's the point. That's the point, Jimbob. That's the point. Hold on. That's the point. I know you didn't say leftist the whole time you were talking about
why.
Yet you're not.
Watch.
Whoa! Am I allowed to finish the sentence?
There's nothing you're going to say.
You were crying the whole time about me interrupting you. Now you're going to do it to me?
Finish up. I mean, I could just defeat this.
It was easily. 2 seconds.
Go on.
Slow your roll. Take it
Go on.
easy. I don't remember.
So crazy leftism isn't an entailment of atheism.
Correct. Yeah. That's it.
Cool.
That's it.
Cool.
You agree?
What is the entailment? What is the cause of people denying universal truths then?
Many different things.
Like what?
Namely leftism, hedonism, entitlement.
No. Leftism is a symptom. What causes, if leftism is a symptom, what causes leftists to deny universal truths?
It sounds like you're going towards the idea that you don't have God, so you have that spiritual hole. And I wouldn't even disagree with that. But there's not only Christianity or God to fill that hole.
Well, you're still saying atheism, if the hole is necessarily needs to be filled by something supernatural or bigger than human. I didn't say
supernatural. I said spiritual.
Well, then what is it?
Spiritual.
Spiritual is non-atheistic, right? If spiritual, can an atheist be spiritual?
Is it not a cliche for people to be like, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual?
Can an atheist be spiritual?
Yes.
On what basis?
On feeling.
Give me an example. No, give me an example of how an atheist holding a non-God view could be spiritual. Tell me.
I think that when I spend time with my dog, that it is, as he is nearing the end of his life, hungry dance. Let's get some super chats in. I feel my spirit is enriched by that.
Well, no. The term spirit needs a justification. What are you referring to by spirit?
The being that is
supernatural.
Me. No.
Is that supernatural?
No. The collection that is me, whatever that is. We have a consciousness, which I've admitted that we don't understand.
Isn't supernatural.
Oh my God, bro. Stop. Aren't you guys the spur? Don't spurg. And now you're here spurging.
Spirit isn't supernatural, he said.
Bobby. Chill, brother. I am saying that, yes, you can have a spiritual experiences, and when you talk to the spirit that is invoked in that word spiritual, then it can just mean the gestalt of who I am, and that would include my consciousness, which I don't believe is strictly material. So there you go. No God necessary for spirituality.
Why is it mostly that Christians or in other theologies reject the notion that men could be women? Why do you think that is?
Because it's not true.
So it's not true. So what is the correlation between belief in God? So why is there a correlation between people who believe in God and absolute truth?
I reject the notion that it is absolute truth. That's begging the question. Is it absolute truth? I don't know.
Why prove that? Why is it?
If you can prove that it's absolute truth, then go for it.
Why is it absolute truth that a man can be a woman?
Yeah.
Okay. If that's absolutely true, why is it that the belief of that is correlated with Christianity and less atheism?
Because it just happens to align more closely with the tenets of Christianity. Okay. And guess what? Again, atheism is not an ideology, does not have any tenets, does not have anything to it except the answer to the question, do you believe in God?
No, belief, like I said in the beginning, if you think atheism is merely a non-belief in God or not convincing of God, hold on. If that's the case, isn't it also the case that you believe that beliefs exist?
Yeah.
So then it's not just a belief in God or non-God.
But that is not atheism. That's a different part of what my mind is. There's nothing about do you believe in beliefs that is in atheism. That's a different line of thinking.
Dude,
this is what you guys continue to misunderstand.
No, dude.
This is exactly what Box was talking about. You're talking about a different thing and you're calling it atheist and you're getting confused.
Why does an atheist get to believe in beliefs?
I don't understand the question. What do you mean?
Why does an atheist, under their paradigm, the paradigm they're using to reject God's existence, why is it they hold that beliefs exist?
I heard what you said. I don't understand what you're getting at.
Tell me why and through what criterion an atheist can justify beliefs exist.
The fact that your mindset drives your actions. So if you believe that no cars are in the street, then you're going to be more likely to cross that street than if you believe that there's traffic.
No, that's assuming beliefs. I'm asking for why would an atheist under their status, under their epistemic system, why is it they would justify a belief at all as existing? You're just saying, well, no, they have beliefs. I know you think they have beliefs. I know they think they have beliefs.
Okay, well then I don't know. What I'm asking
is
because that
you don't know why. So is it
that
rational?
So everything that I don't know is not true?
No, it's not about you not knowing. It's about them believing affirmative. I have a belief and a disbelief. That's not knowing. That's an assumption. Isn't it true that an atheist who says, I have a belief and I also have a disbelief, that's a knowledge claim. So what we're asking is a deeper question. We're asking, on what basis are you affirming your assumption that beliefs themselves are something that exists from their view? And that's a fair question. The answer is, you said it right.
Cartesian logic.
They don't know. No, logic is a tool that minds use. That's
right.
what's in question.
But that's I assume you know what I'm referring to. With Cartesian, I think that's where. So, that is a
self-refuting.
What's self-refuting?
I think, therefore, I am.
I think, therefore, minds exist.
No, that's assume. Is it? Didn't we establish rationale is based on in accordance with reason and logic? Didn't we both agree to that?
Yes. That what is
being rational is based on or in accordance with reason or logic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Descartes, I think, therefore I am, has the conclusion in the first premise.
Say more.
Do you know what that's called in logic?
What could you explain that?
If you say I think, therefore I exist, you're assuming the I in the first premise.
But you're not. So how
the question? Yes, it is.
Okay, so how could there be a thinker without or how could there be a thought without a thinker?
Correct. Yeah, that's called begging the question. That's circular reasoning. You have the I that you're trying to prove in the first premise. I think, therefore I exist. No, I think is in the first premise, dude.
Okay. All right. I'm
yeah, move away from Descartes, dude. It's bad for your mind.
Fair enough. I mean, like I said, I definitely am not going to beat Jimbob.
You got to come to the right side. You're gonna come to the right side. You're getting closer.
There you go. Shout out to Element Music.
Sim for $5 says, Jimbob, you have to do the Tucker Carlson laugh when he spurgs out again.
I don't even know what he's saying.
That was actually like spot on. Holy shit. Shit.
Not
Yeah,
bad,
Jimbob
not bad.
kills it with the impersonations, just in case anyone didn't know. $5 from Daniel comes in, says we should rename Indian Jesus to Black Jesus because he clearly he can't swim, he's drowning.
At least he stepped
you,
up,
Daniel.
though. At least he stepped up, and we had a good back and forth, and he didn't like lose it, right?
Right. Facts. Dan
he just
Snyder
didn't lose the
says,
debate.
No,
well,
you
you didn't lose your mind. Dan Snyder for $5 says, I had to buy a new power chicken fucker, but I can afford to let you oppress me into a super chat.
There we go.
Thank you, Dan.
Chicken
Dane, thank you. Definitely not whatever says, I don't know where life and world comes from. Isn't
so
rational.
very much.
What? That's irrational. That's like a red herring. We're not talking about where life comes from. Saying you don't know where the world comes from is not what was in question. The question is whether or not the assumption that God doesn't exist, whether it's a 10 out of 10 affirmative or like, what's your name? Clutch?
Yeah, it's Lutch without the C.
Lutch.
Yeah.
Lutch is more softer on the atheist position. He's like, well, maybe God exists, right? Maybe there's reason to believe in God. The question of where the world comes from is relevant to, we can get into that, but we're actually granting that the world exists the way it does. And I would argue even the world as it is, the way it exists, even if you said God, we don't know if God created the way it is, even the world the way it is, the atheist uses induction to come to their conclusions, but they can't justify that the world is regular. They just assume it is. This is a problem of induction.
To be fair, though, I think that let's address that then. So if someone were to say, I don't know where life, we'll just say, I don't know where life comes from. Is that rational?
Mm-hmm. Yes. To say, I don't know where life comes from is just like a position on how life emerged or whatever they're going to think about it. Yeah, that's rational to say, I don't know. But when you get to higher level things like metaphysics, you're asking a question, deeper questions about like, to say, I don't know how it is the case, a turtle grows from conception, right? You don't know, you just don't have the information. That's assuming that turtles exist and they're universal and they're not zebras, and that the way in which they exist has a proper unfolding to them, right? The question of how it is we even have these things is a deeper question. You know what I mean? So if you grant yourself the regularity of nature in the way the world is, you can go, I don't know how this works. I don't know. That's totally rational. But we're asking a different question than this. We're not just talking about, do I know how rockets work? We're asking, can I justify that knowledge is even possible? That's a way different question than I don't know where the world comes from. Way bigger question. Because you're assuming, again, mind. What is that? When you say, I don't know where life comes from, you're assuming that there's an I.
Why is that an issue? Why is that an issue for
because it's ad hoc. Because otherwise it's ad hoc. You grant yourself an I, right?
Yeah, but what? So, like, talk to me like a why is that? What is the logical issue with that?
It's ad hoc. That's a fallacy.
I don't remember exactly what that means.
Ad hoc means you're just conveniently granting yourself something without justification.
Sounds a lot like Christianity.
That's not a counter. How does that sound like Christianity?
Because it's confirmation bias of this must have happened, so let's make all this stuff
I didn't say ad hoc is confirmation bias. I said ad hoc
I didn't say that you did. I said that what you're explaining sounds to me like the confirmation bias that exists in Christianity.
No. If you grant ad hoc, if you say logic just is, or the world just is, that's an ad hoc position. That just is. It doesn't sound like Christianity. Christianity actually does the opposite. We actually refuted and fought against the Enlightenment thinkers who fucking wrecked philosophy because they said, guys, can we just hold up on asking for justification for a priori stuff? Can we just accept a priori stuff? Can we just accept minds and logic? Can we accept Descartes and all these fags? Let's just accept what they think instead of going, no. The proper way to reason is to say, what justifies these things? Not let's just grant each other the things and do a circle jerk. No, That's not how it works. You have to be rigorous. Christianity is the opposite of this circle jerk. Christianity is rigorous. It says, no, we need a justification for logic.
So
that's proper thinking.
So then how do you fold the Skittles churches into that?
What?
This, like the LGBT?
They're not churches. They're event centers.
I mean, so
they need to be bulldozed,
fair. I mean, I don't disagree on both counts.
Bulldozer.
But fair enough. But what would be the? And I mean, we don't have. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. But just what would be the argument that they are not a church?
Oh, you do the church, a church. You could say a church colloquially and be like, oh, they're a lowercase church. We're not talking about that. Okay, if so they say they're Christian, hold on. If they say they're the Christian church, we would attack them on multiple prongs. We would attack them on metaphysics. We would attack them on Christology. We would attack them on soteriology, ecclesiology, historical things. Can they track back to the apostles? Can they track back to the early liturgies that existed from 138 AD and onward that had been preserved? Do they have a normative authority for hermeneutics and practice? We would ask all of these questions. And by the way, we do it quite well online because a lot of these fake churches, these reformed churches, these heterodox churches, they can't answer these questions. Why? Christianity isn't just a claim about the church exists and I believe in a church or I believe in God or whatever. Christianity from the Orthodox position is an entire worldview. And you got a taste of a worldview account of like, well, how does a worldview get attacked? Right? And I think you're going to be good at it, dude. I think you're going to be good at it once you graduate to worldview attacks, not just particulars, worldview, the whole thing. So when you get introduced to a new worldview, simulation theory, this or that, you should attack and practice attacking the entirety of the worldview. That is to say, ethics, metaphysics, epistemology, whatever else they're claiming, morality, which was tied to ethics. You have to attack all of it at once. So why not the Skittles Church? Because they have no justification for the thing they call Christianity because they have to reject 2,000 years of holy tradition.
Fair enough. I mean, I definitely agree that we're in a position of the church and Christianity itself being watered down, and I ain't mad about it, unless we're in the political realm, because then we get a bunch of leftists.
Well, I'm going to send you to divine liturgy. Your life's going to be changed, and you're going to be like, I can't believe I've been away from this for so long, and it's going to be
Can't wait. I was just talking last night about how I wish I had God back.
Go, man. Go. Just go.
XB comes in for 5, says, so it took 30 minutes for us to get to the point where atheism is so indefensible logically, we had to change the debate topic.
We didn't change the debate tactic. He just decided to only remember Jimbob's little corner of, no, only atheist means what I want it to mean, not what it actually means, and what you're actually representing here is just what I want to say.
I think
only would agree.
Pretty good impression.
I think atheism does have a pretty strict definition, but I'm going to have to look more into anybody calling it agnostic atheism because I don't think I've ever heard that before. RC Toy Drive is a retard. That is all. All right, thanks, Alexander. $5 comes in from Dane, says, the Vedic Jesus said, when I was young, I bet I'm wearing underwear right now older than him.
How old do you think I'm
These words are so I get all 150 characters worth.
My birthday is on Friday. How old y'all think I'm going to be?
41.
Numbers in the chat.
How close was it?
Well, I want to see what the chat says.
Okay. Verna Desire for $10 says, not being able to say God doesn't exist already means God is logically possible, and a necessary being, if possible, has to exist following a modal ontological argument.
Yeah, I never said that God wasn't logically possible. I just don't. It absolutely is possible. I just don't.
Yeah, I think what he's saying, like if you can't say God exists, if you can't say God doesn't exist, that already means that because God is logically possible and a necessary being, if possible, has to exist.
I would add to that what's probable also assumes some absoluteness to probability in mathematics. And that's why you go tag. You actually go outside of the paradigm. You don't grant people probability. You actually have to go, okay, if you think probability exists, then you think invariant mathematical laws exist. And they go, yeah, I do. And we go, well, if we're arguing for God, what we're saying is, what other than God could ground mathematical truths such that probability is even possible? I would argue an atheist, whether you're a 10 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10, they actually don't even have a grounding foundation for stochastics, which is probability. They don't even have it, right? They don't have an absolute standard for what's possible and impossible because it's all inductive and likelihood. They just grant themselves induction. I don't grant them induction.
Fair enough.
Bree comes in for 10, says atheists say they've transcended faith, but somehow have unshakable belief in their own hot takes. And thank you for that, Bree. We got Box coming in again for $5, says God clearly creates people who fundamentally cannot believe in him. Weird.
Yep.
It's not irrational.
No, that's impossible. God creates people who have the capacity to reject him. That's not believing. You know why? You can't reject something you don't have an account for, like you don't have a conception of.
But that doesn't apply to me, though, because I did have a conception of what God is, and I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to you. So no, that's the point.
Right. So then,
hold on, dude, hold on. He's actually asking me the question. God clearly creates people who fundamentally cannot. Hold on. No, that's false, Box. It's not that fundamentally can't. They're not deterministically. We're not Calvinists. Calvinists, Box, you would actually have a good point. In fact, you should actually save that Box for $5 for Calvinists. You can destroy Calvinists with that, but not Orthodox. No, fundamentally, possibly reject, possibly not believe is not the same as they can't deterministically. They can't believe. That's not true. That's just assumption that you can't ground.
All right.
I'm right here, but I'm gonna take a piss.
Oh, okay. John Mondragon for $5 says Calete, Maryland.
I do believe in Maryland, so I mean,
she says she's God.
Yeah,
that's what
you agree with her?
Do with that what you will.
Do you agree with her, or do you refute her?
Yeah, no. I mean, hey, she told me she's God, so.
It believes it because you heard it. You heard it here, folks. Darth Grumpy Dad says for $5, unless conservatives are conserving Christian values, they will have no grounding to conserve anything. It will fall to liberal ideas.
Yep. That's why you need these secular conservatives.
That doesn't make any sense, dude. That's literally why. That's literally what he just said. Is that conservatives who don't abide by a strict Christian ethic, they actually fall to secularism, and you're like, that's right. Why we need secular conservatives.
No, I'm saying the having the conserving Christian values outside of the context of you have to believe this thing. If secular people can buy into that, then they will not fall into liberal ideas because they will fall into Christian ethics. Which is exactly my point and the purpose of the Indian Jesus.
So you're saying we got to convert them all to Christianity? I got you.
But just not believing it, just acting like it's true.
Would that be better or worse for society? Well, if all leftists acted like Christians, even though they didn't believe, would that be better or worse for society?
Listen to this. It would be better, but listen to this.
Bingo. Exactly.
Hold on, dude. You just conceded the debate because if it's the case that it's rational to follow something that's not true, then you agree.
No. The ethics leading to a positive society is true. The truth claim,
no.
I don't know. Maybe it is true.
No, it's not. It's actually, from your view, it's a preference. It's not true. It's just that someone like Pine Creek Doug He's a secularist who prefers Christian ethics and prefers to live around white Christian people specifically. Yeah, I do. But there's a there's a reason.
Your preferences. It's no different.
No, dude. What you don't understand? I'm internally critiquing you. We're not talking about whether or not it's true or not. We're talking about, from your view, it's rational to follow things that aren't true.
Like what?
Like Christianity.
We got $5 in from
you got me there.
$5 comes in from Box. Props, Voodoo Ranger Juice Force IPA. I'm on Bob's level 9.5. Hey. It's great. The orange can.
It's hard, dude. I'm trying to.
Paying you? You free advertising right now?
No, I don't. Box. I don't know if I can continue with it, but I don't know if I can do it.
It's a strong one, eh?
It is.
Box comes in again for $2. Box is putting in the work. All right.
Nice Box.
I like the teamwork more than the
he said nice Box.
USA. I like it.
USA.
I like it. $10 comes in from Bree. Says, please don't break my legs. Here's your taxes. You gotta pay the Don. Marilyn comes in. Says, ask Indian Jesus if he believes in me. Well, he answered your question just a minute ago. He does believe in you, Marilyn. Brad Harvey for $5. Jimbob is literally explaining his view. He is agnostic to the immaterial and has an empirical epistemic system.
Right. It's inconsistent.
Yeah. That was what he was explaining earlier. Yeah. Boxed for $2 says life is just the best RPG ever made. Thanks for that, Box. Lemanuel says, if you brush your teeth thinking it will make it rain, and it just happens to be a healthy practice, doesn't make trying to make it rain healthy. Similarly, being rational doesn't make atheism rational.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that doesn't. I disagree that it's not rational. It doesn't make it rational because you can be an atheist and you can be rational. It's rational because it's rational.
All right.
I'm saying it's not rational because atheism can't justify rationality itself. So how can a worldview be rational?
So, but even from your worldview, then it doesn't matter if I can justify that. From your worldview, being unconvinced of a certain claim is not
no, it's not a certain.
So you're saying that I don't have the justification to say that, but you're not actually batting down what I'm saying.
Dude, do you understand the difference between a particular claim and the grand scale of what we determine rationality itself is?
And yeah, I mean, yes, those are different things. I don't know what you're
they're different. So you didn't respond to what I'm saying. You responded in granting yourself particular claims. I'm not talking about particular claims. I'm talking about the justification for rationality itself, reason and logic. Atheism can't justify reason and logic. So to say atheism is rational when atheism itself, whatever scale, 10 out of 10, 2 out of 10, it doesn't matter.
So
without God, without God, you can't ground or justify reason and logic. So how could you say atheism is reasonable or logical if the worldview itself, the denial of God, puts you in a position where you can't justify reason and logic? How could you possibly say it's rational?
Again, I reject the notion that being in that position I reject the notion that a God is necessary for that. You keep smuggling that in as if it
Tell me an alternative. It's called a disjunctive syllogism. Give me an alternative then.
Again, I don't know.
Like I said, because you can't.
Like I said, I haven't done a deep dive on this stuff in 15 years, bro. And I was thinking maybe I'll try, but you clearly know this stuff better than I do.
So then say I don't know if I could actually find a counterposition that can ground and justify.
I just did say that. Logic. I literally just said that. I said I don't know.
Well, then don't say there is another view, right? You don't know if there's another view. Oh my God. Is there another view, a godless view that can ground the ground reason and logic?
I don't know. My not knowing doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That's true, but if you're going to say it doesn't,
so we're kind of stuck because I am ignorant to what those things are.
That's just a naive approach. Now, if it is the case, right, as you pursue the truth, if it's the case that no other view can do it, well, then you find it irrational to behold an atheist view.
I don't know what an atheist view means.
It means that a non-God view of reality, but while you're holding reason and logic as real things that you're using. I'm saying there's a discordance with that. You cannot hold that reason and logic are a thing from a view that can't justify that they're a thing.
Why not? If we can see that, the logical processes lead to material differences, like the fact that we can be in different states and be talking right now, that is in the same way we were talking about rights and force. That this is a proof that the ideas.
No, I'll tell you how. I'll use an analogy. If we both use a hammer to build a house, you're appealing to utility use of the thing. Justification is not whether or not you can use it. I agree. Atheists can use the thing called logic. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying if I use a hammer, the use of the hammer doesn't tell me how I got the hammer, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So swap hammer with logic. Your use of logic, I don't remove your ability to use logic. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to say you can't reason.
Thanks.
I'm going to say you can. Right. I'm not going to say that. That's a bad argument. What I'm saying is about the justification. So if you use the analogy of the hammer, just having the hammer doesn't tell me how it is I have the hammer. It's just that I can use the hammer. Great. We're asking a bigger question. How is it you have the hammer?
And so if somebody said, I don't know, I just, I don't know, it just fell from the sky. Like,
you can try to say that. Yeah.
So
falling from, when we're talking about the laws of logic, hold on. When we're talking about the laws of logic, if you say something fell from the sky, you're already presupposing a world that has identity. So that's the thing in question. Falling from the sky means the sky already existed. So did the land. So did the world. So did us. So did rocks. So did everything.
Okay.
The thing in question is the laws of logic themselves.
Right, but what I'm asking why that matters to the use of the hammer if you don't know where it came from.
Because
why does that matter at all?
We're using the hammer to swap out with rationality, right? So if the atheist says, I have a hammer, I can use a hammer. And the Christian goes, yeah, you can use a hammer. Now, you can't tell me if using the hammer is rational, though, if you can't tell me how you got the hammer.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear here. So we have an atheist, let's say is 50 years old and goes into the garage and there's a hammer there and they don't remember how they acquired that hammer. Then they're what is, like, I would assume you're going to say that they can use the hammer.
Yeah, use.
Okay. And so what is lacking there?
What's lacking is the best an atheist can come up with for these transcendental categories is pragmatism. That's it. That's all you guys have.
Okay, but again, the question. So we're using the hammer as as an analogy for a god.
Yes.
So I'm saying
no. Sorry. So no, not God. The laws of logic.
Logic. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So we're saying, you're saying that the purpose of a hammer, or the utility of a hammer, is to hammer stuff. And you're bringing up how that person got the hammer. And I'm asking you, why is that relevant? Because the 50-year-old guy who doesn't remember where the hammer came from in his garage.
I tell you it's relevant because in order to say the denial of the hammer maker is a rational position, I'm saying it's irrational to say the hammer doesn't need any sort of justification for existing. I just get to use it without a justification. The question of atheism specifically is the question of, does God exist? Whether it's a strong 10 out of 10, God doesn't exist, or you like a 5 or a 4F, maybe a 2 after this debate. If you hold, well, maybe God exists. What I'm pointing to is that if you hold the position God doesn't exist, full 10 out of 10, then you're using a hammer and you're basically not investigating how you got the hammer. And I'm saying it's irrational to grant yourself a hammer, especially in this case, by the way. The hammer, you'll agree, is actually an immaterial thing.
Okay, but just
it's not even just a hammer.
Fair.
You know, it's like it's immaterial, dude. That's even crazier.
So
I think immaterial.
So I get that. So maybe you can tell me that, you know, your analogy is good but not perfect, and that's why I'm misunderstanding. But I still don't get what the if we have a hammer and we have a nail that needs to be hammered.
You can't tell me what's rational. That's the point. You can't tell me why and for what purpose and what grounds.
Why do I need to tell you the purpose of how I got the hammer in order to use the hammer?
Because in this case, if rationality is the analogy, right? How can you say something's rational if you don't even know what the tool is?
I do know what the tool is.
No, you don't.
I just don't know where it came from.
No. You actually don't know what it is, actually. It's a bigger question.
How so?
Watch. I'll ask you. From an atheistic view, whether it's pure naturalism or in your case, like sort of like pseudo, there's a spiritualism to your reality. Either way, the question of what is rationality or what is the laws of logic, like the same way I say, what's an apple? We went over this. An apple is a physical fruit. You can point to it. It's a universal category of fruit. I agree. There's a materiality to an apple. But when you say the laws of logic exist, and if we're using the hammer, you actually don't know in what way the hammer exists. I'm actually granting too much by using the analogy of the hammer. In this case, laws of logic, the 3 classical laws.
Okay, so fair. So that I'm saying that maybe that doesn't fit, and why I'm not understanding.
Sure.
So
well,
I'm stuck on the point of with the hammer analogy that you're acting as if knowing where the hammer came from is relevant.
You don't even know what it is. No, it's worse. I'm saying
but you know it's a hammer.
No, you don't, because
why not?
You don't know, because under an atheistic view, you can't tell me. You don't know what rationality is. What is it?
Rationality, as we defined earlier, is the ideas in accordance with reality.
No. I'm not talking about the definition. I'm saying if rationality exists ontologically, does it exist?
Yes.
What is it? I'm not talking about a definition. I'm saying, does it have
its own process of it is
process?
It is a
process. You call yourself good for you. Good for you, dude. Good for you. Look, he's
answer.
He's learning. All right.
He caught himself. He said he knew. Good on you, dude. You knew if you said process, you're going to lead into determinism, didn't you? Just be honest.
No, it's just not. I'm thinking about what I think about logic, and I'm just telling you what I think. So I say process. That's not a process.
Okay.
And because we've went like 30 minutes over the Q&A time, I'm just gonna do the questions now. I'm just gonna highlight the questions, but thank you to all the super chats that's come in. But we still got quite a bit, and we went over time quite a bit here. So one here is David Atlas for $5 says, is there a justified true disbelief?
It's interesting.
True disbelief? I mean, yeah, like I would. So like something that you don't believe in, that's true, that it's not exists. So like my second dog, I don't have a second. I don't have a second dog. That's a justified true disbelief. Or would you say then that because I'm affirming it, that it's not a disbelief? I don't know.
Because like justified true belief is usually the term for knowledge, right? So it's like he's asking like an inverse question. I think the best way to approach that is like, if you were to grant justified true disbelief, you're still pointing to the privation of something like positive. And so you're going like, well, I understand unicorns are a conceptual thing that exists in some form, but my denial that unicorns exist, maybe you could categorize as a disbelief in them. It's justified to disbelieve, but because you know what they are, like, so it's like a weird paradox, because to disbelieve in the thing is to have a concept of what it is, right?
What about a square circle? Would that fit what we're talking about here, or is that a different thing?
Yeah, similarly, like definitionally, it would violate the law of identity.
Right, but then I think
a unicorn doesn't, though.
No, but I think to parrot what you were saying, then in the square circle, we're then affirming that it doesn't believe that doesn't exist, and so that's a justified true belief.
Conceptually, yeah, like conceptually, it's like what we're actually saying is that something that fundamentally violates the laws of logic and mathematics, you don't have any positive ontology of what that is, because it's incoherent. It's like actually incoherent. It doesn't make sense. It's like saying like a brown a
to be fair, so do I, but
well, that could even be argued a brownish
I think
red.
I'm a little bit more.
But you know what I mean. Like
tuned.
it's like total like opposites definitionally. So do we
married bachelor?
disbelieve? Yeah. We just definitionally it's like the difference between analytics and synthetic truths is that we're definitionally saying, well, it doesn't exist. So 1 is not a 2. There's no 1 2s, you know. But even that question, David Atlas would bring up a bigger question, which is like, if square circles can exist, then we're still arguing that there are absolute universal
all
truths
donations
about identities.
now
And that's
come
a bigger
with a
question that wasn't
for
totally
Morty.
brought up in this debate.
Let's get a refill.
And something I press atheists on a lot, which is like they assume a bunch of invariant universal identities of things, and they have no justification. They just use them like the hammer. So
this question here, I mean, it's a little bit off topic, but kind of what you just talked about from Definitely Not Whatever Again, says, does the Holy Trinity defy law of identity?
No, I would say it sits above the materiality that we live in. Like, for instance, like this is an object and this is an object, and they're two distinct objects, but this is temporality. So in the sense that the Trinity couldn't be confined by one or many things, that God as a Trinity would be the only iteration outside of all categories that would transcend the dialectic or the dichotomy between one or many. It would be unity and multiplicity all bound in one. So it would transcend. I wouldn't say it would deny or violate. I would say it would be supralogical, supra-rational. It would be something that in its very essence, God would transcend even our understanding of being itself, because we are in temporality. We make sense of the world in objects, particulars, sets, categories, particulars, sets of particulars that become new categories, and so on. Well, what we're saying is the Trinity necessarily, God would transcend.
It's the liberal. It's the liberalness.
Or
that's the point. If we can step in,
so you couldn't make sense of it. You can't use
then they
water,
won't be taken
ice,
in
vapor.
by
like that's just a
liberal
soft
bullshit.
Analogy. You couldn't actually.
That's the whole
use
point.
That. So to answer your question, no, it doesn't defy the law of identity. It defies the temporality that we use the law of identity in.
All right. BlakeaThees for $20. I know you've kind of answered this a couple times, but he's saying it in the most simplest term. Agnostic means I don't know. Atheist means there is not. How are those not contradictory?
So again, if you are a strong atheist that has the positive belief that God does not exist, then you are not agnostic. So agnostic only applies to the softer versions, where it's I don't know, but I don't believe. I don't know, I'm not convinced. That there's no contradiction in not knowing something, and also being aware of the proposition and not being convinced either way.
How do you know when someone goes from a hard atheist position to a flaccid atheist?
I guess when you start doing debates with Christians.
Maybe.
Okay. We got Richie Torres says, question, given your atheistic presuppositions about reality, how do you justify the preconditions for even being able to debate?
Yeah. Yep.
How do you justify the preconditions for even being able to debate? I would. So again, like, what presuppositions are you talking about?
Laws of logic, reasoning, that you have a mind, your mind's distinct from my mind. There's an external world. That's a metaphysical claim. The regularity of nature, the past is like the present is like the future.
Okay. So why
categories, universals, mathematics, science.
Okay, gotcha. So why then would I need the presuppositions exist, but that doesn't mean that A, that they're wrong, B, that they don't comport with reality, and I don't really understand what you're saying, that you're smuggling in assumptions. I mean, yeah, we're all doing that.
No. Can you justify the assumptions that all of the things I mentioned from an atheistic view? Can you justify the whole slew of assumptions I listed?
To a certain extent, yes.
How?
Depends on what it is. What would you like me to justify?
I just said information, laws of logic, reasoning, the fact that you think you have a mind and I have a mind.
Again, the fact that, so we'll take the laws of logic. The fact that the laws of logic work and lead us.
No, that's a hammer argument again, dude.
Then I guess I don't. I guess I don't. I'm just hammering and building shit, and I don't know how or why.
Right.
But shit's getting built.
Right. That's why
shit's
I'm gonna pull you into orthodoxy, bro, and it's gonna be beautiful.
I like it. Next question we got here is where I just scrolled down. Whoops. Where did it just go? Damn it. Oh, here we go. Jimbob, what if I argued that it was necessary for me to take non-Christian actions to achieve Christian outcomes, like using deception, etc.? Is that moral?
No, I would say that's not moral. That would be just a violation of the identity of being Christian. So that's part of the what's often, especially now, considered the weakness of Christianity, is that we actually hold to virtues and morals. And we're always up against the world, and the world is filled with people who don't care. They'll just get by any means possible, right? So no, the Christian perspective is certainly not by any means possible. And there are some moments, and even if they're blurry, at which point you do fight. Now, do you violate Christian ethics to fight? No. Do you ultimately know every single action is going to be moral when you do it? No. But you certainly don't go, hey, if we want X, we should slaughter all the atheists. Like, that wouldn't be a Christian perspective. We would reject that.
I don't know if all the Christians would agree with you, but dilly to that.
All what Christians, though? I mean, I don't agree with all people who say they're Christians. So, like, that's kind of bringing up, like,
yeah, that's a y'all problem.
It's a good problem to have.
It might be your problem soon too. Okay. But that's okay. So that's all I see there for like actual questions in the super chats. Like I said, we went like 30 minutes over the 30 minutes. So didn't want to. Oh no, don't worry. It's a. I mean, you guys were up for it, so it's all good. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap up the Q&A portion. All right. First off, shout out to everybody who sent in super chats and engaged with the debate, and the support helps keep the show going, helps me keep bringing you guys debates just like this one. All right. And also huge shout out to both debaters. Again, if you agreed or disagreed, it takes more than you guys know to come up here, battle your ideas in front of the live audience. So make sure you go show them both support. You can find them both in the description. And now what we're going to do is we're going to roll out the outro video. It'll take about like 3 minutes, gives time to go take a piss. I really got to piss. So take time, go take a piss, get a drink, whatever you got to do. And then during the outro, I'll drop the StreamYard link for anybody who wants to come join the open panel call-in.
Can you find sorry to interrupt. Can you find a rewind forward? He says you missed his chat.
Oh,
rewind forward. Rewind FWD.
While you guys.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
When TheIndianJesus finds the humility to accept agnostic atheist is illogical, he'll understand the truth of orthodoxy.
All right.
Base.
You say so.
I think TheIndianJesus is like, damn, I just had a conversation like this with SpeakeaZy not long ago.
Well, and I do want to say, like, I'm not doing any more religious debates for a while. I think the political side of it is much more important and much more relevant. Not saying I wouldn't, but yeah, if anybody's got more political stuff, I think that is more relevant than this. This stuff is fun, but
I'm saying TheIndianJesus. I'm saying that doing political debates without a grounding foundation for why you should do political debates and change culture. Dude, we're trying to offer you a good grounding for how, for arguing that, So if you like the both of the two, you should do both.
Okay, well, I mean, fair enough, but then we got to stop. If you want atheists in general to be, what's going on in the Crucible? What's going on with orthodoxy? Then, he's fucking atheist. That's
it's like what I said to you the one day about like the one thing I see the separation with the left and the right is like the people on the right are people who have like an inherent value for human life, and the people on the left aren't, and that's like a big separation between them. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm gonna roll the outro video. It'll go like 3 minutes so we can all take a piss, get our drinks, all of that. I'll drop the StreamYard link for anybody who wants to come in and challenge anything they've heard. And again, thank you all for watching the Swords of Reason. If you've liked what you've seen, make sure you sub up, hit the like, so that again I can continue bringing you guys these kick-ass debates. And we'll see you all in a few minutes.
Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Like I said, I knew, I don't know if, how well that music's coming through, but, yeah, I knew that this, here in my mouth. I knew this wasn't going to be something that, like, I was able to win. Like, just purely on, purely on the numbers. Like, he's got so many more people who are going to back him that, like, it doesn't matter what I said or didn't say. They're going to be there. So I think, I did a decent enough job presenting the notion of he did. So that was exactly what I thought it would be. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but dilly do that. Yeah, many times he said that it is not that it is rational to not be aware, and you know, no, I mean he clearly won the debate. That's not really up for question, but the only he did that by dragging it into a place where he could win. And what I knew that was his tactic and what he was going to do, but like he's good at this. And he knows a lot more about philosophy than I do, which is why, like, I studied this stuff in college. But once you kind of get like, my mic keeps going in and out. Oh Jesus! No! All right, maybe it's the music. Maybe it's the music. Please let it be the music. Testing. Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Testing. Anybody? Let me know. Do you hear me well? Okay, yeah, I think it was just the the music coming through. So I'll keep these back on, unmute that, and we'll keep that muted, so we can see what's going on over there. Yeah, I think the music was coming through my headphones. All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so I knew I wasn't going to win anything here. Putting myself on the map as one of the good atheists, I think what was my main goal, and I did that. So a lot of people are now exposed to, hey, maybe there's a reason to just be like, oh, atheist? Well, what exactly do you mean by that? And that works for me. I'm gonna take it this actually. I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna take it off here. Actually, I need more water. Morty, who's a good boy over there? I think they're gonna get you some cum. I think they're gonna get it for you. Let's see. I think they're going to hook you up. Remember, I told them that every super chat now is going to come with a refill. So I would hope that they want to get that refill for you. Let's see. All right. All right, we're back. Hold on. Oops.
Indian Jesus, you there?
Here, let's go.
Yeah, so you would have to concede that change affects everything. Everything that ever was and everything that will be affected by change. Change is infinite, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, what causes that change? Because that change is all powerful and it's like omnipresent as well.
Mm.
So then how is atheist a logical position if you can't explain that?
Because I don't know. That's what atheism is, the not knowing.
But it's an observable phenomenon.
What do you mean? So,
change. It's measurable.
Okay.
It's material.
So the fact that I can see
so
change must mean that I must know how change works, or what?
No, what you're saying is that you just conceded that there is something that you cannot see, taste, or smell, but you can measure with change. That is all powerful. It is infinite. Whatever causes change is infinite. Everything that ever will be, everything that ever was, undergoes change, and whatever causes that change is all powerful.
That's true. That doesn't mean a theistic God.
It would point to the logos.
Okay. But pointing is different than proving.
No, that's literally the proof. What causes that change? You don't have an answer.
You just agreed with
Jimbob would say God.
You just agreed with me that it could be a deistic thing. So that would be
that's what the Orthodox mean when they say God.
Okay, well, we're talking about theism. So if we're talking about a deistic God, then as I said in my opening, then that's the wrong debate for deism.
No, the debate is being an atheist a rational belief? And you're basically saying, I don't know. I can see that there is some sort of higher power here, but I don't want to. I didn't say
higher power. I don't accept change is a higher power in anything close to what a God would be.
So there's some sort of force that is all powerful, and you're saying that that's not a power.
Some sort of what?
Force that is all powerful. There's something that is causing all the change, all the motion that undergoes the universe. There's something causing that, right?
Yeah, when could be the laws of physics.
Yes, that's what science is like. Science is literally proving that there is an order to this chaos, to all this motion, to all this change. There's an order to it.
Okay,
which is what the logos
what is your point? I don't know what you're trying to get. What are you?
The whole thing that Jimbob tried to do this whole debate was getting you to try and ground this. Like you're saying that atheism is a rational belief, and you're saying I don't know anything apparently, but it's apparently rational, which like literally makes no sense.
So it's irrational to not know things.
When you point to actual reality, you can ground it in change, or as the Orthodox would point to, God.
So again, that comes back to the notion of not knowing something is irrational. If you don't know X, that's irrational. That's your argument?
Yeah. What you're trying to do is like the whole like Nietzschean straw man where they say life.
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, bro.
What you're trying to do is you're basically trying to say is life is no meaning, and then you're saying that statement that you just said of life is no meaning is both meaningful and true. If you say life has no meaning, then truth has no meaning. But you're also claiming that sentence is true. That's basically what you're trying to do.
It has meaning because I give it meaning. I care about it, and those are my preferences, so I care about it. So it matters to me.
Well, Teriak, you could take this position too with him. It's like if you say that I don't know something, Indian Jesus, does it follow that definitionally, if you say you don't know something, there are things you do know?
I'm sorry, was that to me? I apologize.
Yeah. Is there, if you say I don't know something, you say that's rational. That's only rational because you have the thing called I do know something, right? That's the only way you can make sense of the statement, right?
Sure.
Okay. So what we're asking is, well, if you claim to know something, that presupposes a whole slew of things that you need to justify under atheism. So what we're saying is that an atheistic position, even the soft position of I don't know God, actually assumes that you do have a whole slew of things that you do know. And what we're doing is undercutting your epistemic system and to say, well, atheism actually can't ground the things that you actually think you do know.
Right, but that again, that was the whole point of that. Atheism is not an ideology like that. So you wouldn't look to atheism for any of those things. In the same way, you wouldn't look to being a dog owner or having brown hair.
No,
those are not relevant.
Different categories. The reason there's a different categories. No, hold on. There are different categories. Why? Dog owner assumes knowledge of what dogs are. We're asking a different question. We're not actually granting you the category of dogs as a universal, right? We're actually asking a bigger question, which is to say, if you say I don't know to a question, that's a positive claim about something you don't know. By saying that statement, you're actually by default claiming there's a whole slew of things you do know. We're saying that under an atheistic view without God, you actually can't justify the claim that you know anything, because the system that you're appealing to is a non-God system. So when we ask you, how is it you know? What's the standard for you knowing anything? What's your epistemic criteria? That's a fair question to pose to a Christian. And it's a fair question to pose to an atheist.
So right there, you just commanded in your statement that you're strongmanning a position that nobody could fight.
What?
You're strongmanning a position that nobody could fight. So basically, you're leaning into religion as a crutch.
I didn't say religion.
Oh, sorry, Christianity. But I watched this debate and this conversation come up in many different streams. And so you're trying to tell me that nobody in this world, other than Christians, have morals or any kind of
justification for morals. I don't assume that people don't have an internal sense or an intuition for morality. I'm also not saying that an atheist like the Indian Jesus can't use logic or reasoning. I grant him that he can use it like a hammer. Wrath of reason, I'm asking a different question. If you could try to be charitable in the position, is that the justification for the thing. I'm not asking whether or not you can use that. I'm granting you can use the tools. I'm asking the justification for the tools themselves.
So what if I could point to a time of society, let's say 2,000 years ago, and we all had the same brain structures before we turned into the Homo erectus? When we were all literally cavemen.
Literally cavemen. How long ago was that?
Oh, sorry, a million years ago? Let's put that.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Science?
Fossils.
What's science?
You take science on faith.
Hold on,
Terry. Go ahead. Sorry, Jimbo.
What science? What science?
Fossils?
No.
Fossils?
Why ask you?
No. Stories?
Concentrate. What science?
I'm not going to play the theatric games or you just sit there and pick words.
Okay, you invoke science, but I can't ask you what it is? Okay. Anyone else want a bite of him? I'm done with him.
Wait, you're asking what science?
I'm pointing.
You're asking what science or what is science?
Yeah, what is science?
Oh, yeah, science is just a process of
great Indian
observation.
Right. It's a process, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Great. Is it a strict process or is it a really loose, ambiguous process? Row.
Well, I'm just trying to move it back to a point where that you wanted me to point to base, right?
You said science, bro, and now you're moving away from science. That was quick?
No, you asked me to point out a base of where I'm getting my structure from.
Yeah, where do you get your structure from?
Structure of everybody a million years ago.
How do you have access to a million years ago, bro?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no, nobody's ever asked me my assumptions before. Oh, no, I don't know what to do with myself.
Well, no, you just won't let me finish a fucking point. You just keep running.
You're asserting something. I'm not granting you what you're asserting. So I'm asking you for how do you know what happened a million years ago, bro?
When people were all themselves back in the day. There was many
People
different
were all
cultures.
themselves back in the day. A poem by Wrath of
Four
Reason.
scores and a million years ago.
When people were themselves a long time ago.
Well, so Wrath, what were you trying to get across with the caveman thing?
I'm just trying to say that before society, as we knew it, there wasn't only just Christianity. There was many other societies in the world. So you're telling me that none of those other people had morals or claims or any kind of...
When do we say they didn't have claims?
Sorry.
No. Well, let me try to be really charitable with you, okay, Wrath Reason. You're saying Christianity, from your view, Wrath of Reason, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that Christianity is fairly...
It's not so fucking easy, is it? It's not so fucking easy!
Right?
To an extent, but what I'm trying to get is I believe that even people without Christian beliefs still have their own set of morals. And
okay. Yeah, so if they have moral intuitions,
right?
Well, no,
it doesn't mean... I know, but that's this part of these debates that I always see is like you always say that they have to be grounded to something.
They do have to be grounded.
But
yeah, because Wrath Reason. Why?
Because you're a Christian.
Just answer this question.
God.
Wrath Reason. This is why you need to ground it, because this is important. Why ought we act morally? No. What's your grounding? What's your justification? Why should we act morally?
Human flourishing, Aristotelian virtue ethics.
But what is good?
We ought to do good things because it's a good thing to do.
Because we all know what is good. We've been in this.
No, we don't all know what's good, bro. Have you witnessed what humanity has done?
Yeah.
Then how can you say we all know what is good to do? What are you talking about?
Because you can still stand around in a circle and say, "Fuck, that was."
Dude, Mao Zedong, was that good?
Those are certain instances, and I bet you.
I'm asking you what he did. Was it good?
I'm telling you.
Was
it
yes or no?
The people around him probably said no.
I don't care what they said, bro. I'm asking you. Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, right?
You better just bite the bullet, dude. He's a bad dude.
If you thought that was good, okay, good.
I'm telling you, the other people around him probably thought it wasn't good.
That's right. From your view, it's just competing preferences, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if
2 more votes for no music, and I'll turn it off.
Preferences. What determines which preferences are actually morally good or which aren't? Are you just saying that doesn't exist at all?
That would be the values that lead to the flourishing of humanity.
No, that's valuing flourishing. If people don't value flourishing and they declare that their preference of not valuing flourishing is good, how could you say from a purely preference-based system that they're actually wrong? You can't, right?
And then you'd have to define flourishing as well. What is flourishing?
Yeah, that too. Which is impossible. Yeah, exactly.
Because from a eugenics perspective, flourishing of humanity is selective breeding and determining outcome of human life.
Sure, but let's ask God. Specifically,
yeah.
Hey,
atheist and deny God.
Let's ask God, he said.
The existence of God. Here we go. We are all an example of the existence of God. I don't know why everyone's looking here and there and everywhere. Please explain what
why are you on the panel then?
I'm trying to clear some things up because obviously,
you're God. How can you clear things up if you're God? That's weird. Why would you need to clear things up if you're already God?
We all have all these atheists, Jimbob, all these doubters.
Y'all are believing a lie.
No, you said we're God. How can God believe a lie? That's
you're
crazy.
Choosing to. God can choose to do whatever he wants.
God can be a liar.
God can't be a liar, but you don't believe you're God. So I'm trying to help you out.
Marilyn, are we all God? Are we all God?
Yes, we're all God.
Why do we disagree?
Don't forget about Morty, guys. Come on.
Disagree because you don't believe you're God.
Gets him a fucking
no. You believe I'm God, right? So if I suddenly believe I'm God,
I'm not disagreeable.
Look.
I'm not trying to take from you.
Marilyn, if I believe I'm God and we still disagree, who's the right God, Marilyn?
But you're wanting to disagree. I'm telling you that you're God. I'm not trying to take from you. You're trying to take from me by saying I'm not God.
Look, I'm God.
You're trying to knock me down. I'm trying to lift you up. There is a characteristics and identity of God.
Marilyn,
there is one God.
Holy prattle. Marilyn, I agree. We're for the sake of the argument, we're both God, right?
Hey,
But we
Yes.
shout
Okay.
out to Abby with the
But for the
big
sake of
10.
argument,
Oh my
it's
goodness!
you don't
Thank
believe
thank
that
thank you.
within
No,
your
no,
heart of
Everyone,
hearts.
course, we get a
Right?
treat.
No. Did
You don't
God
believe
create
it.
us?
And a refill.
I don't believe in creation or evolution. I believe we are God. So we always were and we always will be.
Really? Okay, we always were.
What do you?
So
How,
with-
how do you justify the physical death? How do you justify the physical
Believing
birth?
lies and
If we always was,
Thank you,
we're
thank you,
eternal,
thank you.
you've
Oh
gotta
my
justify
goodness!
that
And
for me.
again,
You gotta ground that.
because
again. I'm gonna let
because
him
if
finish
you're
that.
God,
And then we
you're
got another
going to
refill.
manifest whatever you want to manifest. If you're giving
Can you
power and
manifest me
authority
$1
to
million
death,
right now?
so I can not
death
die.
is your God. Death
Wait,
is
I
your
can not
God.
die?
You give more power and
Can
authority
you
to it.
manifest
Then
$1 million? Can you manifest a storm?
Yeah.
Can you part a
Can
sea
you tell me
right
my
now?
middle
$1
name? Can
million,
you tell me my middle name?
the root of all evil. Money is the
Marilyn.
root of the love of money is the
Marilyn,
root
The
of all
love
evil.
of money is the root of all evil. Not
Not
money
Right.
money
You
itself,
shouldn't have
darling.
anything you don't love in your life if you're walking
If
with
you be
God.
God,
You
you
shouldn't
would
have
have known
anything
that.
in your life you're not allowed to love.
Marilyn, does God know everything?
God knows everything.
Are you God?
I'm God.
What's my middle
What
name?
color underwear
I was
am
gonna ask the
wearing?
same exact question.
But
What's
you're
my-
God too.
No,
I'm not the only
stop.
God.
No.
Government
You're saying
name.
you're God.
Sorry.
You tell me my middle name.
I'm not the only God. If
I
you were to
didn't ask
tell
if
me
you
your
were-
middle name, then I would
I-
know it.
Oh, so
But
you don't know everything.
Listen, the
either guy or
collective of
Bob.
You
knowledge
need
and
me?
wisdom that we
You need
have,
another God to be God? That's weird.
the collection of knowledge and wisdom that we have,
Oh, God! Look, Marilyn. Listen,
everyone
you're
knows
so
everything.
Marilyn. You're
So
so
Everyone knows
deluded. It's
everything.
crazy. Look, everyone knows everything. Then you would know my middle name.
Hold
You
on.
know it,
No,
and you're
it is-
God.
it is-
So
Hold on.
God
Did
knows
I
It's not
did
it.
I
your
give you
knowledge,
credit for both of
comrade.
these?
It is our
Abby?
knowledge.
so
Give
God.
it to us.
So God
Did I
cannot.
forget
So
one?
you're in a
I don't remember. I
contradiction.
was in
God
a
knows
moment.
everything.
Let me know if I
God
forgot
doesn't
that
know
one.
everything.
We
I
die
missed the
because of
last one.
lack
Let
of
me know.
knowledge.
I didn't ask you
Either way.
about death. I
Thanks.
said about
So
knowledge.
I
Listen,
have
nonsense
to
lady.
ask, why do you refer to Christian scriptures if you yourself as God and you call
Yeah,
us
why?
all gods as well? Why are you
Because
referring
it's
to
the
a
truth.
Marilyn, I'm
monotheist
so
It's
glad
the
God?
you're here.
truth.
But the text itself totally refutes your entire
You
position.
let her up. That's fine.
The text
Like
itself.
I could show you the text. Like I'll take you to
People,
scriptures. I'll beat
okay, well,
Scylla.
people in the Bible.
I know. I see a
and
lot of people in the chat yelling. Just so everyone in the chat, we introduced
$50.
this recently for the Chaos and Chill panel. It's $50
$50
to boot someone off the panel. and it's
50
50
bucks.
Bring them back.
50 bucks.
So you know.
Kick God. Kick God.
People in the Bible use the scripture to determine what love means. Jesus used love to determine what scripture means. That's
Why
the
would Jesus
difference.
matter? Why would Jesus matter if we're all God, lady?
23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son
Why
of
wouldn't
man
you
that
tell
he should
Indian
repent.
Jesus that?
As he said.
If Jesus was real and he was God, then that's God. That's your example. There you go. You want to
we're
look
all
for him. You want
Maryland?
to find him. He was
Wait.
real.
How is it we're all, is God a nature or a person?
God is
both, of course.
God is everything, but we are the high.
No,
We are the
God
highest.
is not a person.
We are God. We are gods.
I didn't
We have
ask if
dominion
we are
over
God.
the
I
land.
said, is God
We
a
have
nature?
dominion over the earth.
Marilyn,
We have
focus.
dominion.
Wine lady.
We have
wine lady,
dominion.
Wine lady. Take another hit.
I'm
So
not drinking.
is wine. It is wine.
Whoa.
Is wine god. You're a wine god. So
I'm not drinking. Not drinking.
Is God a nature, like a status, or a person, Marilyn?
What does the Bible say?
I didn't ask what the Bible said.
Maryland,
Bye, Maryland.
if someone pays 50
There are
to bring you
levels.
back, they can bring you back
Oh
for
my
50.
God.
Now.
So
you're not
Christopher
God, because you could have stopped that if you were.
Yeah, no.
I
Somebody was
don't feel so bad about my position anymore.
No.
someone's trying to say that.
Jimbob, I didn't want to come at you.
No,
I stand on the same beliefs, kind of like I live under Christian basic morals and logics, right? I don't know if there's God. I just kind of stand in that position, the same as JesusJesus is himself, right? So that's just kind of where I was going at with that argument, just to try to see it if there's another way you can see it from the other side or anything like that.
No, I understand the arguments. Like, it's a lot of things, I went through 15 years of running the same arguments that you brought to me. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people asking the question, which is better than not asking the question. There's a lot of apathetic people. I would grant, I'm happy that Indian Jesus exists. I'm happy that Wrath of Reason exists because you're pursuing it. I think by pursuing it, you're actually actively trying to search for a rigorous, narrow approach to these questions. And I believe that orthodoxy has the answer. So that's why I just push you all to go to to go to divine liturgy, participate in it.
But you do understand how, from the outside, like we as non-believers hear that from everybody.
You're not a non-believer, bro.
I definitely am. Either way,
you're not, dude. You're not even a good atheist, dude.
But I don't care. What the point is?
Hey, you do. You're a spiritual being, dude. You reject all this bullshit.
Many atheists are, Jimbob. That is the entire point of what I came here to tell you.
No, you're not like
many. Just because most people who are on TikTok, the blue hair, all that stuff, those are the loud minority. Just like any
You're
other
not
group.
looking for truth, dude. Stop fighting it. Just stop.
I ain't fighting shit.
Yeah, you are.
Hey, I mean, okay, I am, but you can't arrive at truth. You can't arrive at truth without fighting what you think isn't. And then when you lose, then you know it's true.
Stop it and go to the church. Just stop.
I said I would. I prayed the way that you guys asked me to last time, and I really genuinely tried.
I think you're gonna come to it. Listen, this is why I was actually happy that Jimbob started having the conversation that he had with you, because I was like, I literally just had this with him not long ago, and I literally said more people are gonna have this conversation with you. Watch and see what's happening. Mm-hmm. You're coming, man. You're coming over.
I think
Eli Nix, you said you wanted to say something there. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to bring something up to Indian Jesus, kind of where I think the point of departure was, especially with the hammer analogy. So, you're saying, I heard you say, I've got the hammer, I'm doing the drilling, I'm doing the hammering.
Sorry, one sec. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think you're using the wrong mic. Yeah. I think if you go to the StreamYard and go to your mic selection, because you sound like you're at a distance and you're way too close to your mic for it to sound like that.
Oh, here we go. Oh. Sorry. Shit.
There we go.
Is this any better?
Yes, much better.
Okay, cool. So anyway, you're talking about you're hammering and you're drilling and you don't need to know where the hammer comes from, right? Well, I'm not saying this is necessarily the argument that you were making, but what we hear from a lot of atheists, what you would call the hard atheists, they would criticize a theist.
Yeah, I think you're still on the wrong mic. I'm sorry, man. Am I the only one hearing this?
Nah, yeah. I didn't want to
Okay.
interrupt because I think if we could get to the question.
I figured it out. Hold on.
Yeah, on the StreamYard where the mic is, you'll see a little arrow there. So pop it up, and then you'll see the microphone spot, and click on there, and you'll be able to select your different mics.
Okay, how's this one?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
My USB was only putting in the tip, so there you go. Anyway, had to go full penetration on that sucker. Anyway, so you're using the hammer. You don't know where the hammer comes from. What a lot of hard atheists will tell us, especially low-tier theists, is that we would use the argument, well, God just is, right? It just is. What the criticism and the point of departure I think you're missing from why we're asking you where the hammer comes from is because you're not necessarily making this argument, but it's the ultimate entailment of your thought process. When you say, I don't need to know where the hammer comes from, you're kind of saying that these transcendental categories, logic, truth, and etc., just are. And if a theist came to an atheist debate and said, well, God is because he is, you would never accept that. So when we do the internal critique of your position, and you're basically coming up with these things just are, we're saying this isn't good enough, this has no justification. But if you look at our view in a coherence sense, everything makes sense and everything has a justification. So do you understand what I mean by that?
Kind of. I think that and maybe this is the same misunderstanding I had with the original analogy. That I get that obviously with a hammer, it is not necessary. It doesn't really matter where it comes from. But I'm still lost on the application of that. And so, are you with that analogy? Are you saying because I don't know where the hammer comes from? Like, yes, I could use the hammer, but I can't speak about the hammer or know anything about the hammer other than its use. Is that where you're?
Well, I'm just saying, if we were having a debate about the hammer, and you said, well, I can hammer and well, I can drill, and we're talking about its existence entails where it comes from, right? You can't just, it's kind of begging the question. It's begging the question about the hammer.
Well, I would say that, and again, maybe this doesn't.
Maybe sorry, Eli, do you have your audio interface? Turn your gain down. Your gain must be like real up or something. Because like,
okay, is this any better?
That's way better.
That's way better. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
I didn't want to interrupt you again because your mic's killing you tonight. But
I'm just a dumb hillbilly with Amazon Prime, so I got to learn this shit. So
no worries, it's good.
Yeah. So
it's begging the question about the hammer.
How so? Maybe you can explain.
Because you're talking about using it, but like it is the thing in question. We're all aware of its use. Everybody uses it. Literally embedded in us having a conversation is the hammer. So the crux of the debate is the source. So when you throw that out and say the source doesn't matter, you're kind of throwing out the whole debate.
Okay, so then the hammer was just not a great example outside of showing that I'm appealing to use, because it doesn't matter if we know where the hammer comes from. But with a hammer, it doesn't matter. It doesn't actually matter where it comes from. But if I were to try to explain how I know that it is a hammer, or it's my hammer, or something like that, is that what you mean?
Kind of. You know, I mean, that would be a great question. Is it your hammer, or is it a hammer that is used universally? Universal is one of those categories of which we are ascribing to the hammer that we get a lot of pushback from atheists on. So that would be a question we would ask you. Is it a universal hammer, or is it just your hammer? But then we would argue it can't just be your hammer, because that's reducing it to a particular.
Let me look at it like this way, like frame it this way. We both use the hammer, and one question is, how do you get the hammer? Atheism is stating that there is no hammer maker.
I don't know if that's true.
It is. It's saying I don't believe there's a hammer maker.
The strong atheist
say that the hammer used to be a rock.
One sec, because fundamentally, like you have like two conflicting beliefs. You're saying that life is meaningless, but then you also believe in science, which is to explain the meaning behind. I was talking about the whole change thing and all this shit. Like, how are you resolving that conflict?
Because you're
not the only atheist that like has this conflict.
Yeah, and I mean it is a conflict. I don't fully understand everything. Like I said, there's no guidebook for my personal worldview, and so I'm just trucking along to taking what I can. But when it comes to the knowledge, I do see that for the purposes of being a functional human being, maybe I don't have the ability to talk about why the hammer exists or where the hammer comes from. But I don't understand. And again, maybe this is the analogy getting mixed up. But I don't understand why I need to know where the hammer came from.
Because atheism itself. Because the atheism itself for this particular claim isn't the claim whether or not hammers work. The claim for atheism in particular is that the hammer has no source. That's the claim of atheism.
Wrong, because it's not saying there is no source. It's saying I don't know what the source is.
No. Okay. Is it rational to use a hammer and be like, I don't know what the source of the hammer is?
Yeah. In the example I gave, you got an old dude who has a collection of tools, and he knows that he has his hammer. And at some point, he acquired that. Hold on. But at some point, he acquired that, and he's able to use that. And
I'm gonna refute this. Go. Ready? Does the hammer have a purpose?
Yeah.
Does anything that have purpose assume intent?
Sure. Yeah.
Is it rational to say there's a tool that has a purpose, but it didn't come from someone who has an intent?
Is it rational? Say one more time.
Is it rational to use a tool that has purpose and assume that it didn't come from a mind that has intent?
No, but again, that's not. Wait. You did
not internalize what I just said to you.
Maybe not, but I'm not. I'm not making that.
No, give it back to me, please. Don't run, please. Give it back what I just said to you.
What does that mean?
Look, what did I just
steal man his
walk you
argument?
through?
Are you asking to steal man?
Give it back to what I just gave to you. Give it back to me. What did I just walk you through? Tell me.
The fact that I need to use the hammer is not relevant to the
No, you didn't listen. This is cognitive dissonance.
I'm listening. I told you I'm just stupid.
No, you're not stupid. Look, the hammer itself has a purpose. Is it rational to assume that you found an object and use an object that has clear purpose when we know inductively that purpose for things comes from intent, and intent assumes a mind? Is it rational to deny that a tool that you're using with purpose came from not a mind?
No, but that's not the claim. Okay. That's not the claim.
Oh, dude, you don't understand where you're at right now.
Maybe not, but like,
is logic a tool?
Yeah.
Does logic have a purpose?
Does logic have a purpose? Yeah.
Okay. If logic is a tool with a purpose, is there any tool that has a purpose that it doesn't assume a mind?
I don't know.
Go to liturgy.
Okay.
Yeah. Purpose means there must be a mind.
And how do you know the purpose of the hammer without the hammer maker? If I invent a tool and I hand it to you and I tell you not its name or its purpose or its use, how do you know how to use it? If I hand a caveman a claw hammer, is he going to use the claw hammer as it was intended?
No, he's going to use a rock.
Exactly. He's going to use it wrong. He's not going to know what it is. But for you to even understand what the hammer is, you have to understand the hammer maker.
I disagree. Again, I don't need going back to the example.
That caveman could invent a hammer.
Yeah, going back to the guy, a 60-year-old guy has a hammer in his garage. He does not know where the hammer came from. So yes, again, I agree. He would not.
We're talking about logic and reason, though. That's the distinction here.
I'm trying. You gave the example of the hammer. I'm not understanding when you just explain it
really quick.
flat out.
TheIndianJesus, you had conceded that there is a source, you just don't know where the source comes from. I would argue even more fundamentally, kind of agreeing with Jimbob saying you're a terrible atheist, because 99% of atheists, at least in the debate sphere, would
thank you,
even concede that there's a source. They think it's all kind of chaotic and accidental things. You even conceding that the hammer has a source is conceding intent, which is conceding at the ground level a mind. And some kind of a purposeful action by an entity for that hammer to come into existence. You may not even know who it is, but you're way more on the I'm trying to figure out which religion is true than you are on the naturalistic, materialistic side of things.
Yeah, that's true.
Because, like, for example, just real quick to explain that Indian Jesus is like the dude in the garage that has the hammer. He had got that hammer from some other dude who got that from some other company that basically made the hammer. So there is you can track it back. So like that the logic follows, but you're basically saying you're denying that logic.
I'm not denying. Well, what do you mean? I'm saying that the guy with the hammer does not remember where the hammer came from. He knows that it's his hammer. He's been using it for years, but where did it come from? You're saying like, yeah, we could. Wait. So are you specifically saying like the brand name on the hammer? We could call the company.
Yeah, we're saying that the hammer did not spontaneously just happen to be in his garage.
But nobody's claiming that. Nobody's claiming that.
Some people do actually. They claim that an unguided process of evolution from non-life to life to then like sort of like evolutionary process produces consciousness, which produces reasoning, which is epiphenomenal. And they think that reasoning itself, the thing in question, logic and reasoning, is a purposeless thing that does purposeful things. That's crazy. That's irrational. Purposelessness producing purposefulness. That's crazy.
Why is that?
It's like the whole thing with Big Bang where something came from nothing.
Sure, but why is that crazy? Because if I believe that there is no inherent contradiction meaning to the universe, that doesn't mean that I can't then apply my preferences.
No. Does your brain have any purpose?
No.
No.
I mean, within the body, yeah. I mean,
blink.
Yikes.
Bro.
So again, that's why I'm saying there's different realms to this. Is there an inherent a purpose to my brain specifically, or are you asking does the brain?
So your brain has no purpose to pursuing logical truths, coherent truths.
No. I would say that.
So why would we trust your brain then, from your worldview?
Dude, anyone.
Because I'm right about a lot of other shit.
What?
No. Right assumes trusting the thing in question, which has no purpose. If there's no purpose toward correctness, then your brain is a problem, a process of accidentalism. By the way, you have a contradiction under accidentalism. If you said there's no purpose and it's a product of accidental, can you define accidental without the term purpose?
Spoiler alert.
Accident would be...
An accident can't not be the privation or mistarget of something directional, right?
You can't purposely do something on
it. Let me think about it.
He's so close. Just go to liturgy, dude. What are we doing debating? This is fucking bullshit. Just go to liturgy.
Exactly. That was my point from the start.
You've been asking
like
questions.
You cannot point to hot without proving. Like you cannot define cold without pointing to hot.
He knows. He already knows. Yeah. He just has to go. This is all just.
That's what I'm saying. I was trying to think about it for a second. You're asking, that's the answer. All right, fine.
This is like staying at dinner when the wine's gone. It's like you know.
He's gonna walk up to the local priest and be like, "So I got this hammer." And so out of the
where did it come from? Tell me where this hammer came from. Jimbob told me I need to know.
Well, no, the beauty, Indian Jesus, is when you go to liturgy, all of this philosophical bullshit goes to the wayside, and you'll be surprised that almost none of it actually applies in the real time in your experience, which is the beautiful part about it all. So you'll come back to me and going, Jimbob, why didn't you tell me liturgy was just so beautiful and timeless, like you got into a portal and you transported time, space, and matter? Why didn't you tell me it was like that, you dipshit? Why are you doing all this philosophy bullshit with me? And I'm going to go, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I told him this on Halloween. I told him when he said he was debating you, I was like, you better come prepared or you're just going to have your shit blown wide open.
Here's the thing. I like I said in the opening statement, I was like, all right, well, we've got this coming up and let me, just go over all of this stuff. But then I felt like it would be a Dunning-Kruger type of thing where it's like, oh yeah, I just read all this stuff again and try to get on that level. And like, I know that Jimbob knows this stuff better. So I didn't think that was a at least for the debate aspect. I didn't think that was that probably would have had me digging a deeper grave. I'm fine with being like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
No, you actually did fine. You actually did fine considering that you didn't double down. You acknowledged okay, maybe I just don't have an answer for that. That's more than I can ask for the the majority of people who try to defend an atheist position. You're in many senses, you're already sort of away from what we're arguing against for the most part. You're halfway away from it anyway,
right? Like many other atheists.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The second you said agnostic atheist, that's when the flag went up. Right
there.
Why is that? Right when you said that, because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That's
I wanted to say that to you. It makes zero sense to you.
What was my explanation that doesn't make sense?
No, that term, it doesn't matter how you explain it. Saying you're an agnostic atheist doesn't follow. That's like saying that would be like
so
Jimbob
take the words so what would you call it then?
It's kind of basically like a self-defeater. You're saying that you don't know that that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're putting a negative on.
Because you guys are defining atheism as a positive belief, and that is a very, very, very small subsect of atheism. Atheism is the lack of being convinced. God. I don't know if there is a God. I am not convinced that there is a God. Agnostic atheist. Tell me why that doesn't make sense.
Because atheist has a definition. That would be like saying apple, orange. They're both fruits.
But those are not knowing something and not being convinced of something are not mutually exclusive. Being an orange and being an apple are mutually exclusive. You can't be both. How is it? How so? Show me the contradiction. You're just saying that it is. You got to make the argument.
What's the definition of atheism?
Yeah, it's the definition.
A lack of a belief without a theistic belief.
No, it's a positive position that God doesn't.
All the Christians. All the Christians are going to tell me. What?
No, I'm telling you too.
What does it matter? You're not even, dude. Here's the important part. You're not even atheist, so I don't even know why we're debating it. It's like you're not atheist.
There are no gods that I believe in. There are no gods that I believe in. By definition, that is the end all and be all and the entirety of what the word atheist entails.
That's great.
But can you say right now that there is no God? Can you say
You
that?
can just take a word.
No, because I'm an agnostic atheist.
Then you're not an atheist. You're an
Wait, Indian Jesus, Indian Jesus. Do you watch Marvel? Do you watch Marvel?
At the same time, but I do have a question for Lutch. Wouldn't you say if I was to if I'm to ask you, how could you say that you don't know whether God exists, but you're certain enough to say you don't believe God exists?
I'm
right?
not
so,
saying I don't
that's what
believe.
that's why it contradicts.
Because I'm not saying I don't believe.
know, but I know enough to
You're
not
just
believe.
agnostic.
No,
Dude. You have no
I'm-
reason to say the word
Goes back
atheist.
to the laws of logic,
Again, it's
can't
not that I'm
Lord.
saying I know enough to know that there is no God. I don't know if there is a God, which makes me an atheist. The lack of belief in any gods, makes me an
agnostic.
atheist. I am an agnostic atheist. This is
dude. Look. Let me do it again.
I mean,
Let
you
me do
guys
it
can
again.
call it whatever the fuck you want.
Look, Indian Jesus. Look.
I don't know.
If-
I'm not convinced.
if-
Call it whatever the
does
fuck you want. That's my position.
Does atheism has a different definition than agnostic? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say there's a different definition of atheist and a different definition of agnostic, when you say agnostic atheist, you're actually agnostic to the atheist position, not to the theistic position.
Sure.
So that's redundant.
I mean, again, I think that it is.
No, listen. You're not listening.
Yeah,
again.
no, I will give you that. Yes, it is
You're not
redundant.
listening. Give it back to me. What the problem is? If atheist means something and agnostic means something, if you say you're agnostic atheist, you're actually not saying you're agnostic to theism or God. You're actually saying you're agnostic. You're not sure of atheism, but that's not what you're trying to communicate. What you're trying to communicate is that you're agnostic to the belief in God, not the disbelief in God. You're not agnostic to the disbelief in God. You're agnostic to the belief in God, right?
It would be both. That's the agnostic part of it.
You're agnostic.
That's why it's not contradictory.
Apple or
What's that? Just let me clarify real quick. Jesus, that base. What you're doing is like you're just throwing in atheism into it. It seems like because you don't want to piss people off or whatever. Maybe it's like a friend group thing or whatever. It's like that's why you're throwing in atheism. Yeah, like it's basically kind of like you don't want to stand on just being like a capitalist, you know what I mean, or just being like an agnostic. It's like you're trying to throw in the atheism thing to say like, oh, like I'm one of you guys kind of thing, because it literally makes no sense to say I'm an agnostic atheist. So I'm just
pregnant. Absolutely wrong. My entire existence is trying to separate myself from the typical atheist. So very wrong.
Yeah, then why you put the word atheist in the name?
Here's some ground I'll give you guys.
Have you ever looked up the definition of atheism?
Yeah, and
dictionary etymology.
Have you looked up the definition of woman lately? Exactly.
What is that? Wait.
Yeah, no, because I know what a woman is.
Okay, does it match what it says in the dictionary?
It's
If you believe in truth, then you know what a woman is.
There's a man.
Right.
There's a
So
woman.
even if the dictionary says a woman is a person that has secondary female characteristics,
foundation,
then that would be the definition, right? Because you looked it up. It's in the dictionary. That must be what it is. I get it. So sometimes the institutions that write the dictionary don't align.
You're just moving.
You realize
just
the
moving.
dictionary.
It's a very simple point. No. You guys are using a dictionary definition of something that does not match the common parlance of how this word is used. Hold on. You are using a definition of this word
without God.
Dictated.
Atheist.
Yeah, without God. I am without a God to believe in. Exactly.
So you're
there we go.
atheist or
Thank
you're
you.
uncertain,
I'm an agnostic atheist.
No, that's not agnostic.
Oh my
So, Indian Jesus, would it make sense to you if I said, like you asked me a question and I said, I don't know what the answer is, but I know enough to tell you the answer isn't yes?
Yeah, right.
Does that make sense?
So you would be agnostic in some sense because you don't fully know, but you have evidence to point you in one direction.
So what?
So the direction. Okay. So I don't know. I am
There's
agnostic,
only two answers,
but the evidence that
and
I
I've
have
ruled
points
out
me in the
one.
direction that a God doesn't exist. That exactly follows what you just asked me.
One second. Let's run through the mathematics. What's 2 minus 1? What's 2 minus 1 in Jesus?
1.
Yeah. So if I give you a question and there's only 2 options and I take away one of those options, do you have more options, or is there only one answer to the question?
What?
If I give you a question, it's only two options, and I take away one of those options. There's only one option to that question, correct? There's only one answer.
What does that have to do with the map?
Because what Easy just asked you was like, is either true or false? And I'm saying, like, I don't know the answer, but I know enough to tell you it's not one of the options. So there's only one option left.
Okay, but that doesn't. But he said he doesn't know enough. So that's Easy's opinion.
No. IndianJesus, what you're now saying, you're still making a claim of like, I still don't know, even though you ruled out there's only one option left.
Yeah. It's an affirmative claim versus an agnostic claim. You don't have a claim, so you can't have an affirmative claim and an agnostic claim at the same time. You have to have one.
I agree. I do not have. I don't have an affirmative claim.
Then you're not an atheist.
We're just going in circles. Anybody else have anything besides the definition of atheist? Because I mean, I was bored of that fucking question 10 years ago.
This reminds me, I was like debating on TikTok in the cesspools the other day against some atheists, and this chick, I do it. It's a guilty pleasure. But this chick was like, and I'm an Orthodox Christian. I told him, and she's like, "Well, you're an atheist too." And I said, "How do you figure?" She goes, "The definition of atheist says other gods. Do you believe in the God of Islam?" I said, "No." She goes, "See, you're an atheist to Islam." And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm an Islamic atheist, sure. I feel like you're doing some level of that to some degree.
Sure, okay, but what's wrong with that?
Here, IndianJesus, let me see if this helps. What I would say is wrong with it is that like it lets you, when you say agnostic atheism, it lets you deny the belief and avoid defending your denial. You just retreat into I don't know when you're pressed on your denial, right? It's like saying I'm playing hockey, or I mean I'm not playing hockey, but I'm keeping the score, right? That's what you're doing here.
How so?
You understand?
No.
Because you deny the belief, right? You say I don't believe in God, but when you're pressed,
say that. I don't say I don't believe in God. I am unconvinced that God exists. That is a different thing.
You're not an atheist. Sorry.
Why is it? Wait, I just don't understand what
you did the Dillahunty thing.
I was just going to say he's a Dillahunty.
Wait. Honestly, IndianJesus, what do you get out of holding to both of the distinctions as opposed to just saying you're agnostic? I don't understand what the defense is here, other than what SpeakeaZy said, which is you don't have to defend the harder position, but you kind of hold it, but you don't really hold it, and you're caught in between. What if you just say, I don't know, I'm agnostic. I don't understand why you would have to add in the atheist part. I'm just wondering.
So, I mean, here, I'll go here so you get to it.
What do you get? What do you get extra from adding atheist?
Accuracy. And so I will give you this. Hold on. I will give you this because
you make it more confusing.
It's ambiguous.
It's not ambiguous. It's more specific.
But by the way,
you're trans. You're trans atheist, basically. You're basically like, well, it's in between. I don't know. You're a trans but atheist for atheism.
Wow.
What was the real question? What was the real question?
That's it's funny because it's
true. Imagine those friends going down the street.
Trans atheist.
Oh, man.
Trans atheist.
What is this? What Jimbob asked you though is like, if it is just that you don't know, right? It isn't that you don't believe. It's just you don't know. Then why add on the atheism part? It's just agnostic, right?
It's not. I'm not disagreeing that there is a level of redundancy, but not all agnostics are atheists, and not all atheists are agnostic.
It's not redundancy. It's a kind
It's actually the opposite of redundant. I missed it before. It's actually contradictory.
They're Democrats either, but
apple orange. They're both fruits.
We can't, guys. We're at a standstill if you're not going to accept that there's different types of atheism. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yes, the leading atheist is not
the leading atheist since Bertrand Russell have all been in agreement that atheism is not a positive claim.
Is there a lot of different types of bachelors?
No. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah.
Okay, but
there's tall ones, there's white ones, there's black ones.
That's right. Yeah, this is beautiful.
Can you be a married bachelor?
Yes. Yeah, but the thing is, you can have all sorts of types of bachelors, but you could never have a married one, right?
Right.
And so that's the same. You could have all types of atheists, but none of the atheists are actually agnostic. They're actually strictly atheist.
So the only way I can square this with you guys is shout out to Alex O'Connor, the greatest. He was on
wow.
I knew that would piss y'all off.
Here we go.
He was on a podcast and talking about
I eat an egg with a spoon. I eat an egg with a spoon. Go ahead.
He was
The
on a
male
podcast
British
and talking
version of
about when
AOC.
it comes
Yeah, go
to atheism, then you do in fact have to be aware of the God that you're saying you don't believe in. And so he was saying that in most cases now he will say I am just agnostic. But when it comes to the God of the Bible or Allah, then agnostic atheism applies because both things are true. You don't know, you don't believe. I don't know what that is the end. I'm not going to my definition the definition rather of what agnostic atheism means. So if you guys just want to go around in circles about that's not atheist. I mean, we can do that.
Look, we don't need to we've been looping for years. So here's the important part. It doesn't even matter. You know why? Because I'm gonna pester the shit out of you to go to liturgy, dude, and that's gonna be the only focus from the next year. I'm gonna find you on Twitter. I'm gonna harass you into the building. It doesn't matter, dude. I don't even care what you believe right now. What I do know, Indian Jesus, is that you're at least good-willed enough to be pursuing the truth and to have a debate with me. And so if that's the case, and if you're open to it, it doesn't really matter, like us getting you on this distinction.
Yeah.
What matters to me is that you keep going, right? And I'm gonna coerce you.
Hell yeah.
He made me buy his last 3 volumes of the Savage.
That's right,
Meme.
trash bag. That's right.
He made me do that.
I did. I made you do it because you'd be otherwise missing out. It's true.
And democracy.
Yeah. Put the fear of God into you, man.
Just like the trans, we know what you are.
Trans atheist. That's gotta be a anime.
Everywhere you go, that's going with you now.
Trans atheist.
I mean, it's ironic. Usually, it's the other way around, where I'll be like, "Well, I'm agnostic," meaning an agnostic atheist, and people will be like, "No, you're an atheist. Just admit it." So it's very weird to have that completely flipped on its head.
Right. The other way around. Like you just don't know.
Easy to accept the cross of Christ.
Being accused the other side.
Well, atheist is the hardest position to defend. That's why it seems like a cop-out to me when you say agnostic atheist. You're trying to soften the blow almost.
How does that soften the blow, though? If I'm adding something that's harder,
because you can say I can be convinced. I
can be convinced.
But I can.
Should I lie to you? This is what I don't understand. Like you're acting as if this is a tactic when it's literally my.
It's like saying I don't know if there's food in the fridge, but I know I believe it's empty.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you haven't gone shopping in a while and you've never opened your fridge just to see what's in there and be like, I thought I had this or that, or that makes fucking perfect sense. That is exactly my belief. With the fridge, instead of God. Great job, SpeakeaZy. Can we move on from the definition of atheist?
Dude, look, it's really simple. I know, I can tell from your energy that you actually have the intuition that God exists. It's like there's no fucking denying it. I don't care what you say.
Okay.
Amen. What causes change? What the fuck causes change? Because it's all powerful, it's infinite, and it's fucking omnipresent.
Here comes the Irish.
Kariak is fucking spooling up. Be careful. Be careful. He's spooling up.
Well, not an atheist.
There's 7 windows on his iPad.
Be careful.
So Lutch, what's your real hold up? What's your real hang up? Is it the fact that you don't know if Christianity is true? Are you trying to taste other religions, see which one might be more valid?
No, so again, I grew up in I was born to the Catholic Church and then moved to the Methodist Church, was confirmed there, and then I was still a strong believer. Like I would say, I went to college in 2008, and we were still using AOL Instant Messenger. I had my freshman year, the first semester, I would always have a Bible verse in my away message. By the second semester, I was an atheist or agnostic. Actually, no. We can say at that point.
Be careful.
So what brought you there between the one semester and the other semester?
So I read the Bible for the first time,
and then something happened.
I read the Bible for the first time. I was learning about philosophy, and I learned a lot about psychology as well. Oh, psychology, that's so gay. I know it's gay, but there's still some stuff in there that helps you understand.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
I've had this conversation before. I know how bullshit psychology is.
He already knows. He already knows.
But
called it out himself.
Can I ask an anecdotal question, Indian Jesus?
What?
How many of your professors do you know for near fact were atheists?
I have not a clue. I would assume that my philosophy professor was an atheist, but other than that, I have no idea.
So yeah, this is the thing. It's like most professors in a lot of that spectrum of college are atheists or highly liberal or however you want to define them. So you were taught by that side of the spectrum in that field. So
yeah, I mean,
what was the crushing point though, Lutch? Where was that point to where you was like, you know what, maybe I won't post this Bible verse on my AOL status? Where was that? Where did that come from?
I don't remember. I didn't have some like come away from Jesus moment. It was a slow, gradual.
Well, there had to be one. There had to be.
I don't remember what it was. I don't remember the day.
You went from posting to not posting.
I don't remember the day.
There had to have been a day that you stopped doing
right, but
that.
in the same way, I don't remember. When Trump first came on the scene, I was a never Trumper, and then I happily voted for him in 24. So I don't remember the exact day or the exact moment. Like definitely the Rittenhouse trial was a big red pilling moment. But I don't remember. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just again, this is a big point to the fact that a lot of atheists don't really think about religion and stuff that well, for better or worse. And I understand for the most part, it usually is worse, and that's how they become leftist. But the other side of it is that the reason I don't remember a lot of this stuff is because I did do the deep dive when I was like, okay, I had Christianity, and now I'm looking for whatever this is. And that's made me a much happier person without any type of hedonistic bullshit, and the world makes a lot more sense to me. So I've just followed that, and so I don't have it written down where I look at it every day. But
you said you did a deep dive. At what point did you start doing that deep dive to prove or disprove God?
So the religion specifically started with me reading the Bible for the first time. That was when I was still in high school. Actually, yeah.
You didn't have How old are you?
I'll be 36 on Friday. Hopefully I can get 5K subs by that. Go hit the sub button. 36.
Yeah, but like Indian Jesus, like you realize it's like it's the atheists that are saying retarded shit like life is meaningless, but then like also like saying that statement has meaning.
Yes.
See, I'm just trying to narrow down.
Well, I've got a good question.
Said, you know what? I'm not very sure about Christianity, and I'm trying to figure out where you reached that logical conclusion and what brought you to that logical conclusion. Was it an internal force? Was it an external force? Was it friends? Was it a professor? Like what? Did somebody
a combination of a lot of those things.
Like put you to fire on your beliefs or something? And
no, well, I see that
happen a lot. Were you trying to get laid and you thought it would be
no?
Cool to say
ironically.
real?
Ironically, because remember, I grew up in the Catholic church, and then I went to the Methodist church, and because it was way more laid back, I was like, oh, I'm totally into this. And I'd never sat and read the Bible before, and I was like, this will get me closer to God. And that did not work.
And you read it without understanding, and
maybe
couldn't make heads or tails out of it.
Laid back was your first red flag. Laid back.
Well, yeah, again, but I mean, I was in 8th grade. All right, mommy and daddy said we're going to this church now. I don't really have a choice there.
Do you have siblings?
There you go.
Yeah, I got an older brother. I'm a middle child.
Oh, fuck.
Yep, middle child syndrome is.
Wait, so your 8th grade understanding of the Bible decided your worldview?
No. No.
Oh.
I was in college. I was in high school when I started, and I was in college by the time I finished.
2010.
So hold on. So between what was it, like 8th grade, and then you got what, 4 years, about 5 years it took you to read the Bible?
No. So 8th grade is when I went to the Methodist church. When I went to the Methodist church, that one I was like, oh, I'm really into this. But because they were very laid back, and I felt like I wanted to be more involved and closer to God, I was like, all right, let me read the Bible for the first time. And it was very different than it was presented both in the Catholic Church and the Methodist Church. So then while I'm simultaneously learning about how the brain works and how we understand beliefs and how beliefs can be wrong and so on and so forth, and also that there's other philosophies that comport with morality and all that stuff, then it's just like, okay, I like Christianity has a lot of great stuff, but it doesn't need to be the only thing that's in my arsenal.
Oh, so you're a perennialist, basically.
Arsenal.
Hey, what? Once you come back to God, will you change your name to the Indian Ben Shapiro?
Sure, absolutely, trash bag. I will do that.
Voice, yeah.
Well, Israel is the best country in the world. The only reason I love America is,
I actually love Palestinian kids. I just prefer them in pieces,
Oh shit.
Oh, we've been invaded by the
If I remember, I wish I remembered the lyrics.
Just to let the chat know, we got Leith Water Kai in the back. So if you guys want to boot a panelist, main debaters are off limits though. But if you want to boot a panelist for 50 to make room for him, you can go ahead and do that.
I got about half an hour.
You guys have a good night.
See you, man.
I got about,
there you go. Never mind. We got room.
Later, bro.
Welcome,
Joe. Long time no see.
What up?
Yes, sir.
So I've come in to help defend Indian Jesus.
Let's go.
I was supposed to debate him this last Saturday. I think he's been saying pretty rational things. So to act like you have access to a framework that you can't demonstrate seems kind of goofy. We're both saying we don't. Well, I'm saying we don't know. He's saying
how do you know what's? So how do you know that there's no rational framework then if you don't know?
You can't disprove a
so
framework.
What we're dealing with is something that is reliable. So we rely on the information we have in front of us, and until we're shown that it's unreliable, there's no reason to reevaluate it.
Oh, so you're taking sort of methodological. So you're taking a methodological, like some sort of position that you have every reason to believe that you're interacting with sense data.
That's what I said. I got 30 minutes in me, bro. I've been on for 4.5 hours.
It's like dealing with hard hold on.
Yeah, I understand. But the problem with that view is that when you say until proven otherwise, you're relying on the same thing anyway.
I don't disagree with you at all.
So that's not a meaningful statement. So if you say it's called phenomenalism. It's this view that you have every reason to believe that you're accurately interpreting sense data until you have other reason to believe otherwise, right?
Of course.
It's called phenomenological conservatism. The problem with that view is that when you say until proven otherwise, you're still relying on the thing that you're saying is reliable. So you're not actually saying any distinction. You're saying everything I rely on is reliable until proven otherwise. But the proven otherwise part is still the same method. You're not actually making a distinction until proven otherwise. You're just relying on the same thing over and over again.
Jesus,
so tomorrow something happens where gravity is no longer reliable and I can let go of my pen and it floats upward.
Yeah.
There's no reason to reevaluate.
Well, hey,
the physics and logic I understand.
If you talk to everyone who survived Russian roulette, they would tell you it was safe.
That's survivor's bias.
That's it's analogous.
Wait, no, there is.
The question tonight, Lethal Water Guy, is that the question isn't whether or not you think your senses and evaluations are reliable. The bigger question tonight was what justifies that you have that capacity to begin with. That, like, you're assuming, Leaf Water Guy, that you have a mind that's interpreting the sense data, right? So we're asking a bigger question from Indian Jesus. We're saying, from an atheistic view, we're asking, what is the mind? What is it? What's the status? Like, what justifies this thing you called an evaluator, a knower, right? From an atheist view, what is that, you think, from your view?
It's literally sense data. So it's all the information that I take in. So otherwise you're dealing with hard solipsism and I have to say it's unreliable. And I have to
no. You didn't listen to the question. Sense data is pure raw data. that needs to be evaluated by something that's not sense data, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. So the question that we're posing for an atheist is, how do you justify the thing that's knowing and evaluating the sense data? When I asked you that question, you know what you said? You said, just go to the sense data. Well, no, the thing in question is the knower, the evaluator of the sense data, not the sense data itself.
So that's all gained through experience over time. We come into this world knowing nothing, not knowing how physics work, any of these things. These are things that are evaluated over time.
I'm asking you a different question. You're granting yourself evaluation again. I'm asking, under an atheist view, what is the entity that's evaluating?
Well, that has nothing to do with atheism, but
yes, it does.
You know why? You
know why? I would really like to hear why.
I'll tell you why. Because atheism, would you agree atheism is a position that's reasoned from a certain epistemic system?
No, it's a lack of being convinced.
Convinced being that you're convinced, being that there's an epistemic system that convinces you, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so what I said is, if atheism is a position you land on like the game board, from an epistemic system, let's say.
Did anybody hear what I said?
Evidentialism.
I've seen this picture.
Like
Hey,
said,
girl.
Well, I don't believe in God because there's no evidence.
needed.
You're using an epistemic system to come to the conclusion, well, I don't believe in God because there's no evidence to believe in God. I don't see a physical God. I don't really experience an interaction or whatever like that. What I'm saying is that the viewer, the knower that's going through that experience, that's what I'm asking for under the atheist view. What is the status of the knower that's going through life and going, through my experience, me, the knower, is evaluating my experience and making judgment claims and epistemic claims about the nature of reality. And I've landed on this square called atheism, that God doesn't exist and I don't have a good reason. What I'm pointing to is, what is the actual status? Like, what's the ontology of the knower, the mind, under an atheist view? What is it?
So you're asking me to explain consciousness?
In a sense, consciousness, but animals are partly conscious. I'm not actually asking about just that. I'm asking about, there's a level of consciousness that a human has, such that their evaluations happen internally as a knower. So they're evaluating sense data, but the knower that's evaluating sense data is in sense data itself, right? There's an observer, right? So what I'm asking,
consciousness, yes.
Yeah, from an atheist view, how do you justify the thing that's actually evaluating, the top-down viewer of the game, so to speak? What does atheism say that is?
Well, it's definitely not top-down, but I would say it's just from within your own frame of reference.
Your
we all have our own frame of reference.
Dude, look, let me make it more simple.
So
when you say your own
God, then?
Your
own.
Hold on.
There is no God.
Hold on. Your own, Leaf, Water, Kai. Yes. Your own is assuming there's a person there, right? Not just a pure mechanism.
It's not a pure mechanism, no.
Okay, so there's a person, right? A being?
Yeah, definitely a being.
Okay, so what I'm asking for is, under the atheistic view, how do you justify the being if it's not purely a mechanism?
I don't justify it, and it can be wrong.
Well, no, it or you? Is it a being or is it an it?
It's an it.
Okay, so if it's an it, then there is really no will. It's an object. So you're saying, Leith Waterkai, you're an object that's mechanistically unfolding in reality, right?
I can be, yes.
Well, no, if you are a mechanism unfolding in reality, you're no different ontologically than a waterfall.
I'm a natural phenomena. Yeah,
that's right.
Waterfall.
I fucking forgot to share this with the Atheist for Liberty crowd. God damn it.
They're true. They exist.
No. Natural phenomenons, events themselves. They're not true or false. They just happen, right? They're not true or false.
Oh, cool.
They just happen, right?
Right.
Okay. So if natural phenomenons aren't true or false, and you just admitted from your view, you're defending that you yourself are just an event unfolding. Your evaluations are also events. Therefore, your views and evaluations and propositions can't be true or false under your view. They're just mechanistically unfolding. They're just events. How can chemistry be true or false? There's no true boiling milk. There's no true chemistry. There's just the laws of nature and physics and neurology unfolding, which means that from that view, you've just made knowledge impossible because all events that just happen are meaningless.
And
They're
yes,
just happen.
if these experiences aren't reliable, why would we think that they are true or false?
That's right. No, it's worse than reliable. It's actually worse position than that. It's that if premise one is natural events, state of affairs in nature aren't true or false. Like, there's no true waterfall or a true tornado. They just happen. There's no true blade of grass. They just occur. If you think your evaluations are just events, they aren't true or false. They can't be. They're just events. So your worldview and my worldview, from your view, they're chemistry. To say someone has false chemistry is incoherent. So it necessitates that something is not epiphenomenal, that isn't just strictly material. The reason is you have to abandon this is that if it's the case that nature itself and states of affairs aren't true or false, and evaluations and propositions are states of affairs, evaluations and propositions aren't true or false. They're just epiphenomenal events.
You're speaking to Platonic realism, and I don't really want to subscribe to that, but we're all chemical events. We're all built up of chemicals.
How can a chemical event be true or false?
It just is.
No, exactly. How can a chemical event be true or false?
It's your worldview.
It's not my worldview. It's the reality that I'm forced to contend with.
Look, if you're no, hold on. If you're just a chemical event, then your beliefs are also just a chemical event.
That is true. Because if I have a chemical imbalance in my brain, the events that I perceive can be flawed.
Hold on. Just focus. If you're just a chemical event and your beliefs and propositions are all chemical events, how can you have a false or true chemical event?
It's true to me. It can be false throughout the rest of reality.
No. How can a chemical event be true or false?
I would say it cannot.
Go ahead.
Your problem here.
It's not a true or false statement.
One sec. Let me explain. Water. Like, your problem here is that, like, all you're saying is all I care about is the empirical. But, like, then you're also saying it's like my sense data can be wrong. So then Jimbob saying, okay, in that case, what are you pointing towards? And like Jimbob would say the logos, the logic, and all this kind of shit. But you basically can't explain that from just a pure material.
Yeah. If my brain is just a brain materially unfolding based on the laws of physics, chemically producing epiphenomenal events, I call a proposition. If brain A states a proposition and then brain B states a proposition, strictly from a mechanistic view, just mechanics, how do you determine which proposition is right if propositions are chemical reactions? You can't say a chemical reaction is more true than another one. That's impossible.
Exactly.
I'm open to being wrong, but there are things that we presuppose. I will say there are certain presuppositions that we have to maintain.
I would say
real quick. I just want to let the chat know real quick that if you guys want to let EOD or Rowdy Gowdy up, we gotta either kick someone off the panel. Main debaters are off limits though for 50, or if someone on the panel wants to drop. But we got EOD and Rowdy Gowdy that want.
Someone's got a slight echo too.
I wanna take it down to a more base level. How would you mechanistically prove that someone with schizophrenia, the voices they hear, weren't real?
You can't. They're real to them.
Well, then
no truth is possible.
Yeah. Then
truth is possible.
No, it's not.
It's that simple.
Not from that view. You have no mechanism. So the same problem. When I say brain A,
they're trying to
proposition that's
create something more complicated
chemically determined,
so they can knock it down.
Brain B spits out a proposition out of the mouth hole that's completely chemically determined. What Trash Bag is asking in a different way is, how do you determine mechanistically, if everything's just mechanisms, how do you determine what the truth of each proposition is? What, maybe neither of them are true proposition. Maybe one is true. But the problem here is if you hold to a strict naturalist position, Water Kai, then you don't actually have access to truth or knowledge, because anything you came to that you thought was true would be deterministically. You would be deterministically as a mechanism to believe that would be true. You wouldn't know if it was true. You'd be farting out of your mouth. It would be no different. It'd be like yawning, farting, screaming, crying.
That's great alliteration. But
this is not alliteration.
We are dealing with
an argument.
the information that correlates with the reality around us.
Information is non-material, bro.
Yes, it is.
You're already
Oh,
really? Whoa, watch this. Watch this. Material, information. Can you point to a material thing that's identical to the information we attribute to it?
The thing that we actually touch is the information.
No, it's not. Tell me one thing I touch that's identical to the information I attribute to it. One example.
Your hat is an example of.
No, my hat is pure material. No, my hat.
But it's also information.
No, hold on. Information. This is pure material, raw data, right? The attributing of the universal called the hat is not found in this material.
I'll do it on the vertical as well.
Data is not information.
But I'm just asking who did better.
No, data plus semantics is information. You can't have information without semantics. So this is pure data. Where in this hat, in the materiality of this hat, you can find the word hat or the universal hat anywhere in this physical thing.
The descriptor that we use for the item that you had on your head,
that's right,
is something that we came up with.
That's right. So if we came up with something that's not identical to materiality, then you've necessitated something outside of naturalism. So information itself is not actually found. If I go get an apple and I look into the apple, whether it's at high resolution or low, I will not find the term apple or the information apple anywhere in the apple.
Well, I can vibe with what you're saying. May I ask a question?
Sure.
What grounds anybody else's worldview and anything that goes beyond what my worldview is?
Ask that question again.
Sorry.
What grounds anybody else's worldview to have this information or have this understanding beyond what I myself have access to?
Well, there can only be one true worldview. That's what I hold, is that like anyone else's worldview.
This guy,
do we agree that a worldview consists of at least 3 components: epistemology, metaphysics, and maybe ethics?
Sure.
Okay. So when we cross-examine a worldview, if you're asking what grounds a worldview, we'll look at least those 3 pillars. I would introduce teleology, as we brought up with TheIndianJesus here. If there's no purpose to your brain, if you hold an evolutionary view, for instance, and everything's just mechanistically unfolding, then your own brain is the product of an accidental process. Now, I don't know if you hold that, but if you're just asking generally, Waterkai, let's just take another view, pure naturalism. Naturalism would probably appeal to evolution and say our brains are the result of an unguided, there's no intent, there's no mind guiding the process. That's what I mean. That our brains are the product of an accidental process, the long naturalistic accidental process. That would be to say that our own brains don't actually have a purpose. There's no teleology to our brains. I can would you agree you and I could both maybe cross-examine that view and its entailments?
We can, but I'm still looking for like what actually is grounding the thing, because when it comes down to our brains, I think the entire idea is just survival. Whatever leads to survival would be what our purpose is, even though I don't say we have like a defined purpose.
Okay, so just survival. So does survival necessitate a priority of truth, or can you survive from lies?
You can survive from lies, but that's
okay. Well, hold on. You're pretty much at the end of your rope here, because if you hold the view that survival is the ultimate teleology of existence, and you admit that pursuing lies could actually help you survive,
Thank you so much for hanging out, Rage Page. Very much appreciated. You have a fantastic night.
Are not going to benefit you.
Lies don't benefit you.
Can benefit you.
No. Believing a lie could benefit you.
That's possible.
Yeah. So if it's possible to believe a lie to benefit you, and the ultimate highest virtue, or let's say, for the lack of a better term, priority of existence is survival.
Okay, then you admit that we changed the definition.
So that means if you were to defend that different way tonight, you on a panel, if you held the view that you could hold a lie just to survive, then we don't have a reason to debate or listen to what you're saying, because you've admitted that under your view, you could actually facilitate lies to survive. Like the ultimate thing is to survive. So you don't have an orientation toward truth. So why would someone debate if their worldview isn't actually oriented toward truth, but
that's
rather
how words
survival?
work.
So
notice
that
how
survival would be
literally
based on
used to mean
ignorance and
literally,
hope.
and now
So that would
figuratively,
be
literally
faith
means literally.
in this particular instance.
That's
So
not
you
up
can
to
hold
you.
on to
Language
faith
is how it's used.
for the strength to survive a situation, but truth is
don't
probably
get to
going to
just
benefit
decide.
you a lot more than a lie would. Now,
Faith for the win.
lying to survive could definitely net you some wins.
Okay,
but
cool.
surviving on lies within yourself would
Okay.
probably not be the most healthy.
Okay, so you're agreeing that faith ultimately is the root of existence?
Section, that's just not
No,
true.
absolutely
That's
not. I'm
just
saying
not true.
faith can give you a reason.
I get
to
that you don't
survive
like
something.
it.
Can you give me any reason to
but it's
believe
not
something
true.
that doesn't actually assume a faith in the future?
No.
Okay, so it's faith. So it's like everything comes down to faith. So if I believe something that's ultimately not true, but it's in pursuit of a future of survival, it's still a faith in the future.
Can we
of
just
survival.
stroke my
We don't
ego
know
a
the
little bit
future.
and
We're
fucking hit
hoping
me on the
that
pole, please?
whatever I do ends in
Ensures
I
something.
thought you guys would understand. I just need a
it is a future. So it is
bump after all
faith-based.
that.
So
all right.
then
That
you
shit was
ask a
rough.
good question to open this up, which is, well, how do we compare different worldviews? Well, if we all agree that every worldview is faith-based, isn't it fair to ask this question? Which worldview best accounts for faith itself?
Yeah, I don't agree. Every worldview is faith-based.
Christianity is the worldview. Absolutely.
I said
100%.
not all.
Every worldview is faith-based.
Some are, not all are.
Tell me
Well,
one.
even your
Tell me-
worldview takes
no,
a
hold on.
great deal
Hold
of
on.
faith.
Try to get him to give a
Mine
counter
takes
example.
Zero faith.
Tell me one worldview that requires zero faith.
Pure naturalism.
Naturalism. Do you have faith in the regularity of nature?
No,
Yes, you do. How do you know that tomorrow is going to be like today?
I don't know that.
Then you have faith.
Right. So
I don't have faith. I'm not believing that it's going to be.
But Water,
I
this
You
have
don't
to
believe
this is
tomorrow?
where a
Well,
lot-
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Naturalism assumes induction, right?
Yes.
Okay, induction is taking particulars out in the world and consolidating them into a general statement of truth, right?
Yes.
You believe that the future will be like the past in order to do induction, right?
We make the assumption that it will be.
Is an assumption faith-based?
No, it's an assumption.
That's what an assumption
You
is.
gotta bite
faith-based.
this bullet, bro. This
No,
is
that's
the
not
whole
what it
thing.
is.
This is the whole
Bite the
thing.
bullet.
This is why
You're looking at
atheists are
this in
losing
two
right
different
now.
ways.
How is an assumption not faith-based?
You're assuming that something will be this way, but
Why?
How is that
leaving
not
an
faith?
opening.
Why?
Hold on. You're leaving room that it may not be this way.
That's
and when it's
also
not
faith.
that way,
That's also faith.
That's also faith.
It's called faith.
Yeah, you gotta
No,
bite.
literally,
we all have faith in some things.
That's true.
That has to be something that we,
controversial.
as atheists or agnostics, whatever the fuck you want to call it, we have to understand that
Oh, come on.
not all faith is. Don't give me the come on now.
Look.
Not all faiths are
Do you
equal.
have faith in your? Do you have faith in your?
Wait.
well, maybe I have a
data?
different. Maybe I have a different
let me do
definition
some
of faith than you
no.
have.
Let me do some leprechaun magic. One second,
Go ahead.
Bob. Let me do some leprechaun magic. Mordecai, what's the difference between a dogma and an axiom?
A dogma and an axiom. Dogmas are believed based just purely on
To be true.
right. Whereas
And axioms are
axiomatic
the same thing.
things-
It's the same thing. Axiom is the scientific way of saying it. Dogma is the religious way of saying it. Boom.
Nice.
Yeah, well, actually, Quines actually developed two dogmas of empiricism. They're well documented. The dogmas of empiricism, which are between synthetic assumptions of truth and analytic. But the thing is, hold on, Leith Waterkai. The thing is, even
I'm
if
trying.
like,
I'm here.
obviously, you
I'm
should bite the
trying.
bullet to say, well,
And
my
they say the best he's
naturalistic
got, but
paradigm
I'm not
assumes
convinced.
that the laws of nature are regular and will be. Otherwise, I can't do testing. You have to assume that it'll be regular. Also, there's something else you have to assume there, which is
There's
your
no biological reason. The thing we
interpretation and
describe in
evaluation
faith
of
can be
sense data is reliable.
I think so.
I'm gonna say, isn't that how you can notice change?
This is
So
the bullet
I'm
that
getting
atheists
into
need
an issue.
to bite.
So the
That
two
we have
different
faith in
definitions,
certain
because
things.
I don't know if we're using the same definition of faith.
We just don't have faith.
It's so
in
like
God.
an axiom is
Belief
a
without
fundamental
evidence.
principle. So that okay, so belief without evidence. That's what a dogma is. An axiom has evidence behind it.
No, it doesn't. Axioms don't have evidence, dude. So look, well, give me one axiom.
So axioms, like I believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow.
There's no evidence that the sun is going to come up tomorrow.
So you got to bite the bullet that you have faith in the rising of the sun, but it's not the same kind of faith in a God, because every single day that you or any of us have woken up, the sun has risen. So there's different levels of faith, and there's different leaps of faith, if you will. We have faith in many things.
That's what I'm saying. Faith is something that you never see. There's no
evidence. It's not evidential.
There's no evidence behind a faith. But when it comes down to an axiom,
so close.
I've seen the sun come up over and over again.
No, that's bad. No. You've seen that's faith in your account of the history, right? You don't have evidence of your.
Past. You're adding extra things.
No, stop. Wait a second. You have an account of the past, right?
Some
semantic
obfuscation.
You have an account of the past.
No, you just want words to mean what you want them to mean, and not actually how they apply to reality.
You don't have access.
Language is how people use the sounds that come out of their mouth. I'm sorry you don't like that, but that is what that means.
You don't have access right now to yesterday, correct?
No. I don't.
So you have faith in your recollection of yesterday, right?
So we already got to this.
You're not going to answer.
Wait, no, I will answer. What I'm saying is we have to agree on the presupposition that hard solipsism, that we have to already believe we're not brains in the vat. We weren't born 20 minutes ago.
We're not talking about solipsism. We're talking about your view of naturalism, which assumes the regularity of nature, which is faith-based. You have an assumption of the past, which is faith-based in your recollection of the past. You also have faith in your interpretation.
I don't know, I got money, but
interpretation of how sense data is coming in and how you evaluate it is accurate.
Words
you
change.
have faith in that.
That
you
is
don't have
the language.
Reason.
It's
For
not
instance,
anyone else's
it's a
fault if you don't
long-standing
like what the language is.
To say,
language
well,
is the words that we use.
And I ask you, does your sense data give you that? No, it doesn't.
Double projection.
You're not listening. You're not listening. You can't appeal. No, you're not.
Yeah,
you can't appeal to your sense data for the veracity of your
It is about how socially it is used. You don't. Neither of us has that.
I can't agree to
that option.
General consensus. I can't agree to
for
pictures, any other information.
For your personal sense data.
Your personal sense data. You can't appeal to your sense data. Say my sense data is accurate.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does, dude. It's well established, bro. It's like a half a, maybe more than a century, like maybe more than a millennia old problem. Like, yes, it makes sense. If I say my sense data is reliable, and I ask you, how do you know it's reliable? The answer can't be your sense data. This is basic.
So I have to say I cannot rely on any general consensus that I get that my sense data is correct. Like if I were colorblind, everybody telling me.
Nope, I didn't say that.
So this is exactly what I'm getting at.
I said you have faith. No, I said that you have faith. Just bite the bullet. The question, I didn't say you can't rely on it at all. I said that you can't appeal to sense data for the veracity of sense data, which means that you have a faith in the sense data, and we all do, and it's not a controversial position. For some reason, whatever background you have this allergy to the word faith itself.
It's my understanding of the definition.
Faith without evidence.
Belief in things unseen.
Cool. You believe human rights exist?
As a concept, yes.
Where's the evidence?
It's a concept.
I know. You believe in concepts. Yeah. So you believe in concepts, and you don't have evidence of concepts, right?
I don't believe Spider-Man's real. What are you talking about?
I didn't
Spider-Man's
ask about
a concept.
Dude,
look, man. Spider-Man is totally fucking real. It's bullshit.
Focus. Leafwater. Look. The word concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be another concept. The term concept itself, can you hold and weigh and change and put die on a concept?
No.
Okay, so you believe things without evidence. There's no physical evidence of a concept.
No.
Okay, so you believe that things exist without physical evidence, right?
No, Spider-Man doesn't exist. We can have
Dude, I
concepts
didn't
of things
talk about
that don't
Spider-Man.
exist.
Fuck,
Bro.
holy shit, bro.
No, you're missing what I'm saying.
Spider-Man.
Water, you're making my life hard, bro.
Talking about Spider-Man.
Or is it
An inch. Let's take an inch. Do inches exist?
The concept of inches exists.
Cool. In what way does a concept inch exist if it's not material?
On a ruler.
No.
Oh, bro.
No.
But the ruler only exists because there's 2 inches or more.
Dude, concept.
Well, the idea of an
Hey,
inch
whoever on
has
the vertical
changed
stream,
over time. So
whether
what we can see
No, it
an inch
hasn't,
should be.
man. It's in your
Fuck you
mind.
guys.
The concept in your
I like
mind.
the
Is all
vertical-
I'm
the
trying to
landscape
draw out
stream
from you is
better
that it's a
anyway.
concept in your mind.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
all I'm
then-
saying is that concepts exist. Therefore, naturalism can't really fully exhaust
Cool.
reality.
How are we
because
talking about
naturalism
temperatures right
itself is
now?
a concept?
Oh,
so
you're using
if you agree
that
that
in the
concepts
way that we
exist,
all use it.
inches, year, the reality, even reality itself is a metaphysical claim. Reality, right? It's pointing to a collection of particulars. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that you actually don't believe that naturalism is ultimately true because you appeal to things that are conceptual and not found in nature. Does geometry exist?
Geometry is still a concept.
Does
It does
it
exist.
That's
and
right.
we use it.
Hold
Jimbob,
on.
hit him with the computer. Hit him
Does
with the computer
does
before
a triangle exist? Does a triangle exist?
I'm sorry.
Does a triangle exist?
The concept of a triangle exists. Yes.
Okay, you can't find a triangle in nature, though, right?
You can find triangles.
No, you
in
cannot.
nature.
No, you
What we
cannot.
would identify as
It's
a triangle.
a 2D. It's a 2D concept.
No,
This is a
you
3D.
you cannot find geometry, the thing geometry in nature. You can overlay your concept of geometry onto nature, but you can't find a triangle in nature. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, Leithwater Kai, is that nature itself, reality itself, is composed of material, trees, ground, sky, water, all of this. But also, there's no way for us to interact with reality without assuming what you would constitute as non-reality, which is things that don't actually exist in reality. Universal terms, concepts, language, mathematics, laws of logic, reasoning, information, meaning, mind. All of these things are a huge category that you need to assume before you engage with the real world. So if it's the case that reality is composed of immaterial, the conceptual realm, and the material realm, when we talk about worldviews, Kai, it's fair to say which worldview best explains or accounts for the nature of reality, being that it's conceptual and material. That's completely fair as a criticism against another worldview.
And that's perfectly fine. And can you demonstrate why you know the
I was gonna be like, what if a fucking bear fucking scratches a triangle onto a tree?
Because,
Like,
like,
what
for
are we
example,
doing?
everything
What
like
are
a
we
computer
doing?
technology,
I'm
before
so
it
over
existed
this.
in the material, it was once an idea in someone's head. It was once a metaphysical concept.
Yep.
Yes,
Video
you can
games.
You cannot deny this. You cannot
You can
deny
make
change.
concepts material. You can make some
That's
concepts
right.
material.
But they exist before material, right?
Exactly. You
Yes.
have to concede that they exist. So
Before
this whole thing
material.
of like the Big Bang where something came from nothing it's illogical. It's retarded.
So you understand that they can exist in one
This is what we talk about when we talk about like the etymology
in one
of God,
state
right?
versus another
Like,
state,
the,
right?
the ability to think in the first place proves that God must exist because somebody had to think of us before we existed. Yeah.
Can you demonstrate the thing that thought of us before we existed?
Yeah, I can demonstrate the necessity.
Whoa.
Like, do you believe, Kai, that truth is objective and universal?
No.
You don't? That's a contradiction.
But truth itself, like
There is no truth in this world. There is
That's
no
a contradiction. To
Truth-
say no
truth
is a
is-
contradiction.
Is that an
Truth is
objective
subjective.
statement?
Truth is subjective.
Oh, that's a contradiction. Truth is subjective is a contradiction.
Yeah, is truth like that claim that you're making that truth is subjective? Is that a true statement?
Is that objectively true?
Probably
truth
not.
is subjective.
It's a subjective statement.
That is a contradiction. You can't say truth is subjective and then say that's a true statement unless it's objectively true that truth is subjective. That's a contradiction. Do you accept contradictions or not?
I don't.
Okay, so will you reject that statement?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So if you reject the statement that truth is not objective, it's subjective, we agree that it is objective. If truth is objective and universal, would you agree truth itself doesn't exist the same way a tree does?
I would say that is the reality because we probably don't have access to objective truth.
Well, that's another contradiction. We don't have access to objective truth would be an objective truth statement. So if truth isn't identical to a tree or a rock and it's conceptual and abstract, do you agree that abstracts and concepts are associated to a mind?
Say that one more time.
Do you think that truth and abstractions and concepts are habitually tied to a mind, associated with a mind?
To describe them, yes.
Okay, so do we as humans, as particulars, discover truth?
Yes.
If we discover universal concepts like truth, does it follow that they exist before we discover them?
Yes.
So if they exist before we discover them, does it follow, because concepts are associated to a mind, does it follow that a mind existed for these concepts before we discovered these concepts?
No.
No? So you're just going to reject the follow?
Because no mind has been demonstrated to have done so.
I just necessitated a mind logically. If it's true that concepts require a mind and that truth as a concept is discoverable, that means truth precedes us. That means if we can discover something, that means it existed before we discovered it. If truth existed before we discovered it and it's mind dependent, it logically necessitates a mind. That's a logical demonstration.
So if an object doesn't exist before a mind conceives it and we create it, did it exist before that mind?
How can the mind create it if how can the mind create it if it didn't think about it in the first place? That's retarded.
Stay on the computer analogy. You know what I mean? Like this whole concept of the computer. Like that exists before we actually physically made it. So like this whole thing of like, if you're to claim that like this is a physical creation, then you have to necessitate there is a mind or some sort of metaphysical principle here. You cannot deny this.
Yep. It precedes, by the way, science, the thing you're resting on, also in the philosophy of science, you'll notice that we have to assume a bunch of philosophical and metaphysical assumptions before we're able to do science. So it's another iteration of what Teriak is saying, which is conceptualism precedes actualization in every way we see it. Conceptualism precedes actualization in every way we look at it.
So
what does PhD stand for? Philosophy doctorate.
Or
what I'm looking into is what you're elaborating is a claim that a mind conceptualized everything that is currently in existence.
I'm literally
if we discovered truth,
waiting for a moment to be like, okay, guys, I gotta go. Anybody have any last questions? Because I don't want to just dip out since I'm the main, since I'm the debater.
Life is a game, and there's objective rules of the game.
But then I'd be like, all right, I gotta take more.
And universals, like actual categories of things that we can locate that aren't identical to the particulars. So the fact that we interact in an intelligible universe assumes that the universe comports with a conceptual overlay that we're able to discover. The alternative is actually brutal. The alternative to this is that we make up the world. We make it up in our mind. We invent it. Yeah. This is where you get Matt Dillahunty pegging some dude in a wig and pretending it's a woman.
Oh! Or
it's like what you're doing. One sec. Because what you're actually doing is you're denying science itself. Because the science is saying that yes, it's chaos, but there's order to it. For example, the solar system is like a bunch of rocks flying through space, but it's ordered. That's why we have the canonized kind of shit. So to deny that is literally to deny science itself.
It's ordered.
Ordered chaos.
I got a question for you, Waterkai. So you conceded that truth is conceptual. And you also conceded that we discover truth, necessitating that it is something outside of us that we find. So where is that concept from, if not from us?
It's only described by us. We have subjective truths within ourselves.
Well, no, but you said we discovered it. So if I discover something, that means it was there before I discovered it, which you conceded to. So
even if you describe it, Eli, if you describe something, you can't describe something that didn't already exist. That doesn't make sense. You can't describe things into existence. You're describing a referent. So Eli's question still stands. If conceptual universals exist before we discover them, like mathematical truths, octaves in music, and these kind of colors and all of these things, if they existed in a particular way, not just materially, and we discovered the conceptual way they exist, then there has to be something that grounds the conceptual reality to those things if they're discoverable. It's a true dichotomy. The dilemma is either we're inventing illusorily, like we're just inventing an illusion that describing reality, or we're discovering an objective reality. I say the latter makes more sense than the illusory, don't you?
I would agree.
Okay. Well, if then at least we can get you to this point. If you've necessitated through this conversation that a mind precedes all of us, that grounds all universal concepts, and I just define that mind as a universal mind, I don't think I can get closer to defining God, at least as a type of being, than a universal grounding mind. Now, who God is a whole other panel discussion. Which is just as important. But this is the bridge conversation to go, wait a second, they have a point. These things, if they're objective and true and they're discoverable and their status is conceptual and not material, then it necessitates that they have to exist in a universal mind. Who is this mind? Who is the mind?
That is exactly what I was hoping you would get to. Thank you for finally getting there. So you're saying there is a universal mind that has grounded all the reality around us.
Yes. Divine
and
intellect,
you're saying
logos.
is demonstrated in our grounding concepts as well.
Discoverable concepts.
So we would have to have an idea that this thing had a purpose,
right,
for doing what it did,
right,
and grounded outside of our own sphere of reference.
No, it wouldn't follow, because I would say if this mind is knowable, then it would be expected that it's revealed to us. That would follow.
Well, when I say outside of our sphere of reference, I'm saying outside of time.
Outside
of reality.
I would say would transcend ontologically, wouldn't be bound by space, time, matter, but doesn't restrict him from participating in time, space, matter.
But it's not within time, correct?
No, could be in time.
In time.
Yeah. Not restricted, not ontologically would precede time, space, and matter. God would necessarily precede and not be bound. We're not Mormons, bound by time, space, and matter, but could participate in time, space, and matter.
Aren't you granting yourself
such
time?
as Jesus Christ did
when
he walked the earth? Yeah.
Aren't you granting yourself time though? Like we were talking about concepts and all this stuff.
Yeah.
What is time? Like, what do you mean by time?
Yeah.
What do I mean by time?
Question, real quick though, guys.
It all comes back to change, baby.
I do got to run in a little bit, so if anybody's got some final questions,
where are you without doxing yourself?
Jersey.
Okay, we're gonna search out Jersey Orthodox parishes. We're gonna get over to TheIndianJesus. We're gonna give him some locations. Okay,
fair enough.
And he's gonna change his name to Indian Ben Shapiro.
Yep. That's the deal. That's the deal.
Change his name to Thomas, hopefully.
TheIndianJesus, I love you so much, dude. You have such enthusiasm and such a good fucking time on stream. It's great talking to you every time, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
And Thomas was the only smart one, so I'm vibing with that.
Well, I noticed you didn't acknowledge me, Lethe. Okay, like we've talked many times before.
I'm scared of you.
I know you are.
All right, guys. Before you continue, let me dive out. Big thank you to
shout yourself out. Tell everyone where they find you.
Yes. Remember, that is Morty, and I am Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So hit that subscribe button. And guys, remember, my birthday is on Friday, and we are, at last I checked, 43 people away from hitting 5K. So that would be an amazing birthday present. But come on through. I'm always trying to break down different debates, conversations, and stuff so that we can be better at talking to the people we disagree with so that we can find truth. Thank you so much, guys.
Based. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Be safe.
Take care, guys. Peace.
God bless, Lutch.
Holy moly. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know, bruh. For real. I'm going to assume that's to me. I'm saying either way depending on evidence. If you're not denying the possibility could exist means you're not atheist, but that's not what that means. Facts. All right. Well, I mean, we're definitely gonna have to cover that. Like do some fucking some game time fucking watching game tape. There we go. I'm a little out of it. Yeah, damn. So it's gonna be a King of Blackout. Thank you. Whoa. There we go. Thank you for coming through. Again, I did not expect to win any debate. It's very clear that the platform itself, and of course, Jimbob has a much bigger audience than I do. So that's just the name of the game. But it's very clear that was like I said in my opening, that is a necessary. I have no children. Wouldn't want to have children out of wedlock, but no, I don't have any children. Okay. Well, don't worry, because I'm here on my own on Thanksgiving. So we are doing a Thanksgiving stream. I'm thinking of like a 4 p.m. Eastern time, so that like if usually people eat early. We'll have some time to chill. We'll, spend some time and do whatever. John Q. Public, I am a dot, not a feather. Hey, shout out to Daedalus. Thank you so very, very much for the big 10. Of course, that comes with a treat for Morty. And he doesn't want because he wants. Where's the com? What did you do with it, Morty? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, are we done already? Holy shit. We knocked this out in like a week. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. Like I said, I think that that was really good for the brand. I don't think it was, I don't think it was necessarily the best thing that could have happened. I definitely didn't underestimate Jimbob, but I do think a lot of people were starting to see that, that's why I put in my opening statement this notion about like, okay, if you just want to take a quick win, it's kind of gay that you just like, oh, let me seek out this guy because I can dunk on him. I think a lot of people saw that. And the plea to see things more from a political lens, and to see me as more of a political person as opposed to the atheist or something like that. I think that did some good stuff. So I mean, I am not an atheist. I am an agnostic atheist. And I'm definitely open to trying new experiences, and I definitely will try to find the liturgy, whatever the fuck it is. I'm down. I am a genuine seeker of truth, and so if I have incorrect positions, I am humble enough to see, hey, I was wrong. I was wrong before. I'll be wrong again, and if I'm wrong about this, then that's just one more thing. So big shout out to all of the donations. Thank you. So very, very much. We had Abby going hard with the 10s. Thank you. Of course, we got Guam Tech and High Voltage Studios with the $2. Oh my goodness, there's more with a box again. We got Bernard Zier, Daniel Z, Box again, and of course, you guys know it, the sponsor of the stream, Funk Master General, with 20 gifted memberships. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you being here. Again, I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me, especially as the panel is still going. So I cannot thank you guys enough. Very, very, very much appreciated. Look how much he loved that shit. And then right when he was done, he was like, okay, I got my treat right here. That is you guys. Thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, if you are new, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So you know how YouTube sucks with those notifications. So don't just subscribe, hit the bell. And again, guys, if I wake up on Friday and got that 5.0, that would warm my heart. Maybe even make me believe in God. So, hey, try it out. Again, thank you so very, very much to each and every one of you for being here, and a big, big shout out to the donations. Thank you again to Jimbob and SpeakeaZy for having me on. And like I've been telling you guys, we are way closer to the beginning than we are to the end. We are only going up. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, guys, that is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are out of here. Peace.